Welcome to another edition of Time War. And it's been a fun. So far, we're having a wonderful November to remember on both of my YouTube channels. It was fantastic. Now we get to today's show. On today's show, we go back to November 1988 with the CBS daytime and nighttime lineups. Sit back and relax, and we'll be right back. Phil Collins, hit it!
Weekend, days off, don't wanna work no more. Gonna take my time now that it's mine, and I don't wanna be where there's no Coca-Cola. This is the light, these are the real things, and you're the heart of it. Every day, every week, Coca-Cola's a part of your life. Oh, when Coca-Cola's a part of your life, you can't beat the feeling.
Wouldn't you love a thick, rich chocolate mousse? Think you can't? Well, yes, you can.
Introducing Weight Watchers Chocolate Mousse on a Stick. Only 35 calories that say.
Yes, you can.
Of all the ideas cooked up to make life easier in the kitchen, there's one simple idea nobody has improved on. And now there's another. Reynolds Wrap and Reynolds Plastic Wrap. Make it right from the start.
In the best-selling German-engineered car in the U.S., you can feel the solid German driving experience. You like it and you can afford it. Come to Volkswagen's 4th annual spring celebration. Find special offers on our premium cars until May 31st. After that, the spring celebration will have run its course.
Bye, Mom. Don't be a stranger. She's gonna shine the floor with Bright. Oh, well, guess I'll watch the soaps while it dries.
Surprise, baby. That's Fast Dry Bright. You'll be back on your no-wax floor before you know it.
What's this? But it's too soon. Ooh, pretty. That's me. Look how shiny. And already dry. Wish I was.
Turn on a bright shine with Fast Dry Bright.
Mom and Dad bought this table the year I was born. Look at it. Beautiful. And all Mom did was dust every week with Pledge. And now Endust says watch out for buildup? After 28 years? Come on. Pledge is self-cleaning for a fresh shine every time you dust. Compare that to Endust, which just evaporates, leaving wood looking as dry and defenseless as before. A Pledge shine protects and cares for wood.
Pledge, a fresh shine every time.
For 28 years and counting.
Listen to the great say. Cut loose. Listen to the cool Chris. A rhythm that you can't miss. Salad sauce fresh all day. Come on and listen to the great say. Good time, great taste. Sauce fresh all day in my place. Listen to the great say. Cut loose.
Hey, it's me. Your skin speaking. You know, I take all kinds of abuse, scrapes, scratches. Then you go and use an antiseptic first aid product. Now that irritates me. Use Polysporin spray. It's an antibiotic, not an antiseptic, so it fights infection without irritation. Clinical tests show how much redder the leading antiseptic makes your skin. But Polysporin spray is the gentler way to fight infection, so it's nicer to your skin. And what's wrong with being nice to your skin?
It's clear to see how fresh it'll be. Jiffy Pops microwave popcorn.
Only Jiffy Pop's microwave popcorn has this unique popping bowl and see-through bonnet. Super sealed for freshness.
Jiffy Pops microwave popcorn.
Oh, it's not fair. My waistline's expanding. My gums are receding. You know, you can get cavities where you never knew you had teeth, at the roots. So I'm using Listerment, because the fluoride in Listerment can penetrate the roots and help protect them. All this and fresh breath, too.
With its 24-valve 2.7-liter V6 and advanced anti-lock brakes, this is the performance sedan that's making European automakers uncomfortable. But with such amenities as a leather-trimmed interior and sophisticated stereo system, there's no reason you should feel that way. The Legend Sedan. Precision-crafted performance from Acura.
We will return to the CBS special movie, I Saw What You Did.
Somebody you love is dying. They're in pain, and they need your help to commit suicide.
He just wanted to go out on his own terms.
Monday, one woman comes out of hiding to confess a deadly secret. Hear her reveal for the first time how she helped her husband kill himself. Was it murder?
He said to me, I love you.
Or mercy?
Goodbye, I love you.
A Channel 2 News exclusive, Monday at 6 and 11.
This is CBS.
These people are resting up for tomorrow. Because tomorrow isn't just Saturday. It's Channel Day. The day when most people head to Channel to solve problems like these. With solutions like this. An Ames long-handle shovel or bow rake, $1.99 after rebate. And a Color-Rite 75-foot belted radial hose, $7.99 after rebate. Saturday at Channel. Around here, it's a tradition as old as, well, as a lot of things around your house. Channel. Make it easy on yourself.
We spent our honeymoon at Sally's parents' place in Akron, Ohio. Like anything else, it's taken a little work, but 20 years later, we're still married. We're still happy. And for 20 years, we've worked to take another honeymoon. This time, a real one.
Pan Am has surprisingly low airfares to London, Paris, and Rome. Hotels from $27 a night and rental cars from $69 a week. You can afford Europe this summer with Pan Am, the #1 airline to Europe.
Cashing in on the AIDS crisis at 11.
Look at that. What? That. It's another one of them Hyundai XLs.
Another one?
Another one.
More than 400,000 Americans have already bought a Hyundai XL.
You ever work on one of them?
No. You?
No.
And some people aren't too happy about it. The dependable XL from Hyundai. Cars that make sense.
The idea that one dog food is best for every dog is silly. Puppies, for instance, need calcium for growing bones, so there's Cycle Puppy. Older dogs need the easily digestible protein in Cycle Senior. Overweight dogs need satisfying meals with fewer calories, Cycle Light. While healthy adult dogs need the balanced nutrition of Cycle Adult. Cycle, because no one dog food is right for every dog.
Visine AC. Clearly best for allergy eyes.
What you start with makes a big difference in what you end up with. Start with Reynolds Wrap. Make it right from the start.
A
few words on the performing arts. The new Ford Probe, a performance you won't forget.
What a woman. Whatever the day brings, she's confident. FDS woman. She's confident, fresh, and nice to be near. FDS woman, so very confident. FDS for safe feminine deodorant protection every day.
This is the moment of truth. You're confident as you step up to the mound. They're expecting a squeeze play. But no, because today you're throwing nothing but a strike. Matchlight Real Kingsford Charcoal with just the right amount of lighter fluid already added for perfect lighting every time and surefire delivery to the plate. Matchlight Charcoal from Kingsford. What the pros use.
Have some Butterballs.
I'm worried about you, Mom. These are cold cuts. Butterball's a turkey.
Not always. Now Butterball is turkey cold cuts. Great tasting bologna, pastrami, and salami.
Ma, I can't believe my mouth.
After all, it's Butterball cold cuts.
Peace and quiet are not part of this job. Headaches are. I used to take aspirin or Tylenol, but today my choice is Advil. My doctor told me to try Advil. He said it contains the same medicine as in the prescription brand Motrin. You know, doctors put so much trust in Advil, their recommendations have grown each year and now total over 15 million. Advil gets rid of my headaches, and it's gentler to my stomach than aspirin. Advil, advanced medicine for pain.
Fruit of the Loom fits America.
We fit America like we never did before. Fitting the way you live today, giving you much more. We fit America with Fruit of the Loom.
For pre-shrunk cotton fabric, a strong waistband. For lasting quality and value, Fruit of the Loom briefs fit America.
We fit America. We're Fruit of the Loom.
Here's something totally different. Summer's Eve Feminine Wash. The first external feminine hygiene wash. It's non-irritating so you can feel fresh and confident every day. Summer's Eve Feminine Wash. The first cleanser for women only.
American business can save millions of dollars every year with the UPS Next Day Air letter. Unlike other companies which frequently charge up to $14, UPS, because we're so efficient, charges only $8.50. And we guarantee overnight delivery to every address, coast to coast. The UPS Next Day Air letter, the super saver of overnight letters.
Daybreak on the mountain, smooth coffee blend in your cup. And when it tastes your way, it's necessarily Nescafe.
Great coffee blends that taste the way that's necessarily Nescafe.
Its name of origin is Theobrahma, food of the gods, but we know it as chocolate. This may be the first time you've seen natural chocolate, and this may be the first time you really tasted it. Breyer's all-natural ice cream. Nothing artificial. Just fresh milk, real cream, pure sugar. So that true chocolate taste really comes through. Breyer's ice cream. It's like tasting chocolate for the first time.
The CBS special movie, I Saw What You Did, will return. On Murder, She Wrote, a crime so intricate, even Jessica is stumped.
Amazing.
Here are the clues. Can you figure out who done it?
I can't wait to see what I missed.
Then, he battled bravely in Vietnam.
Shining example to me.
And returned home a hero. But now he faces...
I have cancer.
...the fight of his life.
Do you believe it's directly related to Agent Orange?
One family struggle against the odds. Keith Carradine and Carl Malden in the courageous true story, My Father, My Son, all Sunday.
It's considered one of the greatest challenges on the PGA Tour. Many of the year's top money winners compete at the Colonial National Invitation tomorrow on CBS Sports.
I'm Mike Wallace. The University of Virginia is the only American university founded by a president. He not only designed the buildings, he also hired the faculty, organized the curriculum, and even selected the books for the library. It was the most innovative and enlightened university of its day. There were no religious requirements for admission. The faculty elected their own chairman, and the study of agriculture and political science was introduced for the first time. The man who laid the groundwork for the American university system was the third president, Thomas Jefferson.
The problem with supermarket donuts is there's no telling how long they've been laying there. So come to Dunkin' Donuts. We make them fresh, day and night.
Was it Murder or Mercy? Monday at 6 and 11.
This is CBS.
This is where I live, the island of Maui in Hawaii. That's the road to Hana. It's only 30 miles long, but driving it takes forever. I'm John Romaine. When we were working on my house, my Suzuki and I had to drive this road back and forth 300 times, loaded and unloaded. You know what? My Suzuki never let me down, not even once. Did such a good job, I gave it a couple days off. And that's the true story.
Tonight on Channel 2 News, new details of a bloodbath in a suburban Chicago school. What triggered the shootings? We're on the scene. Then, new info about the Tawana Brawley mystery. Mike Taibbi has an exclusive report. And hero or villain? That is the question as a Queens man is charged with having an illegal gun after shooting two thieves burgling his home. And they're swooning over sexy singer Julio Iglesias, performing at Radio City Music Hall. All ahead at 11.
Deadly gunfire in a Midwest school at 11.
It's clear to see how fresh it'll be. Jiffy Pops microwave popcorn.
Only Jiffy Pops microwave popcorn has this unique popping bowl and see-through bonnet. Super sealed for freshness.
Jiffy Pops microwave popcorn.
If you've been waiting and waiting for your allergy medicine to work, it's time to get fast relief. It's time to try New Alleract. New Alleract has triprolidine, proven to give you more relief faster from the cause of allergy symptoms than any antihistamine you can buy. For relief of your sneezing, runny nose, and itchy, watery eyes, the wait is over. Now there's Alleract. More relief, faster.
It's a beautiful morning. The dawn of man, you sings your song. Come along. Biscuits rising, muffins hot. Coffee perking in the pot. Service fresh across the land. You can take it by the hand.
McDonald's, America's morning place.
Such a beautiful morning.
You're in the best-selling German-engineered car in the U.S. You can feel the solid German driving experience. You like it, and you can afford it. Come to Volkswagen's 4th annual spring celebration. Find special offers on our premium cars until May 31st. After that, the spring celebration will have run its course.
Take a nice cool dip, take a real refreshing sip, take that wholesome dairy goodness on a trip across your lip. With the treats you good, ice cream.
Real dairy goodness, that's ice cream. So treat yourself to some real wholesome fun.
The treats you good, ice cream. You gotta stop and taste the high line. Stop and taste the high line. Spend some time just finding out. Working for now.
Miller High Life, brewed to be smooth bitter. It takes time to make, time to enjoy. Miller High Life.
I swear I'm in Mexico when I sample Weight Watchers burritos. Tender flour tortillas filled with beefsteak or chicken, brightened with beans and peppers and spices, or Weight Watchers enchiladas. Hearty corn tortillas filled with beef or chicken or cheeses, surrounded by the sauciest of sauces. Weight Watchers' exciting new Mexican entrees transport me south of the border. Esto es vivir.
You could give me the San Diego Bay full of ordinary air fresheners, and I will not take them for the 1 can of Lysol spray. Ordinary air fresheners just cover up the odors and fake you out. And why have that when you can have Lysol spray that kills germs on the surface and cleans the air? Lysol has a distinct odor of clean. It cleans the air.
I confess, I can't stop. I just can't stop. It smells so good, I just can't stop spraying.
Lysol Fresh Scent. Smells as good as it works.
Give him a beam and he'll lift it high. Give him a dream and he'll make it fly. He's a man of iron. Here's to the men we can lean on. Men of iron. To the men we believe in. Men of iron, iron. Here's to the men who are building our world. Men of iron.
Iron cologne, never stronger than the man who wears it.
Kathleen Sullivan.
And I'm Harry Smith. Next week, Carol Burnett, Patricia Neal, and Patty Duke.
Also at home with Robin Leach on CBS This Morning.
Tomorrow on CBS Sports, the PGA Tour continues with the Colonial National Invitation.
This is CBS.
Okay, from here, back to you, Faith.
I think Stuart was suckered on that one. Thanks, Lynn. Brian Sussman is here from KDKA-TV. He's here filling in for Mark McEwen. And a big football weekend ahead, huh?
Yeah, we're going to talk about some football game forecasts, a couple of big games around the country. We'll do that in just a moment. In the meantime, this morning's weather segment is sponsored by Nuprin. Discover the medicine in these little yellow pills. Good morning, everyone. Let's go ahead and take a look at the latest satellite image first things first. I'll show you that there's a big storm system that has been hanging with us for the past several days around the northern Great Lakes. Attached to that, we also have a very strong cold front, some very heavy thunderstorms going on right now. Northeast Texas, parts of Arkansas, Louisiana, bordering portions of Oklahoma, too. Here's what's going to happen as the afternoon progresses. We'll be seeing some snow in the Great Lakes region, very gusty winds and cool temperatures also coming down from the north today. There's also a cold front, and that cold front will be spreading rain, say, from the northeastern United States all the way in Maine to the deep south. Thunderstorms in the deep south today, too. And also we'll be seeing some very nice weather in the nation's midsection, lots of sunshine. Temperatures, for the most part, will be on the chilly side, but it should be a real nice day out this way. A few clouds scattered around the far western United States, maybe some rain in extreme northern California, but that's just about it. Now, as far as the football forecasts go, let's take a peek. Got a couple games on tap for you here that we've picked out. Ohio State at Michigan. Mostly sunny skies. It will be chilly. Dress for the weather. High temperature only 30 degrees. And then another ball game. Stanford at Washington. I'm anticipating partly cloudy skies with a temperature game time around 50 degrees. That's a quick look at the nation's weather and a football forecast. Now here's your weather.
For Des Moines, Central Iowa, mostly sunny and cool today, our high 45 to 50. Tonight, a chance of sprinkles or flurries, the low in the low 30s. Tomorrow, a 30% chance of showers with the high again 45 to 50. 27 degrees in Des Moines this morning.
The latest weather for right now. Of course, next half hour, we'll talk about the next day's forecast. Faith?
All right, thanks, Brian. Talk about rivalries, Ohio State and Michigan. It's 24 minutes before the hour. Next, the Buffalo Bills on top of the AFC East.
And the Bills get a tremendous break and slip through the pit. Holds in the deflection and goes in for the touchdown.
The Buffalo Bills are one of this year's surprise teams in the National Football League. They are 7-1 and they lead the AFC East. The last time Buffalo did so well was back in the 60s. Under a young quarterback named Jack Kemp, who took the team to AFL championships in 1964 and 1965, and of course, later went on to Congress. These days, the Bills have another star quarterback, Jim Kelly, who has fans in Buffalo talking and dreaming Super Bowl. Jim Kelly joins us live from Buffalo's Rich Stadium, and in Washington, Congressman Jack Kemp. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Do you have a chance to see the Jets game, Congressman?
I sure did. I was just telling Jim prior to the show, Harry, that it was a spectacular game for not only Kelly but the whole team. It's a real thrill for people in Buffalo.
Is it fun for you to watch these guys?
Oh, I love to watch the Bills. Of course, I have a son playing for Seattle Seahawks and another son playing high school football, but next to my own family, I take great pride in the Buffalo Bills and Jim Kelly. He's a neat guy and a great quarterback.
Jim Kelly went to Buffalo, and everybody said it was on his shoulders to turn the team around. Last year, the Bills were 7-8. You're 7-1 now. What's the key difference?
I think everybody's attitude. I think everybody's changed that attitude. Going to last season, everybody says, well, we're going to try to win. This year, Ralph Wilson's got a few extra players in there, some good players, made some great trades, and I think what Ralph Wilson, Bill Polian said was, in order to make Jim Kelly better, let's get a defense, and that's exactly what they did. We pulled the tough games out at the beginning with our defense, and overall, I think everybody's starting to get used to winning, and you got to get that winning attitude no matter what you do. The attitude is all in your mind, and if you put that together, you can do it. And we're 7-1 now, but everybody's still thinking about that Jets game, and it's 2 games before, but everybody's still thinking about it, and hopefully we can just keep things going and take the second half the way we did the first half.
It's a big turnaround game for you, wasn't it? I mean, or just a sense that you guys maybe really belonged with a record that you've got.
Oh, we definitely do. I think we proved it. We had one bad game against the Chicago Bears, but we've played some very tough teams. We played the Minnesota Vikings. We upset them when a lot of people didn't think we were going to win that one. And we've won every game in our division as far as our conference. And it's just a matter, like I said, just knowing that you can win, because when you come to a team that's been used to losing, back-to-back 2 and 14 seasons, everybody has that attitude. But I think we put it all together, and we got in our minds now that nobody can beat us. And I'll tell you one thing. I don't think there's too many teams that are putting a W beside the Buffalo Bills games before they play us.
Congressman, what's your analysis? Why do you think they're doing so well?
Well, they have tremendous balance. As Jim Kelly pointed out, the defense has given them a tremendously balanced football team, and the ability to get the ball in good position, and then to have a team on offense as good as the Bills have, and particularly with a quarterback who's got that type of attitude, that winning attitude, and that esprit de corps, seems to me to be a winning recipe for the Buffalo Bills. And if you look back in the NFL over the years, you don't win in the NFL without strong defense. It really comes first, as Kelly pointed out. Now that they've got a good defense and they put together a good offense and a great quarterback, I think that's the recipe for contending for the Super Bowl.
Sounds like a recipe for a campaign.
It does, doesn't it?
Jim, what the Buffalo fans have not been shy over the years to showing their disapproval for when the teams have not played well. What does it feel like up there now?
Oh, it's great. We've had 5 sellouts in a row. We didn't sell out this game against the Green Bay Packers yet, but there's only a few thousand tickets left. Now I feel before Sunday's game it will be a sellout, because everybody realizes now that it's not going to be on TV. They're going to have to come out here and watch us. And anytime you average 78,000, that's great support, and we've had great support here. We've had our ups and downs as far as a team, but we're 7-1 now, and I think everybody's proud of us, and I think we're proud of ourselves. But one thing we can't forget, how we got to this point by working hard, and we just have to keep going the way we are. And great coaching, and it's just a matter of putting it all together and continue that second half, because teams that win championships are teams that come on in the second half of the season.
Congressman, you miss it?
I miss the money. Oh, come on. You miss those big hits from the defensive ends? Yeah, if I had Jim Kelly's money, I could throw mine away. Yeah. I take pride in my children playing football. I take pride in the Buffalo Bills, and I don't miss it. I had 13 years of it, and I'm thrilled to watch the NFL today just growing by leaps and bounds.
Jim Kelly, Jack Kemp, thank you both, gentlemen, for joining us.
Jack, take care of yourself. See you, Jim. Have a good one. All right. Thank you.
It is 17 minutes before the hour. Faith?
Harry, next Dallas, picking up right where they left off.
I told you she was a liar.
And he's a murderer.
The only murderer in that apartment was you, darling.
I wish it had been.
Tonight, the folks at South Fork begin another year of greed, treachery, and deceit as Dallas opens its 11th season on CBS. Naturally, last season ended with a cliffhanger. Mr. Nice Guy, J.R. Ewing himself, was shot yet again. But this time, we know exactly who did it. Sue Ellen Ewing closed out last season by pumping a few rounds of lead into her husband, J.R., after he'd thrown her new lover out a window.
So what's a woman to do? I mean, you pick up a gun and you shoot him. You know, I think I did the only obvious thing. Sue Ellen hasn't shot a gun before, so I don't think she's very good at it. I didn't know how to shoot a gun. When Leonard Katzman, our producer, came up to me on the set, he said, well, you're going to do this and hold the gun. I didn't know how to hold a gun. So Larry and the producer told me, okay, do that. I looked very convincing. I impressed myself. I don't believe this. You mean that bastard is still alive?
With tonight's opener, J.R. is back.
What's not to understand?
Well, Mr. Ewing, you're the luckiest man I've ever known, or your wife is the worst shot.
But things are going to be different for him this year. Oh, he'll still be evil, but he'll pay a price for it.
I think this year is going to blow it open. I really do. We're having a great time. There's a lot of things that I'm doing that I haven't done before, and I'm not winning all the time. Of course, I will in the end.
You know, every man's got his price.
Seems that way, yeah.
Yeah. Except this man.
In the meantime, J.R. will spend time in the slammer doing hard labor. Once again, he falls in love with the wrong woman at the wrong time.
I really like her a lot, and she falls in love with me. Well, one thing leads to another, of course, as it usually does on Dallas. The boys find me in bed with her. And she's very young. She's of the age of consent, but very, very young. And gorgeous. Kathy Podwell's going to be a big star.
He's just some intriguing man to her, because he just kind of goes after her. He knows that he wants her. He knows he's going to get her, and she sees that. So she's like really, it's thrilling. It's exciting for her. So she doesn't really know the real JR. She just sees this real exciting man.
Another new love interest hits Dallas this season. This one is Bobby's.
Action, please.
But his problem may not be his new love, but his wife Pam, who he thought was blown up in a car crash a few seasons back. In another case of What Will They Think Of Next, Pam, formerly played by Victoria Principal, shows up one more time.
This girl did come in and do a very pivotal scene on the show. But we won't know, even after it airs, until they want to make a decision about it, whether or not it is or isn't Pam. So I'm safe in saying that. I'm not going to be struck down by saying that. It's not a lie.
Charlene Tilton is definitely back full-time. As Lucy, she's ready to have it out with old Uncle J.R.
My being here makes you unhappy, JR? That's all I want.
We can square off,
Handing over John Ross to Sue Ellen.
and I win a round or two with him, which is good.
Yeah.
I think it's going to make the world happy if JR finally gets his comeuppance.
Sue Ellen is no longer taking any of his stuff. So she's no longer a victim. She's wealthy in her own right. She's terrific. I love Sue Ellen. He doesn't, but I do. I love her. I love the character, and I love the way she's grown and progressed and become her own woman.
Newcomer George Kennedy joins the Dallas cast this year as Carter McKay, who buys Ray Krebs' ranch next to South Fork.
JR, of course, is the personification of evil. And all of those people who have been waiting for JR to get his, this is your year, folks.
I told you she was a liar.
And he's a murderer.
The only murderer in that apartment was you, darling.
I wish it had been. Then I would have had my son, and you would have just been a bad memory.
So it looks like once again the world is out for JR. But when all is said and done...
Well, who always wins?
It's 10 before the hour. Next, the controversy over an Ohio doctor. And still ahead this morning, we'll be at home with Anthony Perkins, just trying to be helpful in Catch-22.
Well, if you could speak to Major Duluth.
This quadrant commander.
Yes, and tell him I don't want to fly anymore.
Well,
He's got raising up my visions again. He's trying to kill us all, and I can't do it because I'm desperate.
But it's not my business.
I'm desperate!
I'll see what I can do.
This morning's health segment is sponsored by Arthritis Pain Formula in maximum strength for hours of relief from minor arthritis pain.
Tomorrow night, the CBS News broadcast West 57th will show the shocking story of a doctor in Dayton, Ohio, who performs experimental surgery on women's sexual organs without their consent or knowledge. Correspondent Karen Burns covered the story, and she joins us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Harry. We did this story because what happened to these women could happen to anyone.
This man reminds me of someone that did experimentation in Auschwitz that was unchecked, and no one could stop them.
Dr. James C. Burt is a 67-year-old gynecologist and obstetrician in Dayton, Ohio. 22 years ago, he began to surgically alter the anatomy of women. He does this, he says, to make women better sex partners, and he's called it the love surgery. But some women call him a butcher.
I don't expect my current gynecologic peers to accept my work, and I am very willing to stand the test of time.
I hate to use the term Frankenstein, but it's almost like we're creating a new anatomy here, and in order to do that, some are falling by the wayside.
Dr. Bradley Busalko has seen Dr. Burt's idea of a new anatomy because he has examined 6 women Burt operated on.
When you first saw Dr. Burt's patients, had you ever seen any kind of surgery done like that?
I can honestly say I have not.
Is there any medical benefit to be obtained from it?
I feel that there's none.
Who is he to say that he can improve upon what God made? I did not ask this man to improve.
Sandy Shockey didn't ask Dr. Burt to do anything other than deliver her first child. But years ago, while she was still under anesthesia, Dr. Burt performed his love surgery on her without her knowledge or her consent.
The pain is extreme. I'm not talking about a little bit of discomfort. I mean sharp, piercing, knife-like pain that feels like something is tearing inside you. That what little joy you do feel during sex, it just doesn't seem to be worth it.
If you were an unscrupulous physician, you could take advantage of the majority of patients who walk into your office. I don't think that would be difficult.
Well, how do we trust if that's the case?
I think it's all we've got right now.
What makes the story truly shocking is that it's not just about one doctor. It's about a system that many people believe has allowed a doctor to harm people, to shatter lives, yet still keep practicing medicine.
The hospital knows about this in Dayton, Ohio. Why doesn't the hospital kick him out or stop him or something?
Well, the hospital not only knows, but they've allowed him to do this for almost 22 years, Harry. But the problem is that doctors tend to sue other doctors, and therefore this hospital has tried. Some people within the hospital have tried very hard to get rid of this doctor.
Mm-hmm.
People within have called him a quack, a charlatan, any number of names. But once they go to the lawyers at the hospital, they say, I'm sorry, we can't get rid of him. Our hands are legally tied. It's the law. We can't fire him.
Can't do anything about it.
That's what they say.
We'll look forward to it on West 57th tomorrow night. Okay. Karen Burns, good to see you. Thanks for coming in.
Good to see you.
4 minutes before the hour, we'll be back.
On CBS This Morning, here's a look at your weather. A cold front knifing its way across the Appalachians will trigger off showers and thunderstorms, which will extend from New England into the Deep South.
Mostly sunny and cool today, our high 45 to 50. Tonight, a chance of sprinkles or flurries, the low in the low 30s. Tomorrow, a 30% chance of showers, with the high again 45 to 50. 27 degrees in Des Moines this morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've just been handed a message that came in from Grover's Mill by telephone. Just one moment, please.
Of the creatures in the rocket cylinder at Grover's Mill, I can give you no authoritative information, either as to their nature, their origin, or their purposes here on Earth.
The voice of Orson Welles terrifying radio listeners 50 years ago. Welcome back to CBS This Morning. I'm Harry Smith.
And I'm Faith Daniels. Kathleen Sullivan is off this morning.
The War of the Worlds was a radio drama performed by Orson Welles' Mercury Theater. Just a radio drama, but it scared the daylight out of America. We will look back at fictitious but frightening invasion from Mars, talk to Howard Koch and the man who wrote it. Howard Koch is the man who wrote it. We'll sample a 50th anniversary production of the drama starring Jason Robart, Steve Allen, and Douglas Edwards. And we'll visit Grover's Mill, New Jersey, the real town where the Martian invaders were supposed to have landed.
I guess equally appropriate for a Halloween weekend, we will be at home with Anthony Perkins this morning, who played Norman Bates in Hitchcock's masterpiece of fright, Psycho. First, though, the news. Here again is Charlie Osgood. Charlie?
Thank you, Faith. Leading our news, Ronald Reagan back on home turf and hunting votes for George Bush. Mr. Reagan will deliver a foreign policy address today in Los Angeles. And as Ron Allen reports, he still knows how to play the crowds.
President Reagan remains enormously popular in the state he served 2 terms as governor and still calls home. He has made delivering California for George Bush a top priority.
You've already given me so much, I hesitate to ask you anything else. But will you do just one more favor for me? Will you go out and win one for the Gipper?
The race remains extremely close in California. Bush has pulled ahead of Dukakis only very recently. Last night at the San Diego Sports Arena, the president took several sporting shots at the Democratic opposition.
Now that the game seems to have turned against them, the liberals have started squealing that he's running a negative campaign. Well, I hope the people of Oakland will forgive me, but that would be a little like the A's complaining that the Dodgers ran a negative World Series.
This is just the beginning of a week-long campaign swing through several states where the Bush campaign has decided the race is too close for comfort. Yesterday, the president stopped in Little Rock, Arkansas, then Springfield, Missouri. But California has more electoral votes than both of those states and a few more combined. Mr. Reagan's home turf is the priority of this campaign trip. Later on Tuesday, the president will make his way north to his ranch near Santa Barbara for a weekend of rest. Then several more stops are planned in California as the president tries to use his popularity to push George Bush over the top. Ron Allen, CBS News, with the president in San Diego.
Michael Dukakis has challenged President Reagan's claim that if Harry Truman were alive, he'd be supporting George Bush. At a town meeting in Truman's hometown of Independence, Missouri, Dukakis compared himself with the late president, describing Truman as a liberal who balanced budgets. Earlier last night, Dukakis was interviewed by Dan Rather on the CBS Evening News. Dukakis blasted what he called Bush's negative advertising campaign.
Probably had more corruption and malfeasance than any administration in recent memory, if not in history, that the so-called war against drugs that this administration has been conducting under Mr. Bush's leadership has failed and failed pathetically. We've got 3 times as much cocaine coming into this country as we did when he started. So there's no mystery about why they put those ads on, and they have done damage.
Today, Dukakis campaigns in Missouri and Michigan. George Bush makes stops in California, Nebraska, and Illinois. The Soviet people are being told now for the first time that they have an official budget deficit. It's $58 billion, and that is bad news for consumers who already have to line up for the necessities of life. The Kremlin is now tapping international lenders such as Japan for about $9 billion in credit. A lot of American money may be going to replace a new U.S. embassy in Moscow that's almost complete and completely unusable. U.S. officials say the building is riddled with Soviet listening devices, and President Reagan has now decided it should be torn down. The estimated replacement cost about $300 million. The Federal Aviation Administration is moving to require airlines to replace the rivets on older Boeing 737s. The proposal would affect about 100 planes now in service, and experts say it would cost more than $80,000 per plane. The problem rivets are believed to allow skin cracking and could allow the fuselage to rip away, as happened to an Aloha Airlines 737. Rescue workers in Barrow, Alaska will be out again when daylight comes. They're hoping to find that the 2 trapped whales have gone on to open water. So far, we don't know whether that has happened or not. And David Dow tells us what went wrong.
Just as they were about to celebrate victory, rescue crews were back on the ice yesterday, still seeking a way out for 2 trapped California gray whales. The escape channel, carved by a Soviet icebreaker, froze quickly in temperatures of 18 below. Instead of swimming free, the whales were trapped again, bruised and bleeding in icy debris.
Everything just kind of fell to pieces last night. It didn't look very promising.
But the native crews were not about to give up. They began carving a new lifeline for the whales. The whales eagerly followed, apparently drawn by the noise of chainsaws. By late afternoon, the new string of breathing holes extended to within 1,000 feet of open water, to freedom. But even colder weather was coming in. How long could the water, the open lead, stay open?
To me, it was more appropriate to make a break than take a chance that the weather would really get bad tomorrow, and the lead that we saw tonight would be less available to the animals.
So the Americans asked the Russians for one last favor, to forge just one more channel for the whales. As darkness fell, a small work crew set up a marker light a few feet from the whale's final breathing hole. The ship was to crush another path, then retreat. Scientists hoped the whales would follow and be free, and act free, despite 3 weeks of human pampering.
They're wild animals, and very soon after they hit the open water, they're going to act like gray whales anywhere else.
This morning, scientists will visit the site where the whales were last seen, hoping to find just another empty hole. David Dow, CBS News, Point Barrow, Alaska.
And for now, that's it from the newsroom. Back to Harry and Faith.
Thanks very much, Charlie. Mark McEwen has been off, of course, all weekend with us. We're doing the weather all week has been Brian Sussman of KDKA in Pittsburgh. Brian?
Thank you, Harry. Mark, I sure hope you're not vacationing in the upper Mississippi Valley or around the Great Lakes because, boy, this afternoon, the snow will continue to fall in this part of the country. They're seeing some very gusty winds, too. The snow, as the day continues, will probably be falling also along some of the eastern sections of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. Then, as this frontal system continues to move out to sea, we'll be seeing rain in the northeastern United States. The heaviest rain will be north of New York. There will be rain in the city as the day continues. The rain will extend into the deep south. Some heavy thunderstorms anticipated down that way. Indeed, there are some heavy ones even as we speak, say in parts of Texas, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and northern sections of Louisiana. Some clouds scattered around the western United States. Maybe some rain in northern California, but that's just about it. Now, as far as cold temperatures go, take a look at what it's going to do tonight. In the northern United States, I think we call radiational cooling. Clear skies, a little snow on the ground. It is going to be chilly. Temperatures 0 to 10 degrees in parts of North Dakota, northern Minnesota. The teens will extend as far south as northern Nebraska. So as you can see, yes, it's not just looking fall-like, but almost winter-like in the northern United States. That's a quick peek at the nation's weather. Now here's a look at your weather.
For Des Moines, central Iowa, mostly sunny and cool today, our high 45 to 50. Tonight, a chance of sprinkles or flurries, the low in the low 30s. Tomorrow, a 30% chance of showers, with the high again 45 to 50. 27 degrees in Des Moines this morning.
Latest weather for now. Harry will be back with more next half hour.
Thanks, Brian. 8 minutes past the hour. Next, the War of the Worlds, the return of a radio classic.
The observers report the machines are moving at high rates of speed, but seem to be picking their way carefully, making a conscious effort to avoid disruption and destruction of cities or countryside.
"50 years ago this Sunday night, Martians invaded Earth. It wasn't real, only a drama on CBS radio. But to many of the 6 million people listening, it sounded very real and frightening. They heard a ballroom music program interrupted by a news bulletin of a Martian landing in New Jersey. Many didn't hear the disclaimers that it was just some Halloween fun.
It was the night before Halloween, 1938, 8 p.m. 23-year-old Orson Welles and his Mercury Theater presented a radio play based on H.G. Wells' novel, The War of the Worlds. John Houseman was the co-producer.
Within 10 minutes, I realized that the switchboards were deluged with complaints, calls, and that hell had broken loose.
Historians believe more than 1 million people took the broadcast literally.
We thought the world was coming to an end because of the Martians.
People were running and screaming and knocking on doors.
They were all excited, and one was saying to another, "Is this the end of the world?"
At a news conference the next day, Orson Welles defended the hoax.
I'm extremely surprised to learn that a story which has become familiar to children should have had such an immediate and profound effect upon radio listeners?
Suddenly, you realize that the spoken word through radio was able to affect the feeling, the emotions of the entire world.
The man who wrote the radio play, The War of the Worlds, was Howard Koch, a young writer who would go on to, from radio to Hollywood, where his credits would include co-authorship of the film classic Casablanca. Howard Koch is with us this morning. Good morning. I see you are holding there in front of you an original script of the historic radio broadcast. It's been on display at Sotheby's here in New York. They're going to be auctioning it in December. It is fragile. It has some notes scribbled on it. Those are your notes. There are some Orson Welles handwriting in the inside as well. I thought they confiscated all of those.
All but this. This was in my apartment. I didn't go down to the studio during the broadcast. And they came in, the police came in and took all the scripts they could get their hands on in the studio. But of course they didn't know that I had this one up on 72nd Street. And it's become now, I guess, the only one that I know of.
Amazing. They came to you and they said, H.G. Wells has this incredible story. Write it into a radio play. How many, you had what, 6 days?
Yes, and the way Orson wanted it, I could use very little from the H.G. Wells story except the idea of the invasion and description of the Martian machines and their heat wave.
Right.
But the rest of it, he wanted in news bulletin form and then first person singular and contemporary. And I said, but Orson, this is impossible to do in 6 days. That's original script. And Orson never brooked that kind of defiance. And he said, do it, that's all. So I went back and started on it. And I realized I needed a map, because I had to lay out a campaign between us and the Martians the way Orson wanted.
Sure.
And I had been up to the country, see my father, Kingston, New York, and coming down, I went through a portion of New Jersey. And so I stopped at a gas station, and they gave me New Jersey map. So when I came back to my apartment, I spread out the map on the table, closed my eyes, put the pencil down.
And that's where the Martians landed.
That was Grover's Mill. Yeah.
Now, I know you worked tirelessly on the script for 6 days.
Yes.
Is it true you had no idea when you woke up the next day that after the radio broadcast that all this furor had been created by what you had written?
Not in the least. They had tried to reach me during the night, but I was so tired I didn't wake up. And the way I found out was I was going down. I had 1/2 morning off before the next assignment, and that was a chance to get a haircut. So I walked down 72nd Street, and I heard passers-by saying words like war, invasion, so on. And I rushed into the barber shop and I said, what's going on? Hitler made a move? We're in war or something? And he laughed and held up the morning paper.
And there it was.
And there it was, Martian invasions, play, Panic's Nation, or words to that effect.
Yeah.
Well, very odd moment in my life.
Howard, thanks very much for coming and joining us this morning.
Oh,
we appreciate it. To remember that 1938 War of the Worlds and 1988 war will be broadcast, and Faith has that story.
Harry, for the 50th anniversary, an independent company, Other World Media, came up with the idea to redo War of the Worlds, and they have done just that with Jason Robards during the Orson Welles role and Steve Allen, and even longtime CBS anchorman Doug Edwards in the cast. It'll be broadcast on public radio this Sunday.
Those strange beings who landed in the Jersey farmlands tonight are the vanguard of an invading army from the planet Mars.
Should we bomb them back to the Stone Age?
It is all too evident that these creatures have scientific knowledge far in advance of our own.
This is the end now. The latest report, 120 known survivors. This will upset the country again.
A nationwide panic is not what this production is after. The new version of The War of the Worlds simply hopes to revive radio drama.
Radio is still a very important thing. You have to let the words carry you. The right words are the most important thing.
Dr. Pearson, what was their weapon like? A heat ray. My guess that in some way they're able to generate an intense heat in a chamber of absolute non-conductivity.
But if this looks like a movie set, it's because it's being recorded at George Lucas's Skywalker Ranch in an attempt at the ultimate radio realism.
Please.
We're moving this medium into the 20th century. We are taking it on the road. We are recording on location. I mean, that's something that I don't think anyone has really ever done before with it. We're treating it like a cinematic event, cinema for the mind.
So the latest of high-tech recording systems is being used.
This thing is so cutting edge that even I don't know how it works.
Randy Tom, the sound designer of many films, including The Empire Strikes Back and The Right Stuff, is in charge of the recording, and David Osman is the director.
We don't have to record wind and fill it in later on. This machine appears, you don't see it, but it's always there. It's there down here, right? So what we're doing is just recording exactly the way television or film is recorded. It makes our production easier, and it makes it real.
In the interest of making it all sound real, David Osman hooked up CBS News veteran Douglas Edwards in Tallahassee, Florida, with Steve Allen in New York via satellite.
Very bad news, Doug.
Steve Allen remembers listening to the broadcast in Chicago when he was just 17.
When we heard that they were sighted in the skies over our city, we thought we should get out. That was a pretty irrational response. Get out where? You know, if we could get out to Cleveland, it might have made some sense, but just to get out in the street made no sense. Nevertheless, that's where we were immediately headed.
Are people going to head that way this Sunday night? This crowd of unsuspecting picnickers was recruited to play the voices of frightened citizens. And they certainly let their imaginations run wild.
The monsters in your mind are far more terrifying than the ones that anyone can visualize for you.
So even today, it seems that a suspension of disbelief is possible. And perhaps that's still what radio can do best. Tomorrow in the small town of Grover's Mill, a commemorative monument will be unveiled by Howard Koch and by New Jersey Governor Thomas Kean. We have the very first sneak preview of the monument this morning. Joining us live from Grover's Mills is Douglas Forrester, chairman of the commemorative committee. Good morning, Doug.
Good morning.
I guess that's the monument we're seeing right there.
It certainly is.
What does it say?
We have a bronze monument which was sculpted by Jay Warren, which is a fine example of what we're trying to portray here. We have the three main elements of the celebration. We have the spaceship, we have Orson Welles at the mic, and we have an American family listening to the radio. You know, one of the important things here that we're trying to point out is that this is not just a little local event. Grover's Mill is part of West Windsor, but it really has become part of the national consciousness because of the significance of what happened that night. It really was a national event.
But the people in Grover's Mill were somehow seen to have panicked more than the rest of the country. You don't see it that way, do you?
Well, there were very few people here in Grover's Mill back in 1938. Most of the reports of the panic were reports from the West Coast, Manhattan, and northern New Jersey. There are certainly amusing anecdotes that come from this part of the country as well, but this town responded the same way everybody else did, which is one of the main reasons that we wanted to commemorate the golden anniversary. We're having a good time. We're commemorating the only place the Martians have landed. That's worth a good party.
You're also going to put a time capsule in, I understand, that will be dug up again on the 100th anniversary. What's going to be in it?
Yes, we are. You can see the time capsule to my left. The time capsule will contain mementos from those in our Grover's Mill circle who have helped us with the celebration, as well as some school children and some public remembrances. That'll be unearthed on the 100th anniversary. in order that we can continue to remember what is a very unique piece of Americana.
Douglas Forrester, thanks so much for joining us. Have a great weekend out there. Howard
Thank
Koch,
you very
thank you
much.
as well. It's 22 past the hour. Coming up, Friday at Home with Anthony Perkins.
Welcome back to CBS This Morning. I'm Harry Smith.
And I'm Faith Daniels in for Kathleen Sullivan. Anthony Perkins has played everything from light comedy to heavy drama, more than 300 roles in all. But his most memorable characterization is Norman Bates of Psycho. Yesterday, Tony Perkins talked with Kathleen from his Hollywood home, and we'll be hearing that conversation this half hour.
It didn't take long for Tony Perkins to be recognized as a real talent. He won a Tony for his second Broadway play and an Oscar nomination for his second movie. So we're going to see more with Tony Perkins in just a bit. Now the news. Here's Lynn Brown. Lynn?
Good morning, Harry. Leading our news this half hour, a ruling by the French government that a controversial abortion pill must be put back on the market. And the company making the pill says it will go along with the order. The company had withdrawn the pill after coming under heavy pressure from anti-abortion groups, but the withdrawal brought a flood of protest from public health officials. The French government says it acted today because it feels it's a threat to public health not to sell the pills. 11 days to go in Campaign 88, and Michael Dukakis is playing catch-up. Dukakis appeared at a town meeting last night in Independence, Missouri, Harry Truman's hometown. And Dukakis scoffed at President Reagan's claim that if Truman were alive, he'd be supporting George Bush. Dukakis even used what Bush calls the L word, saying that he, like Truman, is, quote, a liberal who balanced budgets. For his part, George Bush is enjoying a solid lead in the polls, and he says his negative campaigning against Dukakis is over. Bush spent last night trading one-liners with Bob Hope at Hope's home near Los Angeles. These celebrities there ranged from Jane Russell and Gene Autry to relative newcomers like Tom Selleck. Bush referred to his host by saying that with the campaign winding down, he's happy. There's hope. In San Francisco this morning, doctors are counting on a nationwide search to find the donor organs they need for a series of life-saving liver transplants. 5 people were stricken after they ate poisonous death-cap mushrooms at a dinner party in Portland, Oregon last weekend. Doctors say Andy Clark is in dire need of an immediate transplant. He was rushed to San Francisco by Learjet along with Glenda Sobolik. She's already had a liver transplant, and she's now in critical condition. Doctors say the poison directly attacks the liver, brain, and kidney.
All of the patients who have developed problems with liver injury, problems with blood clotting, and changes in their mental status have died.
The death cap is considered to be the most deadly of all mushrooms. Well, it is still hours until dawn in Barrow, Alaska, and there is no word on the fate of the California gray whales. Rescue workers had gotten them to within reach of a channel opened by a Soviet icebreaker, but the whales refused to make the final dive to freedom. The Soviets then agreed to a final gamble, a nighttime push towards the very edge of the whale's breathing hole. Rescue workers hope that first light will show the whales have moved to open water. And you may recall that we told you earlier this week about a piece of luggage that dropped from the sky into an Indiana cornfield. Well, word this morning is it had fallen 22,000 feet after going through a broken window on a small plane. The owner and the suitcase now have been reunited, and damage to the suitcase was relatively minor. So we expect the next time we see it will be in a luggage commercial. That's it from here. We go back to Harry and Faith. Have a good weekend.
You know it'll happen.
Thanks, Lynn.
Mark McEwen's off all week. Here again is Brian Sussman of KDKA-TV in Pittsburgh. Brian, how about the weekend weather?
Oh, yeah, lots of people are going to be making plans for the coming weekend, so if you have any outdoor stuff in the works, stay tuned. I'll have the outdoor forecast for Saturday upcoming. In the meantime, though, let's talk about what's happening right now. We have some wintry weather indeed in the Great Lakes region. Several inches of snow on the ground in parts of Michigan. Very gusty winds rolling through this area, too. There's a frontal system that's causing all the bad weather ahead of the front. There's going to be rain today. The heaviest rain will primarily be north of New York City. Then there'll be some thunderstorms going on in the south. Some of those thunderstorms could be kind of heavy at times. Lots of clouds in the far western United States. We'll be seeing a little bit of rain moving into northern California. Now, here's what's going to happen tomorrow. There will be a great deal of sunshine in the nation's midsection tomorrow, although the temperatures in this region will be kind of on the crisp side. Very, very fall-like for sure. As far as the rain goes, it'll be confined to basically the southeastern United States, and we'll be seeing a few possible thunderstorms in the far western United States, and those will be mostly mountain-induced thunderstorms. That's a quick look at the nation's weather for today and tomorrow. Now here's a look at your weather.
Forecast for Des Moines and central Iowa, mostly sunny and cool today, a high 45 to 50. Tonight, a chance of sprinkles or snow flurries, a low in the low 30s. Tomorrow, a 30% chance of rain, a high near 50. Currently in Des Moines, we have clear skies and 26 degrees.
That's it for my stint in New York. Harry, Faith, it's been a lot of fun. Crew, you've been great. And blue skies, America. We'll see you again.
Come back and visit sometime, Brian.
It's 25 before the hour. Before she left for a long weekend, Kathleen spent some time yesterday talking with Anthony Perkins. Next, her conversation at home with the star of Psycho, the perfect film for Halloween and maybe even Mother's Day.
Did you go out with friends?
Well, a boy's best friend is his mother.
Home With segment of CBS This Morning is sponsored by Sominex. Sominex helps you fall asleep gently. Sleep safe, sweet dreams, good night.
Halloween is just a few days away. And to get in the mood, this Friday we visited home with an actor who starred in one of the scariest movies ever made. His career has spanned more than 3 decades and includes nearly 100 screen and stage roles, but he will probably be best remembered as the part-time taxidermist and full-time madman in the Hitchcock classic Psycho. We spend this morning at home in Hollywood with Anthony Perkins. Honors came early. In 1956, in his only second movie, Friendly Persuasion, he got an Oscar nomination. A year later, in his second role on Broadway, he won a Tony Award. And 20 years later, he was still drawing rave reviews from theater critics for the drama Equus. Among his 41 movie roles, Perkins has played a doomed Australian Navy lieutenant in a world devastated by nuclear war, the enthusiastic but ineffective chaplain Tapman in Catch-22,
Sergeant Towser speaking,
and the victim's secretary in the murderous world of Agatha Christie.
Until a couple of weeks ago.
Well, But rarely do actor, role, and film merge as memorably as they did in Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho. To millions of us, Anthony Perkins is still Norman Bates and still scary.
And over there.
The bathroom.
Yeah.
Home for Anthony Perkins and his family is secluded. It includes a display of family photos and a long hallway that runs almost the entire length of the house. And that's where he's invited us this morning. Good morning, Tony. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
What is that scary jack-o'-lantern looking thing about to your right in the front of the hallway? You don't wear that around the house, do you?
No, not really. You know, I was listening to your introduction and hearing you refer to Norman Bates as full-time madman, but I think one of the charms of that character and one of the reasons that it's endured through a couple of sequels is actually he's such a schizophrenic personality and has his nice side and his agreeable side and his friendly side as well.
Do you have to go over and over again in your head who is Norman Bates and why did he command such attention from the public?
Well, I think that's one of the reasons, actually, that he's not really a villain. He's someone who really tries hard to rise above his circumstances and live a productive and a socially acceptable life. It's his other side. It's his dark side, and I think a lot of people can connect with that and feel that perhaps they have a little of Norman Bates in them too.
Well, the house you're in right now surely doesn't look like the Bates Motel.
It doesn't, I agree.
It's lovely. I'm so surprised. Are you somewhat of a displaced New Yorker? So surprised to see you in a Spanish, kind of a Mexican house in Southern California.
I don't feel like a displaced New Yorker, really. Having moved around so much in my career and in my life, I'm pretty set wherever I am. I've done a lot of location work. You know, these days, especially actors have to be used to getting up and packing a suitcase and going to, for instance, I just spent 8 weeks in Hungary, in Budapest. Now, to some people that might turn out to be a difficult experience or a place they would be chafing to get out of, but I just found a way of settling in and giving myself a day-to-day life, a working life in Budapest, and it is a depressed economy and the people there are sometimes a little bit more serious than we think of ordinary people as being, but I just managed to make it part of my life. It didn't bother me. So I don't really feel displaced from New York. I think if we moved back to New York, I wouldn't feel displaced from here either.
Can you show me a little bit of your home?
Sure.
This is the long hallway, and it goes into kind of a continuous space where I think someone is waiting for us, in fact.
Sure, yeah, exactly.
It's nice and open, airy feeling, isn't it? Is that why you bought the house?
Yes, it is. It's one of the reasons we did. And one of the things we definitely want, here's a beautiful shot of my wife, actually, who's waiting for us right here. We wanted a big living room that would be the most useful room in the house, and not just be a room that was set apart for entertaining and doing things that were more formal than living might be.
Barry Berenson Perkins. Thank you for joining us, Barry.
Hi, how
are you?
Good.
You are so well known as a photographer, but it has always surprised me, considering that your grandmother was such a well-known fashion designer, Elsa Schiaparelli, that you decided to go into photography and not model.
I was actually pretty unattractive as a teenager. It just never occurred to me to model. It was not... What?
When did you decide to become a photographer?
I guess when I was about 19 or 20. After I had left school, I basically had to find something to do because we went to English boarding schools and they didn't teach you much of anything except sewing and cooking. So we didn't know much how to do anything, and I didn't go to college. So my sister and I basically had to go out and find something to do, and Mariza chose the modeling, and I chose the photography.
Still, it's a little hard to imagine her as an unglamorous and unattractive teenager, isn't it?
Well, the two of you were somewhat one of the most celebrated couples, I guess, in the 70s. You were much younger than your husband, weren't you, at the time,
yeah.
Barry?
I still am.
Tony, you were kind of well known to be ensconced in bachelorhood.
Exactly. But surprising things can happen to anyone in life.
Well, so what was it? You have had about, 15 years now to look back and figure out what it was that put you two together?
Exactly. And I still really haven't figured it out. It's funny, Barry took a picture of me when we first met. She was on an assignment for Interview magazine, and she came down to my house in Chelsea and took a few pictures. And in one of the pictures, which she might show you, I've got this quizzical look, this mysterious kind of a half smile and half serious. It's like, what is happening to me? Who is this girl that's just run into my life? How did all this happen? I can see that expression on my face quite clearly. I don't know whether the camera picks it up. It's definitely one of mystery.
Barry, is it true that your children already are 14 and 12 years old? Not really children.
Can you believe that? Well, we can't believe it. We look at them and we think, I don't know how this happened so quickly. It's just not possible.
And even when you look at pictures taken of them every year, you say, well, look, here they were 2, here they were 3, here they were 4, but where is the process? Where is the growing up process best illustrated? It isn't illustrated. It's invisible. It happens in spite of the fact that you may wish it to slow down.
Well, we're going to continue our visit with you in just a moment. We're going to go away for a commercial with you, Anthony Perkins, your wife, Barry Berenson. And we will return to California in just a moment. And we return now to our pre-Halloween visit with the actor who, for many years, made people afraid to go into the shower, the star of Hitchcock's masterpiece of fright, Psycho, Anthony Perkins. Anthony, you have that grimace look. Boy, I'll never be able to get rid of Norman Bates.
But you know it's okay. It's only not okay, or it only wouldn't be all right if I had a resistance to that identification. But so long as it doesn't rub off on me, on my own real personality, it doesn't matter.
You know, as I watched you this morning, you seem more at ease in this house than most people do in their homes. You kind of couch yourself against the wall and you kind of curl up inside of it, don't you?
One reason...
Take me into the dining room if you can.
One reason is that people have such a pre-worked out idea of me that I do resemble some of my roles. And I know I go to some pains, some length to try to illustrate, to show a different side of me, that I'm a family guy with a beautiful young wife and 2 teenage kids, something that I guess Norman Bates would never have.
Mm-hmm. Are you in the dining room area of your house?
Yeah.
You just left Barry in the living room.
Yes.
And again, you're apparently a very tall man, is that true? How tall are you?
I'm about I'm almost 6'3".
And you feel very comfortable in some of the old Spanish-style houses?
Yeah, they built them tall. When we had our house in New York, even though it wasn't cramped, the ceilings always did feel a little bit close to my head.
If you could sit down at the dining room table, I want to talk to you a little bit about acting and apparently directing. Is it true that you may direct Psycho 4?
The whole thing about directing is it's not exactly like an acting job where you can say, well, look, I'll make the best of this. I'll throw my entire soul and energy into this and do it the very, very best I can, which, of course, is the only way to accept any kind of a job, especially if it's got some creativeness to it. But if you're going to direct a movie, it has to be something that you can't not do. I remember when I first read the script of Psycho 3, I put the last page down and I said, I have to direct this. This is necessary. And I think I've directed another film, actually, since then, and I felt the same way about that. And you have an obligation to the material. You have an obligation to the actors you're going to be working with. You have an obligation to the people who are supplying the X number of millions of dollars. You just have to be in love with it, passionately in love with it. You have to have a need to illustrate this material and to find a way to make it entertaining and meaningful. So if I read the script of Psycho 4 and I really like it and I really find things in it that I would like to dramatize and bring to a mass audience, a world audience, well, then I will put in my bid to direct it.
Do you feel you have an obligation to Alfred Hitchcock? Oh,
definitely. You know, there's not that many people left who are still kind of carrying the torch, the Psycho torch, as it were. And there's a great deal of kind of business-like the commercialization of the topic, which is very, very easy. There's easy dollars there for the studios and for people who want to do games and videos and one thing and another. You have to be very, very careful that you remember the respect and dignity that the original had, and that hopefully the sequels have had so far. And that you keep a level head and you say, look, is this worth it? Is this a story that needs to be told?
Do you feel that if you do Psycho again, that it has to be reasonable? Someone said the word reasonable to you. What did that mean?
Well, that was a criticism, actually. I thought it was the shortest criticisms are always the best because they're the easiest to take, you know, and the easiest to remember. And a good friend of mine found that the first sequel of Psycho was too reasonable, and I thought that was an excellent observation. It wasn't crazy enough. It wasn't psycho enough. And the first Psycho it's an unreasonable story, and obviously, if you're going to, incidentally, when you said do Psycho again, well, that's something we wouldn't want to do. We wouldn't want to walk in the same footsteps if possible. The trouble with some remakes, and actually I think it was one of the problems with this second remake, that's Psycho 3, it was too much like. It was almost like the first one. If we find a way to do a fourth Psycho film, we'll try to find a way not to repeat ourselves.
There are so many horror films out there now. There's Friday the 13th, probably the 13th Friday the 13th.
Yeah, exactly. How
does Psycho, or New Hope, Psycho distinguishes itself among the realm of horror films?
It'll distinguish itself, hopefully, in that the violence and the antisocial behavior in it is associated with the story, and that it's not just put there for movie reasons, for distributor reasons, for keeping them awake reasons. There's so much violence in films today goes unnoticed by the audience. They take a passive view of it, and the danger of that is when they then see violence on television, on the news, they can also have a passive reaction towards it. And I think that filmmakers who are going to deal with violence and with antisocial behavior have an obligation to have it be startling and having it be a part of the story, having it be shocking enough so that when we see the real thing, we're also shocked.
Psycho for Tony Perkins reasons. And Tony, thank you so much for joining us this morning and letting us into your house. And please thank Barry as well.
I will. Thanks.
And we'll be back.
On CBS This Morning, here's a look at your weather.
The forecast for Des Moines and Central Iowa, mostly sunny and cool today, a high 45 to 50. Tonight, a chance of sprinkles or snow flurries, a low in the low 30s. Tomorrow, a 30% chance of rain, a high near 50. Currently in Des Moines, we have clear skies and 26 degrees.
I want to remind you when you go to bed Saturday night that daylight savings time ends. Spring forward, fall back.
Absolutely.
So turn it back Saturday night. Monday on CBS This Morning, we're going to begin a look at television, past, present, and future. It's going to be interesting. Be with us.
Our immediate future in television has Shirley MacLaine talking with us on Monday, and tonight the CBS Evening News with Dan Rather. You know, the fashion designers unveiled their spring lines in Paris, and we want to leave you this morning with some of their creations.
Have a great weekend.
See you on Halloween.
Bye-bye.
Service only at Safeway.
Jerry Brown's weather, weeknights on News 7.
The following is based on an actual court case.
The crime of burglary is not punishable by death.
When his rattlesnakes kill a burglar.
I thought the robbers would believe the sign.
Was it a last resort?
The last 2 years I've been hit 16 times.
Or was it manslaughter?
Vardis Fisher took the law into his own hands, and Frank Sterling died as a result.
Judge Jill Jakes and Judge Lewis Welsh preside, where the issues are real, the decisions are final. Superior Court.
We understand the community has raised money for Mr. Fisher's defense. Is that right,
No
Counsel?
comment.
Mr. Fisher, do you still feel justified in what you did?
You bet I do.
We'll have a statement for the press after the trial. Thank you.
Ms. Bernard.
Mr. Bernard, why is the DA's office prosecuting Fisher when the people in his neighborhood want to hang a medal on him?
Well, take a seat and listen. And when you hear how Frank Sterling died, you won't have to ask why we're trying Fisher for manslaughter.
Please come to order. Superior Court is now in session. The Honorable Jill Jakes, Judge presiding. Be seated. The jury is impaneled, and I believe we have disposed of all preliminary motions, so let us proceed with the case of State versus Fisher. Mr. Bernard, your opening statement, please.
Yes. Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm Morgan Bernard, the Assistant District Attorney. There is no principle more firmly established in American law than the one regarding trap setting. You are not allowed to defend property by setting a trap that will take the life of another. And yet, on December 11th of last year, Vardis Fisher let loose 4 large, deadly diamondback rattlesnakes in his auto parts store. A few hours later, Frank Sterling died from the bites of those snakes. Now, once you have heard all the facts presented here today, I am sure that you'll agree with the state that Vardis Fisher is guilty of manslaughter and should be sent to prison for the maximum sentence of 11 years.
Mr. Willoughby, statement for the defense, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm James Willoughby. I represent Vardis Fisher. The prosecutor left out some crucial facts in his opening comments. Mr. Bernard failed to mention the almost total failure of police protection in Mr. Fisher's neighborhood. He left out the number of times Mr. Fisher's store had been robbed and burglarized. He omitted the large sign that Mr. Fisher had posted to warn potential burglars of the snakes that guarded his store at night. Vardis Fisher is a law-abiding, hard-working citizen like all of you. He did not intend the snakes to be a trap, else he would not have advertised their presence. He meant them to scare off the burglars who were driving him out of business. We will prove that Frank Sterling knew about the snakes, yet had broken into and was burglarizing Mr. Fisher's store when he was bitten. Frank Sterling is the criminal in this case, not my client.
The state has begun its case by calling Detective Sergeant William Mays to the stand.
Last December the 11th, Mr. Mays?
We got a anonymous call at 11:45 p.m. burglary in progress at Fisher Car Parts. We hit the lights, but not the sirens, because we wanted to take these guys, because Fisher had been hit 5-6 times.
Yes, what did you find at Mr. Fisher's store?
Forced entry in the back and the whole front window lying in pieces on the sidewalk.
Did you enter the store?
No, sir. We were about to, and we saw that sign, deadly rattlesnakes loose inside at night. We decided to call the owner before entering.
You knew the owner?
Oh, sure. Vardis Fisher had been in business there as long as I'd been on the force. In no time, he comes barreling up to the store and tells us not to go in until he gets the snakes caught.
Did you then enter the building with the defendant?
No, sir. Diamondback don't care if you're wearing a uniform. Besides, while he was looking for the snakes, the loop sticks to catch them, we got another call.
And what was the nature of the second police dispatch?
Emergency at 1921 Nass Street, about 3 blocks away. I left Tim at Fisher's place and drove down there. I found this black girl screaming and moaning and holding on to this guy who's all cut up and bleeding.
Please tell the jury who the young man was who was dying on the steps of 1921 Nass.
Night Boy Sterling.
That's Frank Sterling, the snakebite victim?
If that's what you want to call him. The victim was twitching and frothing from the mouth and bleeding from about 10 places.
Did Frank Sterling live to see County General?
Nah, they were carrying a corpse. When I got back to Fisher's place, he'd rounded up the snakes. Inside, we found Pelvis Pritchard stuck up on a shelf, sniveling like a little baby. He said he wouldn't come down till we turned on the lights so he could see the snakes were gone.
That is Elvis Pritchard, right, Sergeant, with the street name Pelvis? Did you take a statement from Pritchard?
Right after I read him his rights.
And what did he say about the snakes?
Objection. Mr. Bernard's asking for hearsay.
Sustained. Mr. Pritchard is on the witness list. We'll hear from him directly.
Well, then that's all I have for this witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Willoughby?
Sergeant Mays, is there an unofficial police designation for Mr. Fisher's neighborhood?
Yeah, Mr. Fisher's store is west of Pecos Street, and we got a saying down at the station, there's no law west of the Pecos.
Can you tell the jury why you say that?
Oh, well, it's the highest violent crime rate in the city. No cop goes in there without their hands on their gun or a backup close by.
Tell me, Sergeant Mays, did you know Night Boy Sterling well?
You mean Frank? Sure. I mean, down at the station, he was a fixture. I collared him maybe 10, 12 times.
Objection and move to strike. This whole line of questioning is irrelevant.
Irrelevant? Come on, Bernard. You're trying to hide Sterling's record so you can railroad the jury in the...
Mr. Willoughby! Approach the bench. Mr. Willoughby, if you force me to declare a mistrial because of your careless remarks in front of the jury, I will hold you in contempt. Am I understood?
Your Honor, the dead man was a
Judge
street
Jeeves, you
hood.
heard the testimony. Vardis Fisher set an indiscriminate trap for anybody. If Mays and his partner had walked through that door, they'd have been bitten just like Sterling. And that is why Sterling's record is irrelevant.
I agree, Mr. Bernard. The objection to sustain the motion to strike is granted. Now go back to your places while I instruct the jury. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am sustaining the prosecutor's objection to questions regarding the criminal background of Frank Sterling.
Why is she doing that? Sterling was a thief. That's the whole point.
He is not on trial.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fisher.
Please
it's the
ignore
law.
anything you may have heard in that
Sometimes you
regard.
can sneak
You
into
may
the
not
back door, but you
consider
can't
it
get
when
into the
reaching your
front.
verdict.
I'm sure going to try.
Mr. Willoughby, would you like to continue cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant Mays, after Night Boy Sterling's body was removed, did you obtain a warrant to search his apartment?
Yes, sir, I did. Well, we've got a list here of the stolen articles we
Move
found
to
in his...
strike, Your Honor. Mr. Willoughby is trying to circumvent your previous ruling.
Motion granted. Jury will disregard the answer. Mr. Willoughby, you have been warned, and I will not warn you again. Drop this line of questioning, or you will be in contempt.
Sure, Your Honor.
Are you going to be job hunting forever? Take charge of your life at WSS. We'll train you on the latest IBM and WAG office equipment. We'll teach you important skills that can get you ahead. WSS can help you with financial aid if you qualify, and we even offer job placement assistance.
Classes begin monthly, so get started on your business career today. Call 457-1818, the Washington School for Secretaries.
This pasta will stay good for a year in your freezer. This dried linguine will outlast most marriages. And this will probably survive the next ice age. On the other hand, Contadina fresh pastas and sauces won't last very long at all. We make them fresh, and we keep them fresh, which naturally gives them a great fresh taste. Contadina fresh pastas and sauces. Our days are numbered, but we wouldn't have it any other way.
Rolex and Fleischer's Jewelers of Maryland and Hyattsville, your official Rolex jeweler, present a unique opportunity to own the ultimate timepiece, a Rolex. See one of the largest selections of Rolex watches in the area at Fleischer's Jewelers in Maryland. All Rolex timepieces come with a warranty backed by 8 decades of Rolex experience. So for Father's Day, graduation, or any special occasion, it's your official Rolex jeweler, Fleischer's Jewelers of Maryland in the Queens Chillum Shopping Center in Hyattsville.
I'm not perfect. I don't look perfect. I'm not 21, or what our ideal is as 21. But if you exercise, you're going to reach something that's very satisfying. You're going to see a change in your body, and then you're going to want to do it more, and then you're going to see more changes. So you might not reach perfection, but it's a growing process. You're always working. You're always getting better. And if you're always getting better, how much more can you ask for?
Join Holiday and get this special 4-month membership. Call Holiday today.
Assistant District Attorney Wogan Bernard is questioning Leatrice Sterling, the common-law wife of the deceased Frank Sterling.
Yeah, I went down, and there was Nightboy bleeding and twitching. I thought he had gotten himself cut in a razor fight till I seen all them holes.
Was Frank able to tell you what had happened to him?
Objection. That calls for hearsay.
Overruled. Ladies and gentlemen, ordinarily a witness is not permitted to quote the words of another person. That's the hearsay rule. But the words of a dying person are an exception. The words of a dying person as to from whom and how he sustained his injuries are presumed to be reliable. So you may answer, Miss Sterling.
Well, he was choking on this phone out his mouth, but he said, me and Pelvis hit that tire store. They got snakes in there, big snakes. They done bit me all over.
Did he say anything else?
No. That pig, that cop came. And I told him to call an ambulance, but it was too late. Nightboy never said nothing else. He just died.
Thank you. That's all, Your Honor.
Cross-examine Mr. Willoughby.
Mrs. Sterling, where did Nightboy Sterling work?
Work?
Is that a foreign word? How was Nightboy able to support you and your baby?
I don't know. But he always had a little. He never went to no 9 to 5, if that's what you're saying.
Well, he had no job. Was Nightboy Sterling a thief?
Your Honor, counsel is determined to flaunt the will of the court and the rule of law by asking irrelevant questions about Frank Sterling's alleged criminal behavior.
Objection is sustained. Approach the bench. Mr. Willoughby, your conduct is outrageous. I hereby find you in contempt, and when this trial is over, you will be sentenced. Furthermore, if you continue in this vein, I will declare a mistrial.
Sure, Your Honor.
Call Deputy Assistant Coroner Inez Kirikawa. Dr. Kirikawa, what was the conclusion reached after reading the autopsy on Frank Sterling?
That the subject has sustained 9 bites from 1 or more large poisonous reptiles.
Did the police bring you the snakes that they found at Vardis Fisher's Auto Parts store?
They did, and I brought one of them with me.
What is the size and weight of this snake?
This diamondback is about 3.5 feet long and weighs 5 pounds, about the same as the other 3.
Would a bite from one of these snakes kill a normal, healthy man?
Untreated, it would, in about 6 to 8 hours.
What if 4 of these snakes bit a man a total of 9 times, what would happen?
He would go into shock and die quickly. I doubt even anti-venom shots could save him.
In your examination, Doctor, did you determine that it was Vardis Fisher snakes that killed Frank Sterling?
There's no way to know that for certain.
No way to know? Well, what can you say for certain, Dr. Kirikawa?
That the venom I found in Frank Sterling's tissues is consistent with that of a large diamondback rattlesnake, like this one taken from Mr. Fisher's store.
Have you ever watched people at the market? They all think they know how to pick the best orange. They squeeze, they tap, they shake. I have no idea what she's doing. But all they have to do is twist the wrist. If it says sun-kissed, you pick it. Hey, always read the label.
Fresh sun-kissed oranges now available at Basics and More.
Don't wait for the sun to lighten your hair. The summer might end before the highlights are there. Get natural-looking highlights as soon as tonight. Let a little sun in, do your hair right. Let gentle for softness, a super for flair. A new natural lemon puts sun in your hair. A little spritz does it, the sun does the rest. For natural-looking summer hair, sun in's the best. Don't wait for the sun to get your hair bright. Get natural-looking highlights as soon as tonight. Put sun in your hair, do your hair right.
Brick and concrete, sewers and digging, roofing and guttering. Johnny, be quick. Window replacement, electrical wiring, carpentry, paneling. Johnny, be quick. Bathrooms and kitchens, painting and papering, tile and carpeting. Johnny, be quick. Hot water heaters, air conditioning and heating, sewer and drain cleaning. Johnny, be quick. And, of course, all kinds of plumbing. Call Johnny, be quick. 277-6969. 277-6969.
Looked for a job lately? Employers wanting experience only? Maybe it's time you looked into a career as a medical assistant at the National Education Center. This phone number is a good place to start. What are you waiting for? Stop drifting. Call for a brochure on careers in the medical field. Call 1-800-722-7337. 1-800-722-7337.
Elvis Pritchard, who was arrested at the time of Frank Sterling's death, has been called as the state's final witness.
Did you then break into Fisher's car parts by way of the back door?
Yeah, right, like I needed some seat covers for my Impala, and I wanted some, tape decks I could sell, just doing business and stuff. So we went down there and got in real easy, man. It was like being home. Then Night Boy says, hey, man, did you hear that? And I said, hear what? And then I heard it. Those things that they shave with the handles? What do you call those things?
Maracas.
Right. It was just like that, like... Well, I pull out my light, and I start looking around, and boom, that's when I saw them.
You saw what?
The snakes, man, these huge snakes, and there was one right in front of us, his tail was kind of like, wiggling like that, and then boom, got Night Boy right in the leg, man, like lightning. So I started climbing the shelves, and I didn't stop till I hit the ceiling.
And what about Frank Sterling? Was he able to climb to safety?
He freaked. He started screaming and stuff, and I guess he tripped over something because when I hit him with my light, he was on the ground, and there was all these snakes around him. And they were, just going back and biting him and going back and biting him, man. It was sad.
Was he able to get up?
Yeah, he got up. He had the snake attached to his arm. He kind of threw the snake on the floor, and then he hit it to the window, and he kept running until he was on the sidewalk. And then he kept going after that, man, just screaming and stuff.
You then just stayed up on the shelf until the police came?
Hey, I'd still be up there now, man, if the cops hadn't come.
Thank you. No more questions, Your Honor.
Your witness, Mr. Willoughby.
Mr. Pritchard, where are you presently residing?
I'm a guest of the state. Free room and board. 3 to 7 B&E.
3 to 7 years in state prison for breaking and entering. Did you ever turn over a place where they had a guard dog, Elvis?
Yeah. Those are the kind of places I like. It's real easy, You just get some paregoric, put it in raw meat, give it to the dog. They're out like a light.
So guard dogs were no problem. You said that being in Mr. Fisher's store was like being home. How many times had you and Night Boy Sterling broken into Mr. Fisher's store? Come on, Mr. Bernard gave you immunity to testify, didn't he?
Mr. Willoughby.
8 or 9 times. It's all right, Judge. You know, the DA can't get me for them robberies. You see, I got a deal with Mr. Bernard, right?
Judge Jakes instructed the jury to ignore Elvis Pritchard's testimony about previous break-ins. The prosecution concluded its case. Attorney James Willoughby then called Bartis Fisher, the defendant, to the stand.
Fisher Auto Parts store. What happened?
The robbers and the burglars, they finally drove me out. 40 years I was there. 40 years, earning a living, taking care of my family, selling parts to people who couldn't afford to take their cars to a shop.
Now, during those 40 years, how many times were you robbed and burglarized?
First 20, I never was touched. Then after the late 60s, once, twice a year, then more and more. The last 2 years, I've been hit 16 times.
What was the value of the merchandise that you lost?
$28,000. I added it up, and I couldn't believe it. No wonder the insurance company dropped my policy. They was losing money, hand over fist.
Now, could you tell the jury how you tried to cut down on the burglaries?
I tried everything. I wired the windows. I bought steel doors. Nothing kept them out. The cops, they won't even come in my neighborhood if they don't have to. And they was always late answering a call. And the thieves, my goods would be gone.
Did you consider guard dogs?
You heard what Pritchard said. Dogs are useless.
So when all else failed, you had the idea of putting snakes in your store?
Yes. I had this buddy when I was in the Army from Idaho. He taught me how to catch big rattlers. We'd sell them to labs. Get a Christmas card from him every year. So I wrote him a letter asking him if I could get 4 or 5 rattlers.
And he sent you the snakes?
Right. Along with the loopholes to handle them and about 8 pages of instructions. Then I got that big sign painted.
This sign?
Right. I thought the robbers would believe the sign. I mean, what else was I supposed to do? Take a rattlesnake around the neighborhood, show everybody they was real?
Mr. Fisher, did you intend to kill anyone with those snakes?
No, I didn't. I just was trying to look after a property, my business. The cops don't help. The alarms don't help. I was just trying to look after what was mine. And now I'm up for manslaughter. What kind of justice is that, Mr. Willoughby?
I don't know, Mr. Fisher. I really don't. That's all.
Your witness, Mr. Bernard.
You knew that the snakes that you had in your store were lethal weapons, didn't you, Mr. Fisher? As lethal as, let's say, setting up a shotgun on a tripwire so that anyone who walked in would be blown away.
The door was locked at night. Nobody was supposed to walk in, climb in, or break in.
Yeah, but they could have, right? I mean, Sergeant Mays and his partner almost walked into the waiting jaws of your deadly trap, didn't they?
They saw my sign.
Yeah, but what if someone couldn't read, or they couldn't see the sign because the street light was burnt out? Your deadly trap couldn't discriminate between friend or foe. The trap that killed Frank Sterling almost killed 2 innocent police officers.
Objection, counsel is arguing with my client.
Sustained. You'll stop that, Mr. Bernard. Now, do you have any further questions?
No, Your Honor.
Defense rests.
You may step down, Mr. Fisher. All right, Mr. Bernard, now you may make your closing argument.
Ladies and gentlemen, you should not, you must not consider the fact that Frank Sterling was in the commission of a felony when he was bitten over and over and killed by Vardis Fisher's deadly trap. The crime of burglary is not punishable by death, and yet that's exactly what Fisher gave to Sterling. Vardis Fisher took the law into his own hands, and Frank Sterling died as a result of it. You must find the defendant guilty of manslaughter.
Mr. Willoughby?
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard Nightboy Sterling's common-law wife admit that he had never worked an honest day in his life. You heard the sneering admission of Elvis Pritchard that he and Nightboy Sterling had robbed and burglarized Mr. Fisher's store on numerous occasions, that they were well aware of that sign and yet ignored it in their haste to rob him yet again. Don't send the community a message that an honest man can't protect himself from thieves and street scum. Don't send Vardis Fisher to prison for doing what you yourselves would have done under similar circumstances. Tell this man and the community that you agree. Enough is enough.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we have in this case facts which may stir up strong emotions, but it is your duty to decide on the basis of law, rationally, not on the basis of sympathy, emotionally, whether or not Vardis Fisher is guilty. Now, I repeat, in your considerations, you must ignore any remarks about Frank Sterling's possible criminal background. Now you may retire to deliberate and attempt to reach a verdict. All rise.
In home accidents last year, over 3 million people were disabled. 100,000 either suffered permanent disabilities or died. There is no second chance when help arrives too late. Should you ever suffer a bad fall or other emergency, prompt help can be as close as a tiny radio transmitter you wear around your neck or on your belt. When you're alone and can't get to the phone, it takes just a press of this button and seconds to alert the Life Call 24-hour manned monitoring center. Help is promptly on the way. There is no second chance when help arrives too late. The Life Call medical alert system can now be leased and is affordable to anyone. Get a free booklet and the vital facts on the Life Call push-button life-saving system.
Call 1-800-554-3000 for your free booklet. The call is free. 1-800-554-3000. That's 1-800-554-3000.
2 days ago, my husband was in a bad car accident, and it wasn't his fault. Doctors say he'll be in the hospital for 3 weeks, and out of work for 12 more. Now tell me, what are we supposed to do with the hospital bills, lost pay, and total cost? I ask you, who's going to pay for all this?
Call the law offices of Greenberg and Betterman at 589-2200. The first consultation is free. Call Greenberg and Betterman at 589-2200. They'll make sure you get everything you're entitled to under the law.
The majority of people in our gallery think that the storekeeper, Vardis Fisher, is not guilty of manslaughter. The jury's verdict in 1 minute.
Grandpa Redenbacher, I've got it.
Got what, Gary?
The snack idea of the century. Take America's favorite microwave popcorn, yours, and add the flavor of cheddar cheese or sour cream and onion.
Like this?
Orville Redenbacher's new cheddar cheese microwave popcorn.
Or sour cream and onion popcorn.
Fresh, hot, and the snack idea of the century. And it's his.
Who else?
2 hot new microwave snacks from Orville Redenbacher.
The birthday party's over, but look at this grape juice stain.
Resolve challenges your carpet cleaner. Liquid Resolve against the leading foam. On top grape juice, Resolve cleans better.
What a difference.
Resolve, the carpet cleaner that really works.
It starts with a twinge, and soon the contractions begin. This isn't labor pain. It's the start of your monthly cramps. The process is similar. Midol 200 helps block the source of these cramps and relieves the pain. Midol 200.
Has the jury reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
Will the defendant please rise? How does the jury find on the charge of manslaughter against Vardis Fisher?
Your Honor, based on the instructions you gave us, we have no choice. We find the defendant guilty of manslaughter. But, Your Honor, we urge you to show Mr. Fisher mercy when you sentence him.
Thank you. You may be seated, sir. Before we adjourn, I would like to thank the jury for the performance of their duty as citizens. But beyond that, I want to commend you for your willingness to follow the law despite the sympathy that you obviously felt for Mr. Fisher. It is extremely important, especially in difficult times when it may appear that the law-abiding citizen is the loser. All the more important, then, that we all follow the rule of law. If we take the law into our own hands, as Mr. Fisher did, it is a very short-term solution which quickly leads to anarchy. And please be assured, ladies and gentlemen, that this court can and will consider all the circumstances in imposing the appropriate sentence for the defendant. The jury is discharged. And by the way, in tying up loose ends, the court finds that the appropriate sentence for Mr. Willoughby's contempt of court is a $1,000 fine. The court is now adjourned.
After receiving a favorable pre-sentencing report, Judge Jakes sentenced Mr. Fisher to 30 days in county jail and 5 years supervised probation. After serving his sentence, Vardis Fisher sold his business. Tomorrow on Superior Court.
Those two murdered my son and took his money.
Was a missing millionaire murdered by his staff?
He just disappeared.
Or did a guru's teachings show him a better way of life?
What was the subject of this Maharisi's lecture?
The ability to literally retire from the world.
The issues are real. The decision's final. Superior Court. Superior Court is a Ralph Edwards, Stu Billett production in association with Lorimar Telepictures.
Good morning.
Sure is quiet.
Wonder how long that'll last.
Not long enough.
My turn.
How is he?
Poor guy. Everything's soaked.
There is a thin diaper that's virtually leak-proof, even overnight. This is it. Love's Deluxe, with the Night Guard system to guard against leaking. Watch. The first time your baby wets, both diapers can absorb. But with the Night Guard system, Love's can quickly distribute wetness throughout the padding. So as your baby wets through the night, Love's can still absorb without leaking.
He's a pretty special guy.
He sure is. Especially when his diapers don't leak. Those things are great.
Yeah. A year ago, I didn't know a diaper would be so important to me. But I didn't know he would either.
2 years ago, I wanted to get a job in the word processing field. So I enrolled in the Smith Business School Clerical and Word Processing course. I learned the skills I needed, and today I have a good job that I'm happy with. You can do it too.
The Smith Business School can train you for a career in less than a year. Choose from courses in accounting and data processing, administrative assisting, word processing, or a course in clerical skills. Call 638-1700 for a career in less than a year at the Smith Business School.
Jaybird 2, this is Jaybird 1. Bring Mama Bird and Baby Bird to the nest. The owl is ready. Use Plan A. Repeat, Plan A.
The owl?
Oh, that's your code name, didn't you know?
Oh, no. I'm not used to dealing with this sort of thing, Mr. Mendenhall. Are all those guards, the extra ones up on the roof, are they necessary? You know, we've had elected officials walk through this courthouse with just half of this security.
Your Honor, Mrs. Green's husband is testifying in the federal courthouse today against some very rough customers. We've got twice this much security over there. Now, you'll have to take my word on this one. Jerry Green is marked for death, and so's his family. We're just taking the necessary precautions.
All right, Mr. Mendenhall. Anything else you need?
Yeah. Throw this case out of court. We got all the problems we need without ex-husbands throwing a monkey wrench into our plans.
I'm sorry, sir, but Mr. Rutherford has every right in the world to ask for his children. After all, if you put them in this witness relocation program, you'll never see them again.
If they're killed, they'll never see them again.
I'm Judge Robert J. Franklin. I chose the law as my way of serving my fellow citizens. As an elected judge in the family court, I pray each day that God will give me the wisdom to always temper justice with mercy.
What you are about to see is a dramatization of an actual case in family court. Because of the emotional and sensitive nature of the issues presented here, Judge Franklin's courtroom is closed to the public. The proceedings are about to begin.
I do. Be seated, please. All right, Miss Page, let's begin.
Your Honor, Brian Rutherford is petitioning to gain full custody of his 2 children, Nick, age 16, and Sarah, age 5, from his former wife, Lila Rutherford Green. Also present is Agent Robert Mendenhall from the Department of Justice.
All right, thank you, Miss Page. Ms. Irving, do you have an opening statement?
Your Honor, Brian Rutherford is being denied his court-awarded visitation rights granted to him 3 years ago. His ex-wife's new husband, Gerald Green, is an important witness in a federal investigation of union racketeering. Because of this, the government is going to place Lila Green and her family in their witness relocation program. Their identities will be changed, and Mr. Rutherford will never see his family again. His children, Nick and Sarah, have the right to remain with their natural father, who loves them very much and would protect them against any possible danger. Your Honor, we must award custody to my client so that he can continue to watch his children grow up.
Thank you, Ms. Irving. Mr. Hall, do you have a statement?
Your Honor, the issue here today isn't a matter of a father's right, but a matter of life and death. At this very moment in a courtroom 2 blocks from here, Gerald Green is testifying against a gang of ruthless killers. And because of this, he's been marked for death. And now Lila, Nick, and Sarah, the family that he loves and who love him, are also in mortal danger because of his testimony, unless they can disappear through the witness relocation program. Now, if Mr. Rutherford really loves his children, he'll let them go. But if he can't see beyond his own selfishness, then we must make the right decision here today and give the Greens the freedom that we all cherish.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Call your first witness, please, Ms. Irving.
I call Brian Rutherford.
Very well. Mr. Rutherford, let me remind you as you come forward that you have been sworn in at the beginning of this hearing, and you are testifying now under oath, sir. You understand that? Very well. Go ahead, Counselor.
Mr. Rutherford, what were the visitation rights you were awarded by divorce decree 3 years ago?
I can see Nick and Sarah on the weekends, and I have full custody when school's out for the summer.
And when did you first find out about this witness relocation program?
Well, the first time I knew something was wrong was on Sarah's 5th birthday.
And what happened?
Well, I had a really special weekend planned, including a party with 20 of her friends and a clown. Well, the guests arrived, but her mother never dropped her off.
Did you call the house?
Well, all I got was the machine all weekend. I didn't know what was going on. Monday, I called Nick's school, and they said he wasn't there. Same story with Sarah's school. And I still couldn't get through the house. And Jerry's union said they hadn't seen him either. It was as if my family didn't exist. So I contacted every federal agency I could think of, and finally the Justice Department called me.
And what did the Justice Department have to do with all of this?
They're the ones who gave me the lowdown about Jerry, him being a key witness for the feds, and the fact that they were protecting him from some gangsters. But I still said I wanted to see my children.
And did they comply?
After I threatened to go to the newspapers, yeah. I was picked up on a street corner, blindfolded, and taken to some house in the country where they were keeping everybody. And they were okay. Then Lila told me to kiss the kids goodbye because they were going to get new identities in this witness relocation program. She said I'd never see them again.
How did you react to that?
Well, how do you think? I started yelling, what the hell's going on here? And then this guy in charge, Mendenhall over there, took me aside and said, I'm just going to have to adjust to it. Well, you can forget that. I don't buy all this cloak and dagger business, and besides, nobody can take my kids away from me.
What about the danger that your children are allegedly in?
Look, if Jerry and Lila want to change their names and move to Alaska or Borneo or wherever, let them. I can take care of my kids. I'll hire an armed guard. I'll teach Nick how to use my gun. But I don't know what I'll do if I can never see them again. I'll never see them grow up, and all I'll have for the rest of my life is a couple of photos. That's it. I've thought a lot about this, Your Honor, and I am convinced that children are safer with me than with Jerry, especially if someone is trying to gun for them. I don't want them living with a walking target.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Very well, Counselor. Mr. Hall, your witness.
Okay, Mr. Rutherford, let's say you do take all the precautions. You hire an armed guard, you install a security system around your house, maybe even put some Doberman pinchers in the backyard. But can you guarantee that someone will be watching Nick and Sarah 24 hours a day everywhere they go?
Well, maybe not 100%, but neither can Mendenhall.
Oh, okay, Mr. Rutherford. If you can't guarantee their safety, wouldn't you at least agree that your family would be better off under the protective custody of the federal government to be given a new life in another town if they were indeed in trouble?
Oh, that's a big if, Mr. Hall. If they were in trouble, then I could take...
If they were in trouble. If no one knows who they are or where they are, Mr. Rutherford, then no one can hurt them. Don't you agree?
Look, Lila has no right. The government has no right to change their lives.
But
like
at
that.
least they'll have their lives. No further questions, Your Honor.
Very well, Counselor. You may step down, Mr. Rutherford. Thank you very much. Your next witness, Miss Irving?
I call Nick Rutherford.
New to brighten your holidays, Lee Press-On Nails brings you new colors. 18 deep, rich, dimensional colors. Cotton candy.
Sample it.
Opal mist.
Mysterious.
Lee Press-On Nails. 18 great nail colors you just press on with undreamed-of ease. Desert mold.
Lovely.
Fiesta.
Lively.
Sugar plum.
Luscious.
40 Lee adhesive pads and 20 Lee Press-On Nails for a perfect fit. Lee Press-On Nails. 18 sensational fashion colors. Press on.
I'm Phil Rizzuto for the Money Store with a great special holiday offer. Now homeowners can get a second mortgage loan as low as 6.5% fixed rate. That means the low interest and payments never change. That's right, 6.5%. Higher ratios and longer terms with low monthly payments are also available up to 15 years. This is a limited offer, so hurry and call the Money Store toll-free. Dial 1-800-221-9000.
Next on the best of the National Geographic specials, a tender portrait of China's elusive living treasure, Save the Panda. And our playful, imperiled, journey the ocean's depths with the great whales. Two compelling profiles of the struggle for survival on the best of the National Geographic specials.
Thursday at 9 here on Channel 3.
Lots of time left in this football game.
Hey, how you doing? It's freezing out there.
It's been a year, man, but close the door.
Come on, a cup of coffee and warm your body.
Hey, Uncle Dan, whatever happened to that cute little puppy you had
Oh,
last
that
year?
cute little puppy's grown up. He stays in the backyard now. Hey, look at that line hold.
He's in for the end zone with a touchdown.
Animals need warmth and companionship, too.
You may proceed, Miss Irving.
Nick, how do you and your father get along?
Well, we're getting along for the first time in my life. You know, Mom's happy with Jerry, so they don't get in arguments like they used to.
Well, how about your stepfather? How do you get along with Jerry Green?
Pretty good. You know, Jerry's different from my dad. He's into that outdoor stuff, you know, mountain climbing and backpacking, that sort of thing. Dad, he likes barbecue and touch football, and I guess I do too.
Do you like sports, Nick?
Yeah, I'm starting quarterback at my high school football team. And this spring, I captained the baseball team. Well, at least I was. Mr. Mendenhall said I might not even be able to go out for sports, wherever we end up, because it might be too much of a clue to my real identity.
Well, how do you feel about this witness relocation program?
Lousy. I've got a life. And trying to explain to my sister Sarah's even worse. How do you tell a 5-year-old kid that she's never going to see her daddy again?
Nick, how would you feel if I told you that you were never able to see your father again?
I love my father. Losing my dad would be like, I don't know, losing a part of what I am. Does that make any sense?
A great deal of sense, Nick. No further questions, John.
Very well. Mr. Hall, your witness.
Nick, didn't Mr. Mendenhall tell you that your life and the lives of your sister and your mother were now in danger because of Jerry Green's testimony?
Well, yeah, but the way I see it, it's Jerry's life that's on the spot, not me or my mom's or Sarah's. I mean, we don't know anything and we didn't do anything.
Well, are you saying that you don't care what happens to your stepfather?
No, I just don't want to ruin my whole life because of his problems. If Mom and Jerry can go live wherever they want, I want to stay here.
Well, now, Nick, you've already told us how you'd feel if you were never able to see your father again. But how would you feel if you were never able to see your mother again?
Awful. I mean, but why should I have to choose? I mean, if the crooks know where the feds are, then why don't the feds know where the crooks are? I mean, why can't the feds put the crooks away instead of ruining my whole life? It's not fair.
No, you're right. It's not fair, Nick. But it is reality. So let me ask you one other question. If you were convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt that your life and the lives of your family would be put in real danger if you stayed with your father, would you still want to stay with him?
Well, when you put it like that, I guess not, but hey...
Thank you, Nick. No further questions.
Very well. Yeah, you may step down. Make return to your seat. Thank you. Ms. Irving, anything further?
No, Your Honor. The plaintiff rests.
Very well. Mr. Hall, call your first witness, please.
Your Honor, I'd like to call Lila Green to the stand.
Very well. Mrs. Green, let me remind you, as well as the others, that you were sworn in when this hearing began a few moments ago, and you are testifying under oath. Go ahead, counsel.
Mrs. Green, please tell us when you first realized that your life was in danger.
Well, it started about 2 years ago when Jerry got elected into the union as treasurer. He noticed that $75,000 a month was being doled off to some company in New York. He questioned this amount of money. He was told by the union that the other person that questioned this money was, well, he met with a car accident. This was the money that was supposed to be held in trust for the pension welfare fund for Jerry's fellow workers. I mean, he couldn't let them get away with this. So that's when he got in touch with the Justice Department.
And is this when you first met Mr. Mendenhall?
Yes, Mr. Mendenhall suspected that organized crime had infiltrated through the upper ranks of the union and management. And he requested that Jerry help out and collect evidence. This went on for about 2 weeks, and then Jerry was caught Xeroxing an important document.
Are you saying, Mrs. Green, that the union was dealing with organized crime?
Yes, Your Honor. One of his superiors caught Jerry and threatened him. He told Jerry to forget about everything and to tell Mr. Mendenhall that he hadn't found anything. But Jerry, well, Jerry told him to go to hell, Your Honor.
Your husband sounds like a very brave man, Mrs. Green.
Thank you. And then the letters started coming.
Defense Exhibit number 1, Your Honor. Are these the letters you're referring to, Mrs. Green?
Yes. Just look at those. The picture with the baby stabbed through the heart, that was the first one we got. I mean, look at them, all of them. Babies dying, children being attacked. And then we got the phone calls in the middle of the night.
And what were those about?
Well, this voice just kept repeating the messages that were on the notes. Things like, where's Sarah now? Or Mommy's going to be sad. And then I got a telephone call from the school secretary. Sarah was missing from school. Kidnapped.
What did you do?
Well, I called Jerry. And before Jerry got home, I got a second call telling us to get to Marcy's sweet shop on 9th and Wilson. That's where we find Sarah. And when we got there, we found her with a note pinned on her dress. It said, I could have been dead already. I mean, we had to do something. They were coming after our children. And that's when we called Mr. Mendenhall.
And what was Mr. Mendenhall's suggestion to you?
Well, he said that if Jerry went through with it and testified against the gangsters, that in return the government would offer us the chance for a free life without fear through their witness relocation program.
Mrs. Green, do you like the idea of the witness relocation program?
But it's the only chance we have. It's not easy leaving memories of your whole life behind, or forgetting everything that you held dear. But it's our chance for a normal life, a free life. How can we say no?
Thank you, Mrs. Green. No further questions, Your Honor.
Very well. Your witness, Miss Irving.
Mrs. Green, you say you fear for the lives of your children, but isn't it true that no actual harm has come to any of them?
What kind of question is that? No. Sarah was just kidnapped from school.
The question we're asking is whether this government action is actually warranted, especially since Mr. Rutherford, the natural father, will be permanently deprived of his children.
I don't want the children killed.
So, Mrs. Green, if it's Jerry Green they're after, why didn't you turn the children over to Brian Rutherford instead of subjecting them to the violence directed at a man who isn't even related to them?
Those animals can't get us. They'll go after Nick and Sarah. And then I don't care what Brian says. I mean, he won't be able to protect them. I don't care
matter how macho he acts.
I have no further questions, Mom.
Very well, Counselor. You may step down, Mrs. Green. Thank you. Mr. Hall, any further witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. I call Agent Robert Mendenhall.
Very well, sir.
New to brighten your holidays, Lee Press-On Nails brings you new colors. 18 deep, rich, dimensional colors. Cotton candy.
Sample it.
Opal mist.
Mysterious.
Lee Press-On Nails. 18 great nail colors you just press on with undreamed of ease. Desert mold.
Lovely.
Fiesta.
Lively.
Sugar plum.
Luscious.
40 Lee adhesive pads and 20 Lee Press-On Nails for a perfect fit. Lee Press-On Nails. 18 sensational fashion colors. Press on.
Hello, this is Leonard Nimoy with an important announcement. A rare and serious disease called Rye syndrome may strike children and teenagers who have chickenpox or flu. The cause of Rye syndrome is not known, but some studies suggest a possible link with aspirin. So, it's important to consult a doctor before giving medicines with aspirin to children or teenagers with chickenpox or flu. Rye syndrome also occurs in children and teenagers who take other medicines or no medicines. It's important to watch for early signs and symptoms. If a child acts strangely, shows belligerence or excessive vomiting, followed by drowsiness, after seeming to recover from chickenpox or flu, get medical help immediately. Give no medications. Thank you.
Now's my chance. Madam, I have 2 tickets to the Sacramento Opera, and I'd be honored if you'd join me.
Oh, the Sacramento Opera. I'd love to go.
Splendid. My carriage is waiting. Shall we?
Oh, where are our seats?
8th row center.
Okay.
All right.
Experience superb Grand Opera, presented by the Sacramento Opera Association. For ticket information, call the Community Center box office at 449-5181.
Proceed, please, Mr. Hall. Mr. Mendenhall, when was the first time you met Brian Rutherford?
Well, I set up the meeting at the safe house in the country between Mr. Rutherford and his family. I explained to him that Jerry had a contract out on his life, and I told him that the people Jerry Green was testifying against believed in revenge, no matter how long it takes.
Have families in trouble with organized crime ever refused a witness to a relocation program?
Some have, yes. Some have been lucky, too. Nothing happened to them. Others, well, I brought some pictures from our files.
Mr. Mendenhall is referring to Defense Exhibits 2 through 6, Your Honor, which, with the court's permission, I would like to show to Mr. Rutherford.
Yeah, that's granted. I've seen the pictures. Go ahead.
Mr. Mendenhall, very briefly, what do Exhibits 2 through 6 show?
Murder victims, witnesses in federal cases, and their relatives, hit because of what they knew.
Do you recommend that the Green family take on new identities?
Absolutely. Especially after the bomb scare Jerry Green had this morning on his way to the courthouse.
What bomb scare?
Well, part of the routine of protecting the Green family is looking under the hood of the car every morning before it's taken out. This morning we found a car bomb, rigged to go off when the ignition key was turned.
Defense Exhibit number 7, Your Honor. Mr. Mendenhall, is this the bomb you found underneath the hood of Mr. Green's car?
Yes. Don't you understand yet that the only reason your children went with Jerry was because they had to be here today?
Thank you, Mr. Mendenhall. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Very well. Your witness, Miss Irving.
Mr. Mendenhall, you paint a very graphic picture of what could happen to the Green family, but you don't know that it will happen, now do you?
No, but I'm not willing to gamble that it won't.
Isn't it true that there have been cases of people who have changed their lives and taken on completely new identities and been executed anyway?
It's happened, yes.
So, when all is said and done, you can't guarantee the safety of Nick and Sarah Rutherford, can you, Mr. Mendenhall?
We do our best.
Thank you, Mr. Mendenhall. I have no further questions.
You may step down, Mr. Mendenhall. Thank you. Mr. Hall, anything further?
No, Your Honor. The defense rests.
Very well. I'm calling a short recess. I'll return with the verdict in a moment.
Attention, Sacramento. Downtown Ford is pounding the competition with the lowest priced new cars. New 1987 Yugos with 10 available for only $43.88. That's right, $43.88 or just $115 a month. And that's with no down payments. So pick up the phone and call 442-6931 today for your free instant credit check. And hurry in now and choose your new Yugo for just $43.88 at Downtown Ford, Sacramento's leading Ford dealer, where we're pounding the competition.
I just put a guy in a cab because he was too drunk to drive. Why me when his best friend is sitting here? I'm cutting your friend off, I said. Drive him home. He said, come on. A few beers? Coffee will straighten him out. Well, I straightened him out. Too much beer or wine can get you just as drunk as most mixed drinks. And coffee's not going to sober you up. So the next time his buddy gets a load on, we'll see how good a friend he is.
Friends don't let friends drive drunk.
Since 1857, they have fed the hungry, nursed the sick, comforted the dying, and educated the children of Northern California. They opened one of the first schools in Sacramento. And during floods and epidemics, they went door to door with food and medicine. They keep pace with the increasing needs of our rapidly changing world.
The Sisters of Mercy, won't you join their heritage of caring?
When a bag lady comes a-callin', the judge gets caught in the hijinks.
I'll be doing what, Your Honor?
On The Judge.
Enter a world of excitement, where fantasy comes to life, where the stakes are high and secrets lie for your entertainment tonight. Enter a world of excitement, enter the world of entertainment tonight.
Weeknights at 7 on KCRA-TV, Channel 3.
I'm Scott Grimes. What does a kid know about AIDS? I know it's a serious disease that some kids have. But I'm not worried about getting AIDS from them. Because you can't get AIDS from sharing pencils, or school books, or just being around someone. Those are the facts. What does a kid know about AIDS? A lot.
Grapefruit juice? Sure, it's good for you, but...
But the taste? Well, pour on Ocean Spray Pink Grapefruit Juice Cocktail. It's tangy, smoother, sweeter.
Hey!
Introducing Adidas, the fragrance. Crisp, fresh, and very, very masculine. Adidas, the fragrance. Cologne and aftershave for men.
It's sumptuous. It's delectable. It melts in your mouth. And Bluebonnet Spread costs less than you'd think.
If that bomb was found this morning, then why the hell didn't you tell me?
If you had known about that bomb scare, you probably wouldn't have gone through with this. And you have something to fight for here. You have a right as the natural father to have custody of your children, no matter what Mendenhall or the government says about this.
I want to withdraw my petition now, while I still have my children.
Brian, are you sure?
All right.
Be seated, please.
Your Honor,
Yes, Miss Irving?
my client at this time would like to withdraw his custody petition.
May I ask why, Mr. Rutherford?
Well, I love my kids, Your Honor. If I had to, I'd die for them. I was misled, and I refused to believe the actual danger. Looking at those pictures, all I could see were the faces of Nick and Sarah. And you too, Lila. I can't expose you to that danger, even if it means I'll never see you again.
Mr. Mendenhall, isn't there some kind of a solution to this problem? Can't some kind of a compromise be reached?
Well, Your Honor, we could make a compromise with Mr. Rutherford if he promises never to ask where the children are living or under what name they're living. We could arrange for him to visit them once a year in a neutral location under tight security.
How would you feel about those conditions, Mr. Rutherford?
I'd take it. Anything so long as I know that Nick and Sarah are okay. Are you sure they'll be safe to do this, Mr. Mendenhall?
It'll be as safe as we can make it.
It seems to be the best we can do. Mrs. Green, what do you say?
All right. I can't deny Brian the children.
Thank you, Your Honor. I know that's a very difficult decision for you to make, Mr. Rutherford. And I'm happy that some kind of a compromise could be made. It's very obvious that there's a great deal of love between the people who are here today. Lila, remember, as you and your family enter the witness relocation program, it's so important to hold on to that love and to nurture it. And Nick, this is going to be hard on you, I know. But perhaps Mr. Mendenhall can find some way to help you at least keep up some of your sports and some of your other activities. And I know how much Sarah is going to be counting on your help to make the adjustment. It's the bond of love among all of you that made this decision possible. Brian, Lila, Nick, it's clear that you, along with Sarah and Mr. Green, are still a family. That's wonderful. Good luck to all of you. God bless you. This court stands adjourned.
For a list of organizations concerned about the family issues seen on The Judge, please send a $1 check for postage and handling to Post Office Box 5987, Sherman Oaks, California, 91403.
This is CBS.
Let's meet the Wilmington family. Walt, Sue, April, Tina, and Jack, ready for action. Playing against the Carter family. Chris, Jill, Ian, Rona, and Chuck. On your marks. Let's start the Family Feud. With the star of Family Feud, Ray Coates.
Thank you, my friends. Thank you, Gene Wood. Thank you, everybody watching at home. We've got a great show in store with wonderful families who battle it out for their family honor and the chance at playing for $5,000 for the 5th times as our champion, the Wilmington family. Yeah. Walt, welcome back.
Good
now,
to be here.
the good news is, calm down out there. The good news is it's your 5th time back, and you won the big money only once. I want you to do it today if you get it. You're going to do it?
better.
Yeah. All right, let's get this hair off there, Walt. Who did you bring with you to help win the bucks?
Brought my nieces, my nephew, my niece Sue.
Good to see you again,
nephew,
Sue. Hi. Jack.
Jack, my niece April,
Hi.
and at the end, my niece Tina.
Welcome. $8,730 you've won so far, and I know you'd like to add the $5,000 to that. You're playing against a lovely family here, the Carter family. Chris?
How you doing, Ray?
I'm doing just nicely. We're glad that you're on our show.
Glad to be here.
Now, you're about, what, 8 feet? I'm 6'2".
Yeah, about 7'6".
7'6", all right, and that makes it even, because a lot of people don't know how tall I am. Who did you bring with you, Chris, to help become champions?
I brought my delightful grandmother, Rona,
Oh,
my
she's
uncle,
sweet.
Ian,
Hi, Uncle
my
Ian.
beautiful mother, Jill, and
Hi.
my father,
Hi.
Chuck.
Hi, how are you? Your family, I'm fine. Good luck to you. You've watched them play, haven't you?
Sure have.
Well, let's play the feud. Good luck, Chris. Good luck, Walt. The first family to $300 wins the game, gets a chance to play fast money for that $5,000. We asked 100 people this question. We've got the top 4 answers on the board. Try to find the most popular. Name a word that begins with the letter Z. Walt.
Zoo.
Show me zoo. Number 2, one answer will give you control of the bank. Chris, can you give it to me?
Zodiac.
Chris says the number 1 answer, Zodiac. Didn't make our survey. Back with your family, Chris.
All right.
Think, Carters, you might get the chance to steal, so think up a good word. Sue, welcome back.
Thank you.
Pleasure to have you. 5th time returning champions. This will be your last time.
Unfortunately.
Yes, it's unfortunate. You're a great family.
Thank you.
Name a word that begins with the letter Z.
Well, I think zebra will be up there.
You think so?
Yes.
All right. Let me see. Zebra. There it is. Number 1, said by 59 people. My friend Jack. People, if you've just tuned in, he's been a great player. He's 16 years old. He's going to get his share of this bucks. It could be somewhere around $2,000 to $3,000 for him. Yesterday I asked you what you were going to do with the money, and you said then you were going to
put it in the bank.
And I said, that's too boring for a man 16. Think of something that you want to do to waste it or fritter it away. Have you come up with something good today?
Yeah, I'll buy a car and take a girlfriend out.
Now you're getting there, Jack. Now you're getting there.
All on $2,000.
All on $2,000. If you can buy a car, a good one, and get a girl to go out for $2,000, you ought to be running for president. In fact, no comment. All right. Name a word that begins with the letter Z.
How about the name Zach?
Sure, why not?
Okay, maybe. Show me Zach. It's all right. It's only your first strike. April, welcome back today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Name a word that begins with the letter Z.
The only thing I can think of is zoologist.
A zoologist. No, it's a word. It begins with Z. Let's see if it's there. Show me zoologist.
Okay, Tina, come on.
Tina, there are 2 strikes. If you fail to give me one of those answers, the Carters are going to try to steal. Name a word that begins with the letter Z.
Xylophone.
All right.
Xylophone. To stay alive, show me xylophone. Not there. 3rd strike. Come on. Give them what?
Xylophone begins with an X.
Oh, xylophone. I knew that. Xylophone begins with an X. Everybody knew that except for you. I tried to save you the embarrassment, and our judge pointed it out, Howard Felcher. Okay, Chuck, I'm going to read this question. And I want you to give me the answer that will help the head of your family. I think I know what one of them is. Name a word that begins with the letter Z.
Zinc.
Zinc. Jill?
Zeal.
Zeal. Ian?
Zulu.
Zulu. Ron?
Zeppelin.
Rona says?
Zeppelin.
Zeppelin. Okay, Chris, you can take any of those answers or make up your own.
Let's try zinc.
You're going to go with zinc?
Zinc.
Like the kitchen zinc?
As in zinc.
Oh.
Zinc.
As in zinc. The metal.
You got it.
Okay. That's not my answer, but we'll see. If it's there, you take the bank. If not, the champion's on the board. Show me zinc. Not there. The champions take the bank. There are 2 answers on that board, and I'll bet you one of them 0. All right? Now, everybody jump on now, okay? Number 3, 0. Number 4, zipper. The feud's begun. We're going all the way to $300 before somebody plays for $5,000. So don't go away. A lot more feud to come.
At Doth's, an ordinary pretzel just isn't enough. So they add savory seasoning and tempting buttery flavor into every delicious twist. Now that's enough to make you order a special delivery.
That seems like a lot.
They're really good. Doth's, sensationally seasoned pretzels.
This is a cranberry, full of power. Ancient power, antioxidant power. Taste bud, lasting super power. Pure power, pure joy. We put power into everything we make. Ocean Spray. What will you do with all that power?
Poderoso gel contra el dolor de la artritis. Voltaren, el placer de moverte.
Ask Sherwin-Williams and save big during the sweet summer sale. Get 30% off paints and stains with sale prices starting at $31.14. Hurry, it's only June 30th through July 10th. Shop online or at your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store.
Enjoy free live music Wednesdays at the Plaza with the Capitol Concert Series presented by Miller Lite. July 12th, head back to the 90s with alternative rockers, Spin Doctors, and Cracker. For more info, visit EmpireStatePlaza.ny.gov.
Summer ale's on me. Whoa! Your cousin from Boston.
Whose pool is this anyway? None of us know? Sam Adams Summer Ale. Light and citrusy. Perfect for summer.
At Olive Garden, our cheese will make you melt and leave you bubbling with joy. Best part is, it keeps coming till you say when. Olive Garden. We're all family here.
Welcome back to the feud. Right now, our champions, the Wilmingtons, $84. The Carters, 0. And it's time for another face-off. Rona. Sue.
Good luck. Hello.
Good luck, ladies. We've got the top 6 answers on the board. Name the biggest corporation you can think of. Sue?
IBM.
Show me IBM. Number 1 answer. Rona, back with your family. Think of a steel word. Think of a steel. Jack, the corporate magnate that you are, name the biggest corporation you can think of.
Xerox.
Sure, that's good. That's good.
The big one. Maybe Xerox. It's a big corporation. You shouldn't feel bad. April.
Mobil Oil.
The biggest corporation you can think of. You say Mobil Oil. Mobil Oil. There's a lot of big corporations. You now have 2 strikes. Tina, there's pressure on you once again. There's a lot of big ones. I'll read the question, and you just tell me what rolls off the top of your head. Name the biggest corporation you can think of.
I hope this is better than the last one. 3M.
Sure.
3M.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll say it, but can you spell it and use it in a sentence?
This one's easier.
Spell it for me.
3 and an M.
Okay, all right, maybe. Could be your 3rd strike. If it is, they're going to try to steal it. It looks like easy pickings if they do. Show me 3M. Didn't make the survey. The Carters have an excellent opportunity to get on the board. Name the biggest corporation you can think of. Chuck.
Chrysler Corporation.
Chrysler. Jill.
Sears and Roebuck.
Sears and Roebuck.
General
Ian.
Motors.
General Motors. Rona.
General Motors.
General Motors. Chris.
General Motors.
You're going with General Motors.
Absolutely.
If GM is there, you take the bank and are on the board. If not, the champions take a bigger lead. Show me GM. There it is, number 2, and you take the bank. How about that? Jack, your answer was fine. There's a couple of things we didn't know. I bet the audience can scream number 3. Somebody? AT&T. AT&T, I heard. Show me number 3. You know number 4? Number 4? Number 4. Exxon. Number 5. General Electric. Number 6. Kodak. Well, we're in the middle of the feud, so don't go away. There's a lot more when we come back. We're playing for $5,000 later. We're feuding the Wilmingtons, $84 as the champions, the Carters, $38. And it's time for another face-off. Here we go, Jack. Ian? Good luck. 3 men, all 5'8". Here we go. Top 6 answers on the board. Name one thing you might find in a glove compartment. Jack.
A map.
Show me a map. Number 1. Back with your family. You know how important it is to steal. You just did it. Lovely April. Have you had fun on the show the 5 times?
Yes, I have. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Well, good. You guys have made it fun for me. So anyway, back to the question. Name one thing you might find in a glove compartment.
A flashlight.
All right.
Helps if you're stuck in the dark. April says a flashlight. There it is. 18 people said it. Tina, you're amazing. Now, I don't know. You said 3M. You said a couple of nice things. Xylophone. Do you know phone booth? Like phone is PH. Did you know that? Just thought I'd throw it out. They just told me that during the break. I was amazed. I thought it was F-O-N-E. I'm not kidding. It's P-H-O-N-E. Name one thing you might find in a glove compartment.
Sunglasses.
Yeah.
Good answer. My friend Tina says in her glove compartment are sunglasses. She's fashion conscious and Didn't work out. One strike, Walt.
Okay, we've got to go with the registration.
Good, good.
That's the thing you never have when the cops stop you once
right.
you see the registration. My friend Walt says registration. There it is. 13 people said it. Sue.
How about the infamous owner's manual? When you buy your car, it's in there.
There you go.
The infamous owner's manual. The champions are playing tough.
All right.
Now, Jack, you said you'd buy a car if you won the show here today and you won the big bucks. Tell me what you'd keep in the glove compartment.
Kleenex.
Yeah! Hey. That's a good answer. Come on.
Sue, you can sweet talk me all you want. It's either there or it's not. I can't help you at this point. My friend Jack says Kleenex. Looking good. Looking good. April, one answer left. If you give it to me, you got the bank.
Okay, I think I got it. It's proof of insurance.
Yeah.
All right. You're supposed to keep them in the car now. That's the law here in California. If it's there, you take the bank and a big lead. Proof of insurance. It's there! It goes to the champions, the Wilmingtons. $174, 38 for the Carters, and it's time for another face-off. Let's go, April. Let's go, Jill. The dollar values for this question are doubled. We've got the top 4 answers on the board. During a long flight, name something you do to pass the time. April.
Read a book.
She reads a book. Number 1 answer. Back with your family, Jill. Most important, Carters, should you get the chance to steal, I think you need to do it to stay alive. For the first time, Tina, you get a shot at some of the good answers. We got number 2 right there. You ready?
Yeah.
Have you got an answer?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I'm going to say sleep.
Yeah.
I'll do that. Seems like you've been doing a little bit here today, too. During a long flight, name something you do to pass the time. She says she sleeps. There it is. 2 answers there. If you give it to me, you will win the game once again and play for the $5,000. Walt?
Watch the in-flight movie.
Yeah!
There you go.
Watch the in-flight movie.
Yes.
Walt says, watch the movie.
Okay.
We are 1 answer away from winning the game.
This is what I do. I don't know who else does. Play cards.
Yeah. There you go. Good answer.
People do it. If it's there, you win the game. If not, it's only your first strike. Show me play cards. First strike. You thinking of a good steal answer? All right, Jack. You know how many times in the 5 times you've been here, the pressure has come down to you that you could actually win it for the family, and you've come through. Do you fly a lot being 16?
Occasionally.
How many times would you say in your life?
6 or 7.
Okay, that's a lot. During a long flight, name something you do to pass the time.
I'll say listen to music.
I think that's it. If it's there, you're our champions once again. Show me music. I was wrong, Jack. I was wrong. I didn't mean to build up your hopes. Now the pressure's on you, April. There's 2 strikes and 1 answer, and you're the champs again.
Okay, I'm going to say walk around the plane. Like, walk, take,
You know, that's also the number 1 way to die, April.
No.
I'm just going to go for a walk. I'll be right back.
No.
Walk around the plane.
To stretch your legs.
Show me walk. 3rd strike. Can you steal this answer, Carters? During a long flight, name something you do to pass the time, Chuck.
Talk to someone next
Talk. Jill.
Office work.
Office work. Ian.
Eat.
Eat.
Drink.
Rona. Drink. There's a number of different answers there. It's important because if you don't steal the bank, they win the game.
We're going to go
Chris,
with eat.
You're going with eat. If that answer's eat, you're still alive. If not, the Wilmingtons are the champions. Show me eat. The Wilmingtons are our champions once again. The one thing that we didn't know, eat was a very, very good answer. Everybody does it on a long flight. Number 4, crossword puzzles. You got a nice family. You were great players. I'm sorry you didn't get a chance to win. Thank you so very much. Good luck. I need 2 players for $5,000. Who's playing first? April with me, Sue off stage. The Wilmingtons playing for $5,000, and we'll be right back with Fast Money.
The top answer is on the board. See if you got it when we return.
All the ways to have a Whopper could unite the nation. No matter if you like Impossible or double bacon, we can agree there's a Whopper for you. 200,000 ways, boom, there's the proof.
BK, have it your way.
This is a cranberry, full of power. Ancient power, antioxidant power, taste bud, lasting super power. Pure power, pure joy. We put power into everything we make. Ocean Spray. What will you do with all that power?
What's your favorite part of a Kit Kat?
The stuff between the wafers.
Unconventional, but awesome.
Summer ale's on me. Whoa! Your cousin from Boston. Whose pool is this anyway? None of us know? Sam Adams Summer Ale. Light and citrusy. Perfect for summer.
Enjoy free live music Wednesdays at the Plaza with the Capitol Concert Series presented by Miller Lite. July 12th, head back to the 90s with alternative rockers, Spin Doctors, and Cracker. For more info, visit EmpireStatePlaza.ny.gov.
At Olive Garden, our cheese will make you melt and leave you bubbling with joy. Best part is, it keeps coming till you say when. Olive Garden, we're all family here.
April, this is the 5th time your family's been in this spot. We certainly wish you well and hope that you take home these bucks. You know how it works. I'm going to ask you the same 5 questions that I asked your sister. Try to give me the most popular answer. You have 15 seconds to answer. If you and your partner pile up 200 or more points, you're going to take home $5,000. 15 seconds on the clock, please. The time will begin after I finish reading the first question, and good luck. Name something you've accidentally vacuumed up with your vacuum cleaner.
Pin.
Something you should have checked every year.
Pass.
Something women criticize about other women.
The way they look.
Something kids borrow from other classmates.
Toys.
A kind of rally.
Pep rally.
Something you should have checked every year. Okay, here we go. All right. Turn around. You had 4 good answers and you passed on one. Name something you've accidentally vacuumed up with your vacuum cleaner. You said a pin. Our survey said 9. I asked you something you should have checked every year. You said pass. Our survey said none. Something a woman criticizes about another woman. You said the way she looks. Our survey said 10. Something kids borrow from their classmates. You said toys. Our survey said 0. Now calm down. This could be a dramatic comeback. I asked you a kind of rally. You said a pep rally. Our survey said 48. Up to 67. Very respectable. We'll cover those answers. You go back with your family. Now watch this. Sue? Come on.
No.
Let me tell you something, Sue.
Yeah.
You've been here 5 times.
Right.
There's a lot of number 1 answers there. You can give them to me. I want you to take a breath. I want you to think about what I asked you. I'm going to ask you the same 5 questions. If you hear this sound, it means you've duplicated one of her answers. I'll say, try again. You give me another answer. I know you can do it. It's a little more difficult, so 5 more seconds on the clock. 20 seconds, please, revealing the answer she gave us. Bring it home. Name something you've accidentally vacuumed up with your vacuum cleaner.
A rug.
Something you should have checked every year.
Your teeth.
Something women criticize about other women.
Their makeup.
Something kids borrow from their classmates.
Their sweater.
A kind of rally.
A pep rally.
Try again.
Car rally.
Turn around. Let us see.
Oh, my
I don't know. You kind of bobbled on the first one. You need 133 for the cash.
Oh, no.
Name something you've accidentally vacuumed up with your vacuum cleaner. You said you've accidentally vacuumed the rug.
I did know it was a little rug that got sucked up in it. Seriously. I'm serious.
Sue, I just wish you'd been there to explain it to the people in the survey, because I don't know that they saw it that way.
Okay.
I love you, but our survey said...
All right.
That's okay. It's all right. The number one answer was money. You hear it just go up, sometimes it tears the vacuum up. Something you should have checked every year. You said teeth. Our survey said 38. Teeth is the number one answer.
Right.
Something women criticize about other women. You said their makeup. Our survey said 2.
Wow.
The number one answer were their clothes.
Okay.
Asked you something kids borrow from their classmates. You said the sweater. Our survey said 0.
God.
See, here's where you and your sister fell down. Toys and sweaters. Most kids borrow pencils. That's the number one answer. That would have really given you some points. I asked you a kind of rally. You said a car rally.
That's worth 93, right?
Look, it's pretty basic, Sue. All of America knows you're not getting the cash, okay? You're not getting the cash.
I knew that.
But you're going for $5 a point.
Okay.
How many people said car rally? Our survey said 20.
Thank
127 points at $5 a point. 635. We're sorry you didn't get the big cup. You're a great family. Come on here and hug her. We'll be right back with our champions. Don't go away.
Survey said.
You're not going to throw up, are you?
Of course not. On Family Feud Classic. Watch now.
We'll see you next time with 2 new families. I'm Ray Combs for Family Feud, and thanks for watching.
Some of our departing families will receive the rich chocolatey taste of Hershey's chocolate milk now comes in a mix. Introducing new Hershey's chocolate milk mix. Niagara fabric care spray starch for a crisp finish with body sizing for body without stiffness. Niagara for fabric care. Jersey Super Sweats, the heavyweights, great fit, great looks, and built to last. Jersey Super Sweats. Sylvania soft white light bulbs, guaranteed 5% longer life. Sylvania, where the best comes to light. Fem Iron, iron supplement, an easy, effective way for a woman to give her body all the iron it needs. Fem Iron from Beecham. Dinty Moore beef stew, no preservatives, only 240 calories per 8-ounce serving, a family favorite. From Television City in Hollywood, this is Gene Wood speaking for Family Feud, a Mark Goodson television production.
This is CBS.
You can win this sporty truck with just one answer on Card Sharks. And if you play your cards right, you can win $32,000. And now here's the host of Card Sharks, Bob Eubanks.
All right, thank you, Bob Hilton. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Card Sharks. You know what we're going to do? We're going to start our show off on a very up note because we have a new champion. The other day she won $7,800, and we didn't have time to give her the chance to win that pretty little red truck we have. So we're going to get her in here right now. Give her a chance to win that truck. Come on, Loretta. How are you, kid?
Hi.
She just, the other day when she won the money, she said, I just can't believe it. I just can't believe it. You won $7,800. Isn't that amazing? Woo! I love it. Oh, I love it when people appreciate it. That's what I like.
I appreciate it.
Tell us about Loretta. You're from New York originally.
I'm from New York.
Yeah.
I'll never go back again.
Why?
I love Hollywood. I love this place.
You like La La Land?
I love it.
Well, you're a sick woman. But we're glad you're here.
Thank you.
What's your last name?
Cola, like Coca-Cola?
Yes. Or those other kind.
Oh,
sure.
those
Okay. You want to win a car? You want to win a truck?
I'd love to win.
Boy, I can see you in a little red truck driving around Hollywood. Whoo, with all that money in your pocket. Boy, would you be popular. Bob Hilton, tell her about the trucks you can win. Will you please do that? Come over here.
Absolutely. It's the Jeep Comanche Pioneer. A bold, tough two-door midsize pickup has innovative design and engineering plus rugged capabilities. Comes with California emission and good luck Loretta.
All right, and that pretty lady showing us the truck is Christine Jaxie, our guest model this week. And, of course, over here, you know that Susanna Williams is our other guest dealer. Yeah, she's been guesting on our show for 3 years now, our other dealer on the show. Now, here's how you can win that little red truck. All week long in our studio audience, we have had 10 senior Olympic athletes, as you probably know. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you a question about our 10 senior Olympic athletes, and then I'll ask you to register your answer over there on our range board, all right? Let's see how well you do. Christine, might I please have the question? Here we go, Loretta. Before the show, we ask our 10 athletes, when you compete, do you carry a lucky charm? How many of these 10 athletes do carry a lucky charm? So I want you to go over there, if you would, please, and place the marker on your answer. How many of our 10 senior Olympic athletes carry a lucky charm? There she goes. What do you think? Her intuition says that 3 of them do. All right. No. Her intuition lied to her and said that 2 of them. Where are you going over there? Come over here. Where are you going over here?
No.
Stand right there.
Stand here.
Okay, don't move.
I won't move.
We're dancing on this stage, and I'm tired. If the correct answer is 2, you win the truck. If you're off by 1, if it's 1 or 3, you win another $500. So let's see. The actual number of these athletes who carry a lucky charm is 2 of them.
Oh, my God.
Loretta, you just won the truck. Come on.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Hop in there, kid, and drive it off the stage. We don't care. All right, $16,629 cash in car. Our champion has won the truck. We'll be right back.
Oh, my God.
Well, you're going to be a hot one around town now.
Harry is a...
My goodness. Now, you know, you're over $16,000 in cash and prizes. That's $7,800 in cash you got in your little pockets, and you got a little red truck to run around town in. Why? You're going to fight those boys off with a stick.
Let's hope.
Yeah, not only that, but you got a pickup truck. You can just load them in the back end, too.
Put them all in there.
Boy, you're going to be something. It's time to meet a new challenger, Loretta. Hello, Al. Come in here and join us, would you, my friend?
Hi, Bob. How are you, Bob?
I'm fine, sir. How you doing?
I'm Al Wiggs. I'm a retired Los Angeles Police Department sergeant. I presently reside in Las Vegas. And I'm very happy to announce that I'm one of the winners of last night's lottery drawings.
How much did you win, Al?
$15.
scared me to death, man. I mean, we had a lottery in California, you see, and it was $60 million. And when you said, I'm very proud to say I'm one of the winners,
I wouldn't be here.
I almost died, yeah. I wouldn't let you come here. If you'd won $20 million, I wouldn't let you on the show.
I wouldn't be here. I'd buy the show.
So you live in Las Vegas?
Yes.
You'd buy the show?
I would buy the show.
I got news for you, pal. The guy who owns this show has a hell of a lot more than $60 million. So. Okay, if you win 2 games, you're our champion. Let's get it started right now. Susanna's got the cards all dealt out, and we are on our way. First question goes to Loretta, and this question, once again, involves our 10 senior Olympic athletes in our studio audience. So they are back with us again today. Loretta, before the show, we asked these 10 athletes, was winning your senior Olympic medal the proudest moment of your life? How many of these 10 athletes said winning their senior Olympic medal was the proudest moment of their life?
I think it's probably pretty good, but I'd say 4 of them.
4 of them. What was the proudest moment of your life, Loretta?
Winning that truck.
Winning that truck. I think mine was when my youngest kid turned 18 and I didn't have to bail any of them out. You know, I thought that, I've done it, folks. You know, Al, she said 4 of the 10 said winning their senior Olympic medal was the proudest moment of their life. Higher or lower than 4?
No, well, I'm a senior citizen. If I were to win any medal, I'm going to be extremely proud. I think it's going to be slightly higher.
Slightly higher than that?
Yes.
The actual number of these athletes who said winning their senior Olympic medal was the proudest moment of their life is 5 of them. You're right, Al.
All
it
right.
was slightly higher than that.
Good.
Which 5 of you said that? Raise your hand if you would, please. Which 5 of you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Charles, I mean, that must have been just a very emotional time for you.
It was, because I had a fused spine and I hadn't played for 20 years.
You had a fused spine, and you had not played for 20 years.
I hadn't played tennis, no.
And then you came back, and in tennis, you won your medal.
Yeah.
Well, that's wonderful. Thank you very much. Nice to have you with us. Okay. Let's play Card Sharks. All right, Big Al, you ready?
All right.
You can change this card if you want to.
Change the card.
We'll do it, man. The 9 becomes a king now.
Lower.
Hey, lower than... How about a 9 again?
Lower.
Lower than the 9. Whoa. Back to the king. We got a good base card. Loretta with a free chance. Whoa. Look at there. Lower. Whoa.
Higher.
Look out.
Higher.
Higher. Yeah. You did it.
Lower.
She's going on to win the game if it's lower.
No.
Something happens to a person when they become champion. You notice that?
Yeah.
When they become champion, they forget about this word freeze. They say, I've already won all that money. I'm going on. That'll haunt you tonight, my dear. Next question, Al. This is for you.
All right.
Rather than get a divorce, some men stay married to wives they no longer love and keep a mistress on the side. So we surveyed 100 married women, and we asked them, if your husband gave you the choice of letting him keep a mistress or letting him have a divorce, would you let him keep a mistress? How many married women would let their husband keep a mistress?
Well, at one time, I was married to the Wicked Witch of the West. And,
well, happy Halloween, Al.
Thank you. And I tell you, Bob, that in that marriage, I think that she had lost her self-esteem. She had flat chest.
So what do you think the answer is?
What was the question?
I don't know. Oh, Mimi, leave it in. How many married women would let their husband keep a mistress?
I think it's a very low number. I think it would be about 36.
B or A? Loretta, higher or lower than 36?
I'm not sure I know what the question is. I think what my thought was that it would be lower.
Thank you. The actual number of married women who would let their husband keep a mistress is 7 of them. Yes. You're right, it was lower. Loretta, what do you think?
All right, lower.
Lower, yeah.
Higher.
Higher, yeah.
Freeze.
Freeze, yeah. Oh, she learned the word. Yeah. Okay, that's your freeze right there. Keep Big Al away from the cards.
Yeah.
We'll be back in just a moment. Don't go away, folks. Card Shark. You ready? All right, here's our next question. It goes to you, Loretta. We surveyed 100 top business executives. We asked them, if the most qualified applicant for a job was an ex-convict, would you hire him anyway? How many top executives would hire the ex-con?
Well, if I was a top executive, I would hire him. I said, what, that sounds okay to me, but I don't know about others. So I'm going to say it's about 40.
40 out of 100 would hire the ex-con.
Yeah.
Check with Big Al. He's an ex-policeman. What do you think about this, Al?
Well, in the Department of Corrections, we tend to hope that convicts are rehabilitated. However, when you come into the executive world, where it's very, very conservative, I think that they have other ideas about this. And I feel that they are not going to really have that faith and trust in the ex-con. So I think it might be slightly lower than that.
Might be lower than that? It's too bad, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. The actual number of top executives who would hire the ex-con is 73 of them said they would. That's encouraging, I'll tell you that. So it was higher. Okay.
Change it.
Loretta wants to change the 6. How about this one, Loretta?
All right. Lower.
We're going lower than the Queen, you bet.
Higher.
In order to win the game, is it higher? Heck yeah. So there you go. Congratulations, Loretta. There's your first game. Another $100 added to your millions that you've won so far. Doing just fine. And we're going to now set up for game number 2. Al, you know the pressure's on you. You have to win this game. So first player to win 2 games is the champion. We're going to start you off, Al, with an educated guess question on this one. You know, before Florence Griffith Joyner, the world's fastest woman, goes to bed each night, she stays in shape by doing sit-ups. How many sit-ups does she do each night?
I'm glad you asked that question because the fact that my son is married to Florence's sister.
Well, isn't that interesting?
Yes. That is no lie.
You should see the production staff going, Well, then maybe you have some inside information about this.
Yes. How many sit-ups does she do before she goes to bed?
That's correct.
She does 1,000 sit-ups, if I'm not mistaken. She told me that.
All right. Will it be higher or lower than 1,000?
I'd say lower.
Lower.
I bet she's wrong.
You know how many she does every night? 1,000.
Because I was kidding.
Oh, heck, there's $500 for you. You know?
I'd take it. I'd take it.
I think there's 5. Yeah, there's 5 there.
Yeah, I'd take it.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you, Bob. You're a gentleman, Bob.
I wish that we could get a shot of the production table. They're dancing around each other over there.
Full of surprises, right, Bob?
Oh, gosh. Who has control?
Al does. He just went
oh, no kidding. Hey, Al, take a look at this card.
Oh, it's no lower, Bob.
Lower than the king. No. Was it lower? Oh, doggone Al. Yeah, free chance, Loretta. Your card's a 10, honey.
Okay, I'm going to say lower.
Lower than the 10? No. Oh, all right. Well, let's go on. Well, okay, he knew something about Florence Griffith Joyner. Maybe you know something about bachelors, Loretta. Do you have any inside information about bachelors?
I know a lot of them.
You do? Well, you little devil, you. Well, we surveyed 100 of them. And we asked them, have you ever gone on a vacation only so you could meet women? How many bachelors said they've done that?
Well, I know I've gone on vacations, not to meet women, but to meet guys, so...
Scared me to death.
Yeah, no, no. So I would think it's probably a good amount. I would say, maybe like 55 of them.
What kind of vacation did you go?
I went down to the islands.
Took your little bikini and went down there?
Not a little bikini. It was a kind of a big...
Hey.
But...
You know. You got it, flaunt it. You know what I mean? So you're saying 55 out of 100 bachelors said they've done that. Let's see what Big Al says.
But I've gone on many vacations, on cruises.
Al, I'm sure you've done everything.
Been on cruises. I've seen single guys there looking for chicks.
How about girls?
I've gone to the mountains where guys are skiing looking for chicks. And I think that the number's going to be higher than 55.
Well, the actual number of bachelors who have gone on vacation solely to meet women is 30 of them. No, wasn't higher, was lower. Loretta has the control. Okay, Loretta, want to change to 10?
Change it.
Well, heck yeah. There's a deuce.
Higher.
Higher than the deuce, Jack.
Lower.
Lower 4.
Higher.
Higher 4. Oh, doggone. Al, free chance for you. You have catching up to do.
Let's go lower.
Let's see if it is, yeah.
Let's go lower.
Lower again, the man says it is not lower. No. Back to the base card you go. All right. We're going to pause for these words. We'll be right back. Don't go away now. We're going to continue now. Al, the next question is yours, and this question involves our 10 senior Olympic athletes in our studio audience who are here to help us out. Now, before the show, we ask these 10 athletes, do you have an active love life? How many of these 10 athletes do have an active love life, Al?
Well,
this ought to be really interesting.
They look all very, very healthy. And the psychologists always tell us that keep going as long as possible, sexually. And I don't think these people are going to give it up.
What?
Or knock it out. So I think we're going to say 6. Healthy sexual life.
6 of them.
6 of them, yes.
Let's see what Loretta says.
I think it might be a little higher.
Really? Well, the actual number of these athletes who have an active love life is 7 of them. Which 7 of you? Raise your hand if you have an active love life. Raise your hand if you would, please. Charles, you rascal, you. You sure, Charles? You are sure. How many times have you been married, Charles?
7.
You've been married 7 times? Are you sure you have an active...
A little longer than most.
Yeah. Took you a little longer what?
To find the right one.
Oh, scared me to death, Charles. I didn't know what you're talking about. Oh, and you found her there. I see. You've been married 7 times. Boy, your alimony payments must be killers. Not one.
I moved a lot.
Oh, good, yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much. Who's got it?
Loretta.
Okay. Loretta, what do you think?
Higher.
Higher, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to say higher.
Higher than the 9? You got it.
Lower.
Lower than the queen. 8. What does that mean?
Freeze.
Freeze, okay.
Okay, she doesn't sound too sure.
This is going to freeze right there. Keeps Big Al away from the cards. Okay, we're going to have to play sudden death now. The 4th and final question of this game. Someone has to win the game on the next play of the cards. Control is really what you're looking for here. And I've lost control throughout this half hour, so I'm looking for it too. You ready? Here's our sudden death question. Arnold Schwarzenegger says he doesn't allow his wife, Maria Shriver, to wear pants when they go out together. Chauvinist. So we surveyed 100 married men, and we asked them, does it bother you if your wife wears pants? How many married men says it does bother them when their wife wears pants? I assume they mean...
Pants.
Pants, not under.
Underpants.
Pants.
Right.
Slacks, yeah.
Well, I know my husband never liked me to wear pants, but I think that's just because my hips were so big.
Did he like your big bikini?
No, he didn't like that either.
He didn't?
But then again, we're not married anymore, are we?
Well, heck with him, yeah. Even some wacko house in Wisconsin, isn't he?
Right, yeah. Forget him. Anyway, but I don't think it's going to bother many men, so I'm going to say that that's going to be a high number that are not going to care.
How many men said it does bother them?
Oh, it doesn't bother. Oh,
it does. It does.
That it does bother them? Nah, I don't think very many men. I'm going to make it like 24.
Okay, let me check with the expert. What do you think, Al?
Well, I like her logic. I like her logic.
Thank you very much.
I don't really mind my wife or my girlfriend wearing slacks.
Either one of them?
Neither one of them.
Yeah, good for you.
And I've cheated too, and so I was...
Don't start on that stuff, Al. Just answer the question, okay?
I think it might be slightly lower.
Lower, okay. The actual number of married men who said it bothers them if their wife wears pants is 3 of them. You're right, Al.
All right.
Boy, it's sudden death, Al. Now, Your decisions are as follows. You can play it out. If you goof, she wins the match, the game, the whole shebang. Or you can pass it on to her, and if she must play off the 8, if she goofs, you win the game, we play tiebreaker. What are you going to do, Al?
Tough decision, isn't it?
Well, I know it's a tough decision, but
I got to do something.
Yeah.
Let's go for it.
You're going to play it out.
Play it out. Play it out.
Oh,
Al.
Lower. Lower it is.
Yeah. Higher.
Higher it is.
Higher.
Higher it is.
Lower.
To tie it up, you got it. He ran the cards. We'll be back with more Card Sharks. Don't go away.
All right.
More butters on.
That's all the time we have. We'll see you next time on Card Sharks. Bye-bye.
Some of our departing contestants will receive the Fisher-Price Kitchen Center has a stove, refrigerator, sink, and pull-down counter, so little kids feel like big chef.
GSM. Good old family feud.
Feud!
Stop it over.
Break out the disco ball, because it's time to throw it back as GSM presents Saturday Night Classics.
Gene, I love your salt and pepper suit. It hides your dandruff very well.
This week, join Gene Rayburn and his cast of crazies on Classic Match Game.
Henry was late for his wedding because he got his blank caught in the seatbelt.
Join us for Saturday Night Classics tonight at 9 on GSN.
Get in touch with your inner dog. Dog Eat Dog, Wednesdays at 9 p.m. on GSN, the network for games.
This is CBS. This is CBS.
Well, that's just about do it, Will. Here you go.
Thanks for your help, Frank.
Oh, no problem. I know packing can be a real hassle, but look at it this way. At least you're going home, right?
That's right.
Good.
Oh, boy. Can I have a little help over here?
Melinda.
Oh, Mindy. Hi.
Oh, she just drooled all over my coat. Oh.
Why didn't you tell me you're coming home? Let me help you.
Oh, I didn't know. Everything happened just so fast. Hi.
Hi. Hey, you know what? We picked you up at the airport, right?
So, Mindy, where are Josh and Reva?
Good question. They promised to come back with Rusty and me, but they stood us up. So Rusty put Ma and I on an airplane, and he ran off after him.
Oh.
So, right? I don't know what's going on. Why are you looking at me like that?
Then you don't know.
Know what?
Well, you look comfy.
If you're looking for Philip, he's in a meeting.
Oh, wait. You don't mind, do you?
Of course not. Make yourself comfortable.
Thank you. What are you working on there?
Press releases?
I guess we Spauldings keep you PR people busy mending our fences.
Well, I wouldn't call it that.
You're diplomatic. Were those PR papers you delivered to Alan yesterday?
I wouldn't know. I didn't look.
Funny. You impressed me as the type of woman who would make it her business to look.
Pardon the intrusion, but I need to talk to my partner.
Well, what is so important it couldn't wait until our meeting?
Just got the poop from the police. Josh Lewis is being held for the attempted murder of Will Jeffries.
And make sure the construction bids are on my desk by this afternoon.
Yes, sir. Okay. That's it?
Yes, that'll be all, I think. For now.
Good. I was about to get writer's cramp.
Thought you'd never leave.
Why are you so on edge?
Because Alexander never got back to me about what happened at the police station yesterday.
Are you afraid she won't support your alibi?
Well, it can't be that bad. Nobody's come to arrest me yet.
These gentlemen are here to see you.
Yeah, Mrs. Lewis? Some new evidence has turned up that we need to question you about.
Look, how many times do I have to tell you I did not try to kill Will Jeffries?
Of course not. I can vouch for that. Forgive me, senorita, but we will need more than your word for that.
Can I speak to whoever's in charge around here? Is there a commanding officer, someone like that?
I am Captain Morales. What do you wish to tell me?
You speak English.
Only when necessary.
Good. I'm so glad to hear that. My name is Josh Lewis. I have been accused of trying to kill somebody in the United States, but I can prove that I was actually set up by a member of the Carrera family.
You can.
Yes, if you give me the chance.
Un momento, señor.
Hey, I'm here for a prisoner, all right?
No entre.
Rusty, thank God. You have to help Joshua.
Sonny Carrera had a twin sister who was posing as my wife. I know this sounds insane, but there's a nun at the convent who can verify everything that I'm telling you right now.
Save it for the American authorities. You're being extradited immediately.
No, you can't do that. I'm not going to go anywhere until I can prove that it was Solita Carrera, not me. She deserves to be on trial, not me!
Isn't the blushing bride-to-be?
Hi. You must be excited. Oh, yeah.
So, Harley, you really gonna do it, huh? Take the big plunge before you even swim a few laps?
Tell us how you landed a guy like that.
Oh, that's funny, Marcy. Never asked for advice before.
Don't get shy on me now. Well, actually, I think you're doing womankind a big favor getting Alan Michael off the market before you can do any more harm.
Fine, so you'll owe me.
All right, don't tell us. I'll just go and ask the man himself.
Yeah,
Why don't we sit down? All right. What's wrong with you? Nothing. What's wrong with you? Is it Alan Michael? Is his family still giving you problems?
Oh, no. That's not even a problem anymore.
Well, good.
No, it's not so good. The wedding is off.
Why?
Because Alan Michael Spaulding is the biggest jerk on earth. That's why.
Ah, here he is.
Here comes the groom. Can't wait for his honeymoon.
All right, you little thief. What'd you do with my stuff?
You don't seem to understand. I'm an American officer, and I'm here to get a prisoner.
Not until he's extradited, senor. You must wait outside.
This woman is my sister.
She may go.
No! You have to help him.
Excuse me, you're coming with me. Yes.
I demand the right to prove my case!
You're in no position to demand anything, senor.
I told you my name is Joshua Lewis. My family has a business down here in Venezuela.
We know who you are. We also know that you're married to Sonny Carrera, but have chosen the company of another woman.
Miss Shane is my friend.
I am not
Nothing more.
interested in what she is to you. My concern is that you're wanted for attempted murder.
That's a mistake. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
And you're trying to blacken the name of the Carrera family by claiming that they are conspiring against...
No, not the entire family. Just one person, a twin sister named Solita.
We have checked, senor. Miss Carrera had no twin sister.
I understand it appears that way now, but I'm telling you, if you let me out of here, I can prove that she did. Just let me out of here for a few minutes.
Oh, you think that I am as foolish as your story? That I should just let you out that door a free man?
No, bring your men with me. Or better yet, you come with me, okay? There is a nun at the convent. She can confirm everything I'm telling you right now.
Pray, senor, that the American authorities are less naive than I am. I wash my hands of you.
No! I am not leaving Venezuela without proof, and you can't force me to.
Oh, but I can, senor.
Rusty, there's a nun at the convent that can give us all the proof that we need.
Hold on. You're telling me that Sonny Carrera is dead?
Yes.
And that we have her twin sister in Springfield.
Solita.
The one in a porno movie. And Josh is in there telling them
Yes.
that? Oh, just great. They're not going to believe
Well,
that.
I don't care what they believe.
Well, you better start because they've got Josh, and cops everywhere think the same.
Now, it's obvious that Solita and Will were only after Joshua for his money. Now, how can you ship Joshua back to Springfield to stand trial for something that Solita did?
How involved in all this are you?
What difference does it make?
Let me rephrase the question. How involved are you with Josh by this time?
It doesn't matter.
The hell it doesn't. Josh is wanted for attempted murder, and I want to know how mixed up you are in all this.
I'm only mixed up in trying to clear him.
Well, then why aren't you mixed up back in Springfield with marrying Alan?
I am. But I can't turn my back on Joshua. He needs me.
That's always been your problem.
Rusty, don't start. Not now. Joshua has to get to that convent so he can get the proof that he needs to prove he's innocent. And you have to help him.
I don't have to do anything. But I am going to go back in there, or out there, and see if Springfield PD can get me in there.
Thank you.
Just don't do anything stupid while I'm gone.
See. Until the magistrate, I need those extradition papers immediately.
Excuse me. I need to make a collect call to the United States, please.
Oh, certainly. And may I suggest that you make it to a good lawyer?
A shoe?
Did you recognize it?
No, is it one of Josh's?
Well, that's what we'd like to know. It's Italian, it's expensive. You can still see where the sole was cut with crisscrosses for traction.
Why bring it here?
It turned up in a box that was donated to a clothing drive in your husband's name, the day after the murder attempt on Dr. Jeffries. The clothing drive didn't know what to do with one shoe.
Well, it's not one of Josh's. He's never worn anything that ever looked like that.
Then how do you suppose it wound up in a box with his name on it?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on around here anymore. My husband, the charges, nothing is making any sense.
You mean like your husband being in Venezuela with another woman?
Have they found him yet?
He's being held by the Venezuelan police pending extradition.
Oh, God.
Can I get you some tea or something to make you feel better?
No, Juan, I can't even think about food.
Look, I don't mean to add insult to injury, Miss Lewis, but Reba Shane is with your husband now. Did you know that he was involved with her?
No. I mean, I knew they had quite a history together, but I had no idea that they were currently involved.
We can handle this, Mr. Spaulding.
Have you spoken to your husband since he's been gone?
No. Where did they find him?
According to reports, he was found on a beach near your family's hacienda with Miss Shane.
He's just not himself anymore.
Does that mean that you believe he could have been involved in Dr. Jeffries' disappearance?
No. Not at all. Not only that, Wanda said that she was here with him that night.
Yes, we know what Wanda said.
Yes, we have an anonymous tip that Ms. Hyatt was, in fact, at St. Joseph's Hospital in Clayton on the night that she claimed to be here with Mr. Lewis. And that's not the only inconsistency we've overturned in this case. Now, it's about time that somebody came clean around here.
Now, you listen, I have cooperated with you fully. I have nothing more to tell you.
Well, think it over and get back to me. Everybody in this room can be in a lot of trouble if any more discrepancies crop up. You know where to find us.
Did I say Thursday night? I was with Josh. I meant Wednesday night. You know, now that they've started juggling prime time, I've gotten all confused. You know, I've had to start watching those English shows, and I hate it.
So, what do you think of your precious Reva now?
She was picked up on a beach with your husband. It doesn't mean anything happened between them. Hello. Yes, I'll accept the charges. Reva.
Caracas Police Department's holding Josh for extradition right now.
Josh Lewis tried to kill his best friend. I can't believe that.
You're tight with Sonny Lewis, aren't you?
She's a very dear friend. Why?
Word has it that you were seen with her the night Will Jeffries disappeared.
Who told you that?
Ace Newshound knows for news. Besides, I got sources.
I guess I should be grateful you're on my side.
How's she taking it?
I don't know, but I have every intention of finding out. Tell Philip I'll call him later.
Okay. Listen, Alexandra, you find any scoops?
Scooping is your job.
Right.
This arrest is somewhat of a surprise, isn't it?
Oh, well, without my sources, it sure would be. I don't buy it, but then the police never ask my opinion.
Well, Philip will be very interested to hear about it.
Yeah, well, that's one way to eliminate the competition. By the way, I don't see you down at the Journal much anymore.
What for?
Come on, what are you kidding me? Used to be down there every other day, drum beating for Philip to get coverage. What's the matter? Mr. Spaulding Jr. turned out not to be as good as you PR'd him to be?
Philip doesn't need me to do that for him anymore.
Well, don't worry. Because Philip was a pretty good kid. Maybe he'll come around again someday.
I'll be sure to keep that in mind.
And by the way, there is a welcome home party for Rick and Meredith out at the Lighthouse. Why don't you and Philip think about dropping by, since Philip's the one who gave it to him?
Thanks. I'm sure that Philip will want to be there. So we'll see you tonight?
Till then.
I thought it was over, otherwise I would never have got anywhere near Philip. Why did you? Well, I wish that was an easy question to answer. I don't know. Rick and I were having problems. I mean, you know how much we were fighting. I couldn't seem to do anything right. I was like this awful person. And then, Megan Fletcher's wedding, Rick and I had this big blowout. I thought things were finished, and I believed everything was my fault. So I go running off the galaxy, and who's there? Philip.
The night I left him there.
You know, like, he was so nice. He was so funny. And he was the only person that entire day that didn't want to make me into some kind of better person than I was. Oh, boy. That's really ironic, isn't it? A better person. And now, I am going to marry Rick, but I am carrying his best friend's baby. So, dear Lord, tell me, what am I supposed to do?
Meredith's baby. Philip's baby. Seems that life is not quite as perfect for the Bowers as it seems.
Look, Frank, would you take Mara over to Sarah's, please?
Alan's. Alan's.
Why do you say Alan?
Because he'll know what to do.
Rusty said take her over to
Forget
Sarah.
about Rusty. I'll go find Alan, and I'll be back in a little bit, all right? Come here. Come on, Lord. Come on. It's okay. Come on.
You're having another headache, aren't you?
Yeah, but these painkillers seem to help.
Look, why don't you sit down and I'll go get you some tea?
No. I can't stay here.
What do you mean?
I think it's time that I went back to my own apartment.
Will, you need help right now.
Look, this isn't fair. My being here isn't fair to you. You've tried so hard to help me remember, and I pay you back by telling you that your uncle tried to kill me.
Maybe it's all a mistake, and maybe your mind is just playing tricks on you.
I wish it were, but I don't think so.
Where the hell are you? At a police station in Caracas. Alan, I really miss you. And knowing that I'm coming home to you is the only thing that's keeping me going through all this.
How is Mara?
She's fine. In fact, Rusty sent her back to Springfield with Mindy.
Why didn't you come back with her? I mean, you are free to go, aren't you?
Yes. But Joshua's in big trouble. Do you still have any connections down here?
Why?
Well, I thought maybe you might be able to help.
Oh, I can help, all right. I'll have kidnapping added to the charges.
Alan, you don't understand.
I think I do. You wanted me powerful again so I could pull strings for you, or even your little buddy boy.
Look, I know I'm asking a lot.
Not a lot. It's too much. I want you to come back now.
Joshua is my oldest friend, Alan. I can't turn my back on him, not now.
I know you didn't want me to interrupt, but Mr. Marquez is on the line from Venezuela. He says it's urgent.
Alan.
Riva, if you don't come back home now, there won't be a home to come back to.
You don't understand.
Yes, I do.
Rusty, do something. Please.
So you took care of it then? Good. Good. No, I don't have time for details now. I'll speak to you later.
Was your private investigator? What did he say?
More than you have. How many loose ends have you left hanging around, huh?
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, then let me spell it out for you. If you're hiding anything, you had better come clear right now. Otherwise, you're on your own. I'm not going down the drain with you.
I still don't know what you're driving at, Alan.
Can you really control Will?
I have so far.
What if he gets his memory back?
He won't, Alan. Even if he does, nothing... It's all gonna be okay. He'll either realize that he's in love with me...
Or
he'll kill me.
Forgive my suspicions, but I always like to know who the players are before I get involved in a new game.
Well, this is one player you will have to take at face value.
Oh, excuse me. Somebody here wants to see you.
Hello. Hello, Mara, my little girl. Hello, come here.
Here you go.
I've missed you so much.
What's that child doing here?
Mindy told me to bring her over here. Here you go.
You mean Josh and Riva are back?
No, I think they're still down in Venezuela.
Oh.
Listen, excuse me. I've got to get Mara over to Sarah's.
Yes.
I'll be right back.
She really does look like her father. What the hell are you trying to pull?
We'll continue with part 2 of Guiding Light in a moment.
Try to calm down. People are staring at me.
Yeah, well, that's what you get for being a kleptomaniac. Now, you can either give my stuff back, or I can have your greedy butt thrown into jail.
Fine. I'm willing to negotiate, but only in private.
Don't worry, I've got her right where I want her.
We never argue like that.
Oh, it's time. I didn't steal anything from you. You owe me.
I owe you for what?
For the grief I went through pretending I liked you enough to marry you.
Oh, please, that was the best thing that ever happened to you.
Oh, really? Who told you that, Terry?
And you had to go throw it away to be with Philip.
That was public relations.
Yeah, well, we all know how you like to lobby. You know, you're a real case, Harley.
Excuse me. I don't mean to interrupt. How much you want for this stereo?
Oh, that's $500.
Well, give me that. It's not for sale. Excuse us. Thanks.
Did you get a grip, Richie Rich? If the deal is off, fine. But no way, Jose, you're dragging my name through the mud in front of everybody. We gotta think of something to tell these people so I can save face.
Well, how could somebody who dresses so sleazy worry about their reputation?
Philip thinks I dress just fine.
Zippers and all, right?
Make as many cracks as you want, okay? Let's just give something to the gossip hounds to chew on.
You don't give up, do you?
Let's
tell him we couldn't decide where to send our kids to prep school or where to build our mansion, anything like that.
Okay. I'll give him a reason why we broke up. I'll give him a really good reason.
Good. I knew you'd see it my way.
Hey, everybody. Harley and I have an announcement to make.
Close.
Huh? The wedding is off. One of us has a sex problem.
Would you try this on, please, Dr. Jeffries? Perfect fit.
Well, look, I don't know what happened, all right, but there is an explanation for what you remembered. And believe me, Uncle Josh is no cold-blooded killer.
I never said it was cold-blooded. Now, look, we had a fight. Things got out of control, but he tried to kill me.
And you're sure?
Yes. The rest is kind of hazy, but I'm going to remember it. I have to. But, Melinda, I don't think I can do that being here with you.
Why? I don't understand.
Because there's a part of me that doesn't want to remember anything that's going to hurt you. Just being near you, it just kills any desire I have to remember anything. It's like you're a mental block for me.
I was just trying to help.
Then stay away from me while I'm trying to put the pieces together. Because I'm going to find out the truth. Even if it means hurting you.
Well, hey, don't worry about me. I won't let you.
Yeah.
You know, everybody just tries to protect me. And that's where you've been different. I'm not just Mindy to you. I'm Melinda. And you make me feel real strong. Don't take that away from me.
I'm sorry, Melinda.
It's like, don't you even care about me at all?
Haven't you heard a word I'm saying to you? Yes, I care about you. But there are obstacles. Obstacles between us that I can't ignore. Big obstacles.
You should have told me what you were up to.
Did you support my alibi or not?
Yes. But that was before I knew we were setting up Josh Lewis, and then it was too late to back out.
Alexandra, me too. I didn't know that Josh had been arrested until after I'd gone to the police and told them I was with you that night. I was in over my head.
The man is innocent. Well, it's not too late to clear him.
No.
No? What I wonder is how on earth you persuaded Will to tell the police it was Josh who tried to kill him and not you.
Will remembers that night differently now.
With your help, no doubt.
What was I supposed to do, Alexandra? Spend the rest of my life in prison while Josh and Reva lived happily ever after? I don't think so.
Have you come to hate your husband that much?
I've come to be terrified. I thought that if I told you he had been arrested, that you would turn your back on me just like he has.
I don't turn my back on friends, Sonny. That's why my friends don't use me.
I'm sorry, Alexandra,
You used me. Actually, it sounds like something Alan would do.
Well, I wouldn't know about that.
My God. He's got you lying for him already. What's the plan, sweetie? What has Alan promised you to join forces with him?
You are imagining things, Alexandra. I'm in control of the situation with Will, not with Alan.
And what's my brother? Your advisor? Let's see now. If Josh goes to prison, which he well might if the charges stick, you would end up virtually controlling Lewis Oil. Of course, given your relative inexperience, you'd need help. Is that where Alan slithers in?
I think you're giving your brother far too much credit.
And you are not giving him enough. Alan will use you to his own ends and leave you with nothing.
I doubt it.
Oh, believe me. I know from experience. That's why I will not allow it to happen. I'm putting a stop to the lies right now.
Alexandra, you are the only true friend that I have ever had. And I need you now, more than ever. Please, don't blow the whistle on me now. I thought that we were friends.
So did I.
Well, is coming down on Alan worth destroying that? Because that's what will happen if you go to the police.
Sonny, I didn't come here to put our friendship to the test. I came to warn you away from my brother.
Well, fine. Why can't we just leave it at that?
You don't know him like I do. Alan would love nothing more than seeing Josh put away for life, just to keep him away from Reva. And he will stop at nothing to achieve that end.
Well, maybe Josh deserves it.
Oh, Sonny, you're not like that. You have scruples. You have a heart.
I had a heart. And Josh broke it. And now it's time for him to pay. He and Reva will both pay.
All right. Do what you have to. Just let me know what it is ahead of time.
Thank you.
As for Alan, watch your back. If he gets to be too much, call me. I'll even the odds before he knows what hit him. Oh, you're back. I trust Mara got home safely.
Yeah, she did.
You know, Sonny was right. Mara looks exactly like her daddy.
I tried to get Alan to help, but he's so angry he wouldn't listen.
Well, if I were Alan, I wouldn't want to help me either.
Don't worry. Rusty will come through for us.
Been a lot of help so far, hasn't he?
He's in a tough situation here. At least give him credit for trying.
Reva, they're gonna ship me out of here before I get a chance to prove anything. Wouldn't want to slur the Carrera family name. I am here on an official confession.
See. See. Of course I will honor the request. Adiós, Capitán Wyatt. Basta. Senor Detective Shane, your captain back in the States indeed confirms that you're involved in Mr. Lewis's case. My apologies.
Accepted.
Does that mean you believe us now?
It has been decided that Mr. Lewis will leave within 2 hours on the next available flight to the States. Officials from my country will accompany.
You can't do that!
Reva, please. Thank you, Captain. If you'll turn him over to my custody, I will take care of his transport.
Oh, I will be delighted. Anything to get the swaggering Americano out of my station and out of my country.
Thank you, Captain.
No,
Thank you.
wait a minute, please. I'm not going anywhere, not yet.
Oh, but you have no choice.
Look, I'll make you a deal. All right, Captain? I won't fight extradition if you let me go back to that house. That way I can prove that Sonny had a twin sister.
I'm sorry, but we do not make deals with criminals.
It won't take long, and then we'll be out of your hair for good.
There is no exception.
Did you know the Carrera family?
Well, I was not involved with the family personally. But I can only respect the dead that are not here to defend themselves. Look, this town remembers the Carrera family as being fine, upstanding people who kept to themselves and gave to the church. The twisted tale you tell borders on blasphemy.
I agree with you. I felt exactly the same way when I married Sonny Carrera, but I know the truth now. I am not crazy, Captain. And I can prove it to you if you let me go back to the house. Please.
I didn't believe it at first either, but it's true.
Look, I am fighting for my life here. If I'm wrong, you can ship me back to the United States any way you want.
It's a tempting suggestion.
Then you'll agree.
But if you're wrong, I'll send you back north on the next banana boat.
Coast is clear. Believe Alan Michael pulling us stuck like that. Well, of course, you can believe it. You used to date that guy. Look, Harley, you stole things from me. That jerk owed me. For what? Mental cruelty. I went through major grief for a guy who broke a promise. For marriage? Yeah, what else?
Man, I'm really blown away. I mean, I figured Harley was sociologically unique, but rigid?
Did you hear that? Where did Caesar get the idea that I'm frigid?
Get out your shovel, Arlene. I just heard the best dirt.
Harley, you are just going to make it worse. Is Alan Michael telling everybody that I'm frigid?
Well, you don't think he'd admit to sexual problems, do you?
That's it, I'm good.
Well, tell me something first. How could you let a big fish like Alan Michael get away?
Big? Alan Michael is not really that big a fish, you guys. Actually, the truth is, I shouldn't be saying that. Well, that was explain.
Oh, Alan Michael Spaulding?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
What a shame.
Excuse me.
Turning to the scene of the crime, Slime.
Funny, I want my stuff back.
When hell freezes over.
What's the matter, Ice Princess? Can't deal with the cold facts about our breakup?
Oh, I wouldn't let a little thing like that bother me. See you around, lover boy.
I called over half an hour ago. Cab 24? Thank you.
Well, I swear I won't try and stop you from remembering the
I
truth.
can't take any chances. Melinda, I care much too much about you to let you get caught in the middle of anything that's going to be ugly. I have to go.
No, what you need is just somebody to be with you. Just to look after you.
Stay away from me.
Why?
Because I get these feelings that when I do remember, it's going to be bad. That I'm bad.
So we'll face it together. I'm not afraid.
Even though I've already hurt you?
No.
Not even when I do this?
No.
What about when I do this?
Where's Phil? I have to
No
see
one
him.
sees Mr. Spaulding without an appointment. I'm sorry, Miss Lindsay. I tried to stop her, but she pushed right past me.
You saw me coming, you could have moved.
It's okay, Evie. I'll handle it.
As you wish.
Yes, why don't you go back and look at Mr. November some more?
Thank you, Evie. Philip's unavailable right now.
Fine, I'll wait.
He could be a long time. He's in a very important budget meeting.
I am important to Phil, too. I'm sure he'll see me as soon as he gets back.
You're right.
I'm sure he will.
I want you, Melinda. I want your sweetness. Your innocence. But I can't have any of it. I shouldn't even be touching you right now.
Are you okay?
Something inside me tells me to stay away from you, but I don't want to listen. But I have to. I have to let go of you.
You're damn right, pal.
Frank.
Hello?
It's Marquez, Senor Spaulding. Are you alone?
Yes. How's the investigation going?
In general, or
No,
do you want...
I'm alone. I'm fine now. I have time. Just tell me everything you know.
I don't think you're going to like what I found.
You know, let me be the judge of that. Just give me what you've got.
What is the expression? A photo is worth 1,000 words?
You have pictures?
See, I'm ready to fax them to you if you're ready to receive.
Yeah, just a moment. Okay, I'm ready.
Is there any news of Josh and Reva?
Marquez is sending it now.
This is Sonny's room.
Yeah, and you gotta believe us. I mean, those boxes were full of evidence. I left them in the living room. I can't imagine what must have happened to them.
These Americanos are a step closer to saying
Sí, yo
adios.
sé, los dos son muy locos.
What are we gonna do? They're never gonna believe us now.
As you can see, this was Sonny's room. Now, that wall over there was sealed until we found it, but on the other side is another bedroom that belonged to the twin sister, Salita. Go ahead, look for yourself.
What wall?
Is this some kind of a joke?
This has been Guiding Light. Leather goods by Coach. Belts by the Accessory Club. Be with us tomorrow for another full hour of Guiding Light.
This is CBS.
Detective Munson, have you come back to sample a little more of my Madeira? Don't, Hal. That stuff is deadly.
Yeah, I didn't know you had company.
Oh, they're just some dear friends helping me celebrate a sort of farewell party for myself. Come on in. I'm leaving Oakdale soon. Would you like to join us?
Well, I'm not sure this is such a good time.
Why not?
I need to ask you a few more questions about the night Tonio Reyes was attacked.
I think I told you everything I know about that unpleasant subject.
Yeah, I know. You said that he was bringing you a contract, and yet there was no contract found in his person. Do you have any idea what could have happened to it?
No, perhaps he dropped it in the corridor. You might check with the housekeeping staff.
I thought that case was closed, Hal. Yeah, well, it was, but we have reason to believe that James Stenbeck may have been involved.
Please, Oakdale is getting a little too paranoid about James Stenbeck. If somebody trips on the sidewalk, they think he's behind it.
Well, even so, he was an old enemy of Tonio Reyes's.
Are you saying you think Stenbeck is back in town now?
No, but we think he's probably got somebody here he's using as his eyes and ears again. Have you ever met James Stenbeck, Mrs. McKechnie?
Do you want my help or not, amigo?
Well, that depends on what you expect in exchange.
Oh, the day might come when I ask a small favor of you?
Yes, well, I've seen the favors you've asked of people who were stupid enough to get involved with you. The lucky ones are in prison now.
If I'd wanted you dead, I could have arranged a long time ago. As far as prison, you follow my orders, and I promise you, you'll stay a step ahead of the law.
Yes, well, I find it difficult to put my trust in a man who built his empire on drugs, theft, and murder.
You're in no position to be so finicky, friend. You've fallen flat on your big machismo, losing your company to Craig Montgomery. Now, can you imagine how Craig was into the whole town laughing at you? Huh? You know something? With my backing, you can get back in the game. You can get even. Regain some of that famous Latin pride of yours.
What kind of backing are we talking about?
I know you're afraid of Tonio for some reason. You were scared to death when he walked in here before and he saw us together.
I was afraid you might start another fight the last time you put him in the hospital.
And he didn't even show any anger when he saw me. Total politeness. You want to talk about burying our hostility?
You just didn't want any trouble, neither do I.
I think there's another reason. Come on, Meg, you gotta tell me, what's he holding over your head?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Come on, look, I talked to Caleb and Pam, both of them. They say Tonio was acting strange.
Well, of course he's acting strange. He's been through a terrible experience. You might act strange, too, if you lost a child. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Come on, Maggie, what is it? Tell me.
I really just think you better go.
I'll do whatever you want. I don't want to hurt you, Meg. I love you too much.
This portion brought to you today by Ivory. Clean the way it ought to be.
Here. Use this.
Thank you. You said you loved me.
Yeah. Well, I do. You know, like I love Lily. Something wrong with that?
It's the way you said it, I just... Don't mind me. I'm just, you know, I lost the baby. I seem to get emotional a lot. Dr. Samuel says it's normal.
I wish there was something I could do.
Hello, Maggie.
Hi.
Hi, Josh. Hey. What have you been doing, wind sprints or what?
No, I've been good.
You feeling all right?
I'm a little tired.
Yeah, you want to sit down?
Okay.
Here you go.
Look, folks, I'm going to take off.
Promise you won't leave town without saying goodbye.
I promise.
Yeah.
Listen, are you up to any more visitors?
I like visitors.
Well, good. The reason I ask is that Lila's outside and she's been wanting to talk to you, but she's been a little hesitant.
Why? Oh, because she's pregnant? No, that doesn't make me feel bad. That gives me hope. I'd love to see her.
One moment.
Okay.
Relax. Mm-hmm.
Hi, Nick. How are you? I've been wondering where you are.
Oh, honey, I know how difficult it is. Margot went through the same thing, but you know, Dr. Samuel says that you are fine. And you and Tonio can try to have another baby.
You know, you're doing great, Maggie. You just don't check out of here prematurely like your hubby did. You'll be fine.
Oh, he did that because of me.
Because of you?
Well, yeah. Tonio and I were having problems, and I've decided to leave him. And so he called me from the hospital, you know, trying to convince me to stay, and so he had to leave the hospital to come back to the penthouse to, you know, convince me to stay, which he did, and then I was getting the milk and the brandy.
Okay. I'm sorry about that call. It was just my travel agent rearranging my plans. You were asking me a question.
Yes. Have you ever met James Stenbeck?
Yes, in fact, I have. 12 years ago in Egypt.
May I ask who introduced you?
A mutual friend. I remember I found James very dashing at the time. Of course, I had no idea he was a criminal. Your wife was married to him, was she not? And Paul is his son?
Have you seen Mr. Stenbeck more recently than that?
No, I'm afraid not. I've been hospitalized in Portugal for the last 12 years. Duncan can confirm that.
When were you released?
I wasn't released. I was cured several years ago, but unfortunately the man who ran the sanitarium had an infatuation for me and kept me there many years past the time when he should have. So when the opportunity finally presented itself, I left.
Do you have a passport?
Of course I do. It was issued in South Africa.
Well, you're under no obligation to show it to me, but I'd like to take a look at it if you've got no objection.
Why?
Well, I ran a customs check, and it says that you were in Egypt in August of this year.
Yes, that's right. I was. I was visiting the same mutual friend I mentioned before.
Do you have any objection if I see your passport?
I don't suppose I do. I get it.
Thanks. She says that you can confirm that she was kept in the sanitarium after she was cured?
It seems that way. I'm having someone look into it right now.
Well, I hope you have more luck than I did. According to the Portugal authorities, the sanitarium's been closed permanently.
Why are you so interested in Lilith's comings and goings? Surely you don't think that she's Stenbeck's contact here.
It had crossed my mind.
No, Hal, he's had access to information here long before Lilith arrived.
Yeah, well, he's been known to use more than one agent. A couple of them were even connected to you, remember?
Here you are.
Thank you. It says you arrived in New York in August, the day before Barbara's fashion show.
Oh, really? I wish I'd known that. Perhaps I could have modeled her designs there as well.
Yeah. You sure there's nothing more you can tell me about the attack on Tony Reyes?
I don't know how there could be. As I say, he never arrived here.
Right. Well, thanks for your cooperation. I won't take any more of your time.
Hal, is Margaret moving into the new house today?
Oh, no, she had to put it off until tomorrow. But I'm going to go over there later and help her pack.
Okay, yeah, I think I'll go by too and offer my services.
Okay.
Okay.
Why did you tell him you didn't see Reyes that night? I told you Tobias saw him slip into your suite.
Darling, I was only thinking of you. If I was involved in some kind of messy business, they'd probably keep me here indefinitely. We wouldn't want that, would we?
No, I'll see you later.
Okay. Mrs. McKechnie, if you should remember anything that could shed a little more light on what happened, I hope you'll call me.
I would certainly call you. I know that James Stenbeck is Duncan's sworn enemy, and even though we're getting a divorce, I wouldn't want any harm to come to him.
Rats? Double rats. Golly gee, I'm angry. Oh, come in, come in.
How's it going?
Don't ask.
Oh.
Please excuse the mess. I'm just not there. I'm so glad you came by.
Well, we thought that you were moving today, so we went over to the Benson house, but it was deserted.
Oh, I was so far behind in the packing, I begged the movers off, luckily, until tomorrow.
Well, we're here to help.
No, you're on your honeymoon.
No, we're not on our honeymoon. That's not until January.
Yeah, we've been doing some serious housekeeping, you know, rearranging furniture, hanging pictures. Nancy's actually turned my apartment into a home.
What a feat.
So, you see, I'm ready to take over right here. And
brain power is what I need. Organization. I want to get this whole thing down before Tom gets home.
Oh, well, we'll help with everything.
Great.
And I'm sure that you can get some more volunteers from the family. Surely, with that bunch of kids.
You better.
Well, reinforcements are coming. I've got Hal, and he enlisted, and Mama, and Casey, and Leanne and Paul.
Leanne and Paul, they see a lot of each other, huh?
Oh,
you think Paul likes her? Well, sure. How could you not?
I think he takes up a little too much of her time, maybe.
Well, you know, it's funny. I had a talk with her about that. I noticed that she was getting a little uncomfortable with the situation. I just think that she's afraid to hurt his feelings by saying no. And I mean, after all, he was really the first friend she had here.
I have a feeling that Leanne is a little too polite for her own good. Maybe all of us should teach her how to say no. Politely, of course, but no.
Dixon, aren't you going to say hello?
Hi.
Oh, yeah. What are you doing back here? You're looking for Carrie Sturgis, I'll bet.
That's right.
Is there a problem? You look a little bit jumpy. You're not drinking again, are you?
No, I'm not actually. I know that Tom Hughes came to see you.
Yeah. Gotta tell you, I was a little surprised that when he told me you'd gone to him and talk about the conversation we had. You completely misinterpreted what I'd said.
I don't think so. I think some of the things you said about the Vietnamese people were... Well, I just figured that since Tom is Leanne's father...
Why are you so concerned about Leanne? I thought she was Paul Stenbeck's girl.
Paul Stenbeck's girl. But she also happens to be part of my family.
Well, I don't know how we got our wires crossed. I have very strong feelings about the war. My statements were purely political, not personal. No hard feelings.
You're right. Look, excuse me. Hey, what's up? How you doing? Good to see you. Yeah. I'm going over to your new house right now. Do you want to ride?
No, well, we're not moving until tomorrow now.
Oh,
yeah, Margot's still at the cottage packing and...
Well, she probably needs some help, doesn't she?
Yes, definitely. That'd be great.
Okay, no congregating in the cafeteria. Let's go.
Hey, no practice today, right, Coach?
Wrong, Eric. On the court in 5 minutes, and that's 10 laps around the field. You too,
See you later.
Scott.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Right, Coach.
Take it easy, guys.
Yeah.
Leanne, I just graded your test. You got an A.
That's fantastic. That's wonderful.
Wonderful.
Anyway, do you want to go?
Oh, yeah. Leanne and I signed up for cheerleading tryouts. You know, Carrie, maybe I shouldn't go. You better go.
You have
Come
a
on.
great personality and you're beautiful. You make a great cheerleader. You should try it at least.
Pete. Well, if you put it that way, yes. Maybe at least I should try.
Definitely.
Right? Okay.
Hi, Marge. See you at the tryouts?
Really? I thought you hated picking cheerleaders.
Hey, Paul. Hey, you ain't get enough of Oakdale High, huh?
Actually, I've had plenty. I'm just here to see my girlfriend, Leanne.
Your girl? Think you better tell Andy Dixon that.
Hey there.
Hi.
What you doing?
I'm working on a song. I've got to get it ready for the demo tape.
Woo! Look at you. Look at these new clothes and your haircut.
Yeah, the hair.
Great.
Yeah, Lori said that I needed some work on the old wardrobe, and she wanted me to look
I
at it.
like it. I think you look very handsome.
Thank you.
So how does it feel to have a personal manager grooming you for success?
It feels like it might really happen.
Oh, I know it will. You're going to have everything that you wanted.
I already do. After what happened to Spence, it made me realize how lucky I am. I have you.
Well, I'm lucky, too. Oh, hi, Rod.
How's it going? How you doing? Fine, I see. You seen Lily around?
Yeah, I think she went over to see Spence.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, I'd love to get out and see him. I've just been so crazy, worried about Meg.
Have you seen her?
Yeah, and I still think she's holding something back about the accident.
Did she tell you anything more about Tonio?
Well, she told me I was wrong about her being afraid. She knows something. She's not talking.
Yeah, I don't think this reconciliation makes any sense to me either.
I don't know. I don't know where to go from here.
Why don't you talk to Tonio?
What, do you think he's ever going to tell me the truth?
No, maybe he'll say something that will contradict the story that him and Meg have been telling us, like they rehearsed it together. I mean, it's worth a shot. Maybe we could then have something to take back to Meg.
Yeah.
You know?
I'll give it a try.
Good. Will you tell me what happens?
I will. I'll let you know.
Okay, thanks.
I'll go to his office.
Okay.
See you. Hey, I heard you went out and saw Spence, Josh.
Yes, he asked about you.
Really? Look, I want to hear all about it, but not now. Where's he off to in such a hurry?
He went to have a talk with Tonio.
What?
Maybe I should go with him then, huh?
No. I don't think there's anything to worry about. Actually, Tonio wants to get over this past hostility with Rod. That's what he said. So how was Spence?
Well, it was very upsetting to see him there. He seemed so lost. He was grateful to you, too, for helping him.
Yeah, I'm really glad that he let us take him to Dr. Michaels. She thinks she can help him.
Seems like he's got a lot of people in his corner. Kirk was leaving when we got there.
Kirk Anderson?
Mm-hmm.
What was he doing there?
I guess he was concerned about him. Why?
Spence even said that he offered to pay some of his hospital bills.
Well, that's great.
It's a little out of character for Kirk Anderson, isn't it?
Olive is bringing out the best in him. What is going on?
Bo seems to think that there's something fishy going on between Kirk and Spence.
Why, Bo? Nothing definite. It's just the way that Kirk kept showing up at the stables for no reason.
Well, why don't we give Kirk the benefit of the doubt?
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
And I'm going to look at the books. Excuse me?
I'll wait here for you, okay?
Okay.
I should get back to practice.
Okay. Hey, Caleb, did you see Meg?
Yeah.
She tell you anything more about the fall?
No, it's just the same old story, you know, but I can't help thinking that all of this has something to do with Tonio getting beaten up and why he doesn't want anyone to know who did it.
I know who beat Tonio up, and now I know why.
You know who?
It was Josh.
You know, Caleb, you may be right.
So what are you hanging out here for?
I'm just waiting for Carrie and Lynn to get out of cheerleading trials.
Oh, yeah? You know, I wish Carrie hadn't convinced Leanna to try it out for the team.
Why's that?
Well, just because it's going to take away from a lot of her free time. I mean, she's going to have to be at practices and away games and...
I think that's kind of good for Leanna, actually, because, you know, kind of makes her a part of things, part of the group.
You know, Andy, I'm kind of getting sick of you telling me what you think is right for Leanne. Oh, look who it is. When she has it back to tell you and give high school a break.
No way. Came to see Coach Patel. Check out the team.
Yeah.
I hear they're pathetic this year without us around.
Haven't seen you two around campus much. Pledging a fraternity?
Not me.
Too much work.
What work? That campus is crawling with girls, man.
You're right, it is crawling with girls, but I got a girl of my own. There she is.
Which one? Purple. Oh, Chinese?
She's Vietnamese, half Vietnamese, actually.
Oh, excuse me. It's pretty nice.
Yes.
Hey, Carrie and Leanne?
Yeah.
Carrie, Leanne, this is Vito and Dave.
Hi.
These guys were big high school basketball stars. Now they're nobodies at Oakdale U.
Put a sock in it, Dixon.
Okay.
Come on, it's fine, Patelli.
See you in the library.
That's cute.
Guys.
Oh, the jerks. How'd the tryouts go?
Oh, well, Carrie was great, but I don't think I did very well. Are you crazy? No, she'll make it. I mean, the teacher called her back in 3 times.
Wow.
It was fun.
Hey, come on, we got to get to Margot's. We promised her we'd help.
Oh,
We're going to come with you, okay?
Oh, good. Thanks.
Got some nice-looking girls this year, Marge. I hope you're going for an all-American look, though.
I don't know what you mean by that, George. I don't go by looks. I judge on personality and spirit. And I was very impressed with the Hughes girl.
Hey, Coach. We're just in your office looking for you.
Yeah, well, I've had important things to do today, like help choosing the new cheerleading squad.
They pay you for that job, Coach.
Yeah, but not much. So how's college treating you two?
Beats high school.
Yeah? That's not what Andy Dixon tells me. Seems that he's feeling the pressure.
Dixon, he's a grind.
I'm a little bit worried about him. I like Dixon, but I hate to see him so grim all the time. Now, why don't you guys take him out some night, buy him a couple of beers, loosen him up a bit.
Hi.
Are visitors allowed?
Sure. Sure. How you doing?
How are you?
Okay. So sorry. Thank you. Beautiful nursery you designed for us. I guess I won't be needing it.
Oh, you will someday, Meg.
No. You know what I'd really like you to do? I'd like you to get those workmen over there and take everything out of there. I don't want to see it when I come home.
Well, you're going to be at the farm for a few days after you get out of here, right?
No. Tony and I decided that I'd go, back home. We could be together.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll get the workmen in there tomorrow. I have an idea. If you're not going to be using the furniture, Tom and Margot are furnishing a nursery for Adam. I was wondering how
I'd love them to have it. You tell them so.
I will. Thanks. I brought you a present.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
What is it? What is it?
It's a kaleidoscope from Italy. Whenever I feel awful, I take a look at mine. Helps.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's like stained glass in a castle.
Well, I hadn't really thought of it that way. Sort of sworn off castles for a while.
Oh, Shannon, I know you and Duncan have been having problems. I'm sorry.
No, it's more than that, Meg.
But you still love one another. I can tell every time I see you two together. You just gotta fight through whatever's keeping you apart. It's hard, but it's worth it. Because nothing's more important than love in this world.
I didn't know you were such a romantic. You got me crying.
I don't know. I talked about it a lot. I don't think I ever really understood what love was until just now.
I'd never do anything to hurt you, Meg. I love you too much.
If there's a chance with you and Duncan, you just gotta go for it. Because if you love somebody, no sacrifice is too great. Especially if they love you too.
Antonio, I'm sorry to disturb you. I know that you were upset when we spoke before.
Yes. Well, I apologize for losing my temper. I was upset.
Well, I understand, and I don't mean to pursue this now, but we still have reason to believe that James Stenbeck was behind the assault on you.
I promise you, Tonio, we'll always be one step ahead of the law.
Yes, well, the only reason you think Stenbeck was involved is because Lucinda has been spreading that idea, and she would do anything she could to link me to him.
I'm not trying to link you to anybody, Tonio. We're concerned about your safety. If James Stenbeck was behind this thing, you could still be in danger.
I'm not in any danger, Detective. It was a mugging, and the man or men responsible got away.
I'd like to go over the facts one more time. You say you went to the hotel to see Lilith McKechnie?
That's right. I had a business contract for her to sign.
But, Tonio, that contract was not found on your person, nor in the hallway outside her apartment.
Then I must assume it was stolen.
Antonio, why would a mugger take something like that and leave your wallet and your watch?
I don't know. But I don't see any reason why any of this would point to James Stenbeck.
Did you know that Lilith McKechnie has met James?
No.
It's amazing how he gets around. Do you have a security system in your apartment?
Yes.
I'd advise you to have it checked and keep it on when you're there. Also, if you have any information that can help us, remember, we're on your side on this one, Tonio.
Hello?
Senor Reyes?
It's a business call.
Well, I won't take up any more of your time. I hope you'll think about what I said.
I will, thank you. Well, Detective Munson was just here. He seems to think that you had something to do with the attack on me.
Did he really say that?
He also told me that you are acquainted with Lilith McKechnie.
Detective Munson's a fool. He proved that when he married my ex-wife. Now, have you thought any more about my very generous offer?
I would need to know how you intend to launder this money.
I'll arrange a drawing account and line of credit on a Swiss bank. You'll have the money within 48 hours.
In what amounts?
Sufficient amounts, Tonio, for your needs. Very sufficient amounts indeed.
We'll continue with part 2 of As the World Turns in just a moment. And now, part 2 of As the World Turns.
Yes, Landry?
I'm here to have a word with you, Mr. Reyes. No trouble. Just a little talk.
All right, but hope you don't mind my packing while we're talking. I have to be out of here by the end of the day.
I heard about that.
Yes, well, actually, I'll just be on to bigger and better things. Meg will always be well provided for.
Meg's not here right now, Tonio. You can drop the polite act. It will make you more comfortable, I'm sure.
I told you earlier that I think it would be in both of our interests if we were to put our hostilities aside. Why did you come back to Oakdale?
Because of Meg's accident.
And now that you know she's all right, how long do you intend to stay?
I don't know. I'm still worried about her.
Well, I wouldn't be. You see, this ordeal has actually brought Meg and me closer together. We fully intend to put our marriage on a much sounder footing.
You want things to work out? Start being honest with her. Tell her about your affairs with Emily Stewart and Ms. McKechnie.
Oh, I already have. She didn't tell you. Yes, once I realized how close I came to losing Meg, I swore to her that I would never be unfaithful to her again.
You know, I wish I'd gone with Josh. I'd like to get a few answers from Tonio myself.
You know, Caleb, there is a chance that we could be wrong about this. I mean, maybe Meg is going to go back with Tonio. Maybe she wants to. She does love him, and those feelings are hard to get over.
It's hard to explain, Caleb. No matter how much it hurts, I just can't stop loving Holden.
Oh, don't tell me you put your guitar away and you're going to pay a little attention to me.
I am going to pay a lot of attention to you, babe.
Oh, God. Good, because I'm starving. Let's go.
Good. I want to feed a starving nurse.
Caleb, are you going to wait for Lily?
Yeah, I'm going to take her out to the farm. Y'all have fun.
Okay, we'll see you later.
Bye-bye.
Caleb.
Hey.
Hey.
Finished with the accounts?
Yeah, but I think I'm going to stay in town tonight anyway. I want to see Meg.
Oh,
some
come
studying done.
on. Take a break. You look tired.
I don't know. I'm kind of out of it.
Yeah. I know that you talked to Holden.
It was very strange. He admitted that Angel was still with him in Paris. He said he didn't know when he was coming home. It was just so impersonal.
Yeah. I think leaving you is the worst thing that Holden ever did.
Seems like a lot of people that I relied on are gone now. Dusty, Holden Spence, and my father. He's probably going to be leaving again soon. It just seems like nothing is permanent. There's nothing that I can count on.
Oh, come on. You can count on the farm. It's not going anywhere.
That's true.
And neither am I. You can count on me, too. Say, what do you say? We go out to the farm and you have dinner with me and Mama, huh? That'll make you feel good.
I'll get my coat.
Let me help you with that.
Oh,
Wait, here, I'll help you.
Oh, no. Margot, I'm sorry.
It's okay, it's okay. It is just my jelly jars, that's all right. Mark the trash, honey.
Why don't you take it out now, you want?
Sorry. Hey, don't worry about it. It's old stuff. Where's going? Oh, no, please, don't chicken out right now, please. It's far more organized than you actually think. Let me do that for you.
Okay, sure. Listen, I have an idea for the nursery at the new place.
Great.
Meg, the furniture that she ordered from Lang, she doesn't want it, and she'd like for you to have it. Now, I thought that she'd want to hang on to it.
Well,
But,
I don't blame her for that. Gosh, that's awfully nice of her.
yeah, it's really nice furniture, too.
Oh, yeah, I've seen it before.
Yeah. I think you'll like it. Well, Adam is sound asleep. He looks like a little cherub.
Well, why don't you sit down here and act like a pregnant cherub?
Oh, right. This is how everybody's going to fuss over me in Boston at Thanksgiving time.
You better believe it, baby. They're gonna be waiting on you hand and foot.
First time in my life.
That's right. Hey, Margot, you gonna bake a big bird for Thanksgiving?
I don't know. I hadn't thought about it. Do you know how to turkey?
No.
Never mind. How hard can it be? You know what I got it.
Well, come to Boston with us.
Yeah.
Reporting for duty.
Oh, Ian,
Sir.
where have you been?
Oh, we couldn't stay away.
Hungry, so we brought sandwiches and
And cold beer. All right.
Where's Barbara?
She had to work late.
Oh, you mean you trust her with that handsome assistant of hers?
I'm not the jealous type.
there's more.
You know, Leanne, I was thinking about it. I think we should try to find Hank a woman because, you know, he's not dating Ivy anymore.
Won't you stay and share our picnic with us?
I'd love to, but I'm taking Nancy to supper and then dancing at Diana's.
Ooh.
Mrs. Hughes?
Yes, dear.
I mean, Mrs. McCluskey. Oh. Would you mind taking me back? I'm babysitting for Chris, and this way Andy can stay and work.
Oh, why not? Yeah, come on. Thank you very much for all your help.
Thank you.
Bye.
Why don't you drive and carry home?
Yeah.
And this one was due in October of '53.
Hal, do you really think that Lilith is involved with James Stenbeck?
I don't know. You know her better than I. What do you think?
Shannon? Shannon?
Yeah. Oh.
Can you,
Where?
Can you just...
Oh, in the back?
door?
Yeah, here, let me grab your... Oh, come on.
Okay, how'd things go with Lilith McKechnie?
Very interesting, really. Her story and Tonio's just don't add up to me.
All right, that's it.
Would you
We're
mind
gonna take
helping
this
him with
little
that
woman home.
All right, got it.
Home girl.
Yeah. I found this great wallpaper in your closet. If you don't need it, can I use it for my room? What's wrong?
Honey, that's the wallpaper that Tom and Margot are going to use for the baby's room. The baby they lost.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Please, don't worry about it. I just was taken by surprise. That's all. I forgot we still had some around.
Yes, so did I. What have you had?
Oh, would you mind?
Oh, sure. Hello.
Detective Munson? I'm glad I tracked you down. Lilith McKechnie.
Yes, Mrs. McKechnie. What can I do for you?
I've been thinking about your visit. I get the distinct impression that you think that I'm working for James Stenbeck. I want to assure you I'm not. But something occurred to me. While I was staying in Portugal in a sanitarium, there was a nurse working there who is now working for Duncan as his housekeeper. Her name is Teresa Saunders. Duncan tells me that she was called away very suddenly to Europe. Of course, that may have nothing at all to do with Mr. Stenbeck, but I thought it might be worth looking into.
It may very well be. Thanks for calling, Mrs. McKechnie.
You're getting lax, Ernst. I was appalled at the lapse in security on the dock the night I left for Europe.
Sick of staying here listening to the dogs howl. You said this job would be interesting.
It will be. I promise you. Now, I want you to change. Go to the mainland, drop in at the Mona Lisa, and find out what you can. Anything about Barbara Ryan and Paul Stenbeck, any of the others on that list that I gave you. And when you report back to me, I want you to use this private line here so that Duncan can't intercept.
Barbara Ryan, Paul Stenbeck. I can't wait to learn what the big payoff will be and what part I'll play in it.
Teresa, welcome home.
Oh, thank you, Duncan. Well, I have some incredible news for you. Lilith has been telling us the truth. She is cured. And Dr. Silvestre was holding her at the sanitarium against her will because he'd fallen in love with her, just as she's been saying.
You found the manuscript, then?
No, I'm afraid not. But I finally did get the truth out of Megan.
Well, I'm surprised that Megan admitted it.
Yes, well, she was reluctant to talk about it at first. You know, she was very much in love with Dr. Silvestre. But when I finally made her understand that people's lives could be at stake here, she broke down and told me everything.
Where did she tell you all of this?
Well, at the sanitarium, of course.
According to the Portuguese authorities, the sanitarium has been permanently closed.
Ah, beautiful thing. You're flourishing in Oakdale, aren't you? Just like I am. Lilith's case seems beyond my professional grasp or any hope of cure. Lilith seems more a force of nature than a woman, not motivated by love as we know it, but by a need to possess and control what she perceives as her territory. After 11 years of treatment, she is still driven by an obsessive need to destroy anyone or anything that stands between her and the man she has chosen as her lifetime mate, Duncan McKechnie.
I'll look it up for you if you call me back later. Good night. That's my London solicitor. He needs a family address.
Teresa, please don't be offended. But I have to ask you something about your talk with Megan.
Oh, of course. What is it?
It doesn't jibe with some information I got from Detective Munson earlier this evening.
Oh, why did you talk with Detective Munson? And I know how you always avoid the police.
Well, he was at Lilith's suite, and he was questioning her about Egypt and James Stenbeck.
Why would the police question Lilith about that?
They think that she may be his contact here in Oakdale.
Oh, that's absurd. What has this to do with me?
Well, you told me that you talked to Megan at the sanitarium. Mm-hmm. According to Munson, the sanitarium is closed permanently.
Oh, yes. Yes, that's true. And I would never have gained access if Megan hadn't stayed on in the area. You see, she lives in a nearby villa. Took a great deal of persuasion to get her to open up the buildings.
I see. Well, that explains it.
Oh, surely you didn't think I was lying.
No. Teresa, I trust you. That's no problem at all. It's good to have you back. Good night.
Good night, Duncan. Hello, yes.
Can you talk now?
Yes. Duncan was here a moment ago when you called. I'm afraid he's suspicious.
Darling, I'm sure you can handle him.
He just told me that the police think Lilith is your contact here.
Yes, I know.
James, I don't like this. We must move quickly.
We will. Reyes is practically in our pocket, which will make everything go faster. I'm going to want you to contact him soon.
I am worried about Hal Munson. He's asking too many questions.
Munson will be taken care of along with Barbara, but first I want you to get Silvestri's manuscript away from Lilith. If it falls into the wrong hands, it can ruin everything for us.
Where'd you guys go again?
We went out to the farm, had some dinner. No, Mama still wants Meg to come out to the farm for a while after she gets out of the hospital.
Well, you know Meg is planning on going back to the penthouse to recuperate with Tonio.
You know, the more I find out about this, the less it makes sense.
That was Lori. She just called. An arranger is coming into Chicago tonight, a big one, and she wants me to meet him and talk about some of my songs.
Really?
Yeah, isn't that
That's
great?
great.
Yeah.
That's great.
I gotta find that lead sheet.
Okay, I'll catch up with you. I want to talk to Rob.
Okay.
Hi, did you talk to Tonio?
Yeah. She sure didn't turn out the way I expected. He told me that he told Meg about his affairs with Emily. And
Isabella? I mean, Lilith McKechnie?
How do you know about that?
I was at the penthouse the night of Meg's fall. She told me that she was suspicious of Tonio having an affair with Isabella, which made you beat him up.
I don't feel real good about that.
I know, but maybe that's what Tonio's holding over her head. Maybe he's threatened to turn you in or something. I gotta find Bo. I'll talk to you later, okay?
Josh, how do things go with Tonio? I'm not real sure. You know, Pam just told me that Meg plans on going straight back to the penthouse after she gets out of the hospital. It just doesn't make any sense.
What do you mean?
Listen, Lily and I went to Meg's penthouse the night of the accident. She was all packed to go. I think she was just about to leave Tonio, and she fell down the stairs and lost the baby.
I'd never do anything to hurt you, Maggie. I love you too much.
Love.
How are you feeling? Ready to walk a bit more?
Oh, all right, Virginia. I was doing pretty good before.
Put your arm around my shoulder.
Oh, maybe so. A little stiffer than I was before.
Oh, well, that's very good.
Well, it's good to see my wife up on her feet again.
Yes, she's doing very well.
Well, I just spoke with Dr. Samuels, and she said if everything goes well, and she thinks it will, you'll be released into my loving care tomorrow. And we can start our new life together.
Stay tuned for Guiding Light, next on most of these CBS stations. Handbags and Belts by Oscar de la Renta. Join us tomorrow for As the World Turns.
What you're about to see is real.
I said, gee, Karen's not home yet. And that's when we became alarmed.
We asked them to go strictly for the face, that is, the throat and the eyes.
I looked at him, man to man, eye to eye, and he started crying. And he told me my daughter's dead.
Hello, I'm Nick Clooney, and this is On Trial. Today, the conclusion of the Craig Pyer murder trial. The former California highway patrolman is accused of strangling a young co-ed and throwing her body 65 feet from a bridge. On the night of December 27, 1986, vacationing college co-ed Karen Knott left her fiancé's house and headed home to San Diego on Interstate 15. Early the next morning, her white Volkswagen was found abandoned. A police search began in the rough terrain below this bridge. On a local news program, California Highway Patrol Officer Craig Pyer broadcast safety tips for women who drive the freeway at night.
Being a female, you could be raped, robbed if you're a male, all the way to where you could be killed.
A media campaign caused many women to report that they had been detained by an officer on the same Mercy Road off-ramp where Karen Knott's body had been found. The information provided by these women led to Craig Pyer. On January 15, 1987, Officer Craig Pyer was arrested and charged with the murder of Karen Knott. His first trial ended in April 1988 when the jury deadlocked 7-5 for conviction. His retrial began on June 7, 1988. Prosecution witness Tracy Koenig saw a white Volkswagen being stopped by a highway patrol car on the night of the murder.
They were going down Mercy Road. They hadn't quite gone down all the way, but it was about halfway.
Prosecution experts linked evidence found at the crime scene with evidence from the defendant's clothing.
It was at the point of looking at the yellow fibers from the patch that I realized that I had seen that fiber before on the victim's tapelet.
In today's portion, we'll hear testimony about the scratches seen on Craig Pyer's face and his alleged altered disposition following the murder. If found guilty, Craig Pyer faces a sentence of life in prison as he goes on trial. In this case, the prosecution contends that Craig Pyer stopped Karen Knott at Mercy Road, then made advances toward her. When she refused, a struggle ensued which resulted in the girl's death. A struggle that left the officer scratched and disheveled. The defense claims that Craig Pyer is a victim of circumstantial evidence and had nothing to do with Karen Knott's death. Key elements and testimony from the actual trial have been edited together to present this case. Remember, what you are watching is real. Craig Pyer's retrial for the murder of Karen Knott takes place in San Diego Municipal Court. A 12-member jury will hear the case. Judge Richard D. Hoffman, 3 years on the bench, also presided at the first trial. He is a former California Deputy Attorney General. The prosecution team is headed by Paul Pfingst, who was not involved in the first trial. He spent 5 years trying murder cases in New York before moving to California. Deputy District Attorney Joan Stein will assist. She was also not involved in the first trial. Criminal law specialist Robert Grimes will defend Craig Pyer. He is assisted by attorney Diane Campbell. Both represented the defendant at his first trial. As the prosecution's case continues, Shirley Schwartz, who was working at a gas station near San Diego, claims to have seen the defendant on the night of the incident when he came in to fill the tank of his patrol car.
Approximately what time did the highway patrol officer come to buy gas at your station?
I would say somewhere between 9:30 and 10 o'clock.
Can you describe for us what you saw on the officer's face?
Scratches off to the right side, leading from about the nose to about the middle of his cheeks.
And was that one scratch or more than one scratch?
From what I recall, about 3.
Defense attorney Robert Grimes cross-examined.
You stated that someone showed you a newspaper article about Officer Pyre's arrest and it had his picture in it, didn't it?
Yes.
That newspaper article also said the officer arrested had scratches on his face, didn't it?
I have no idea. I didn't read the article.
You didn't read the article?
No, I did not.
So to your testimony, you didn't read anything about scratches or anything else in that article?
Basically, I recognized that person and I called.
And you didn't want to find anything about why he'd been arrested?
No, it would have colored my testimony.
Officer Carlos Gutierrez was just leaving headquarters when Craig Pyre returned from his shift on the night of December 27th.
When you left the CHP station and went out to look for your ride, at about what time did you go outside?
About 25 minutes after 10.
And when you went outside, did you see anybody outside in the parking lot?
Yes, I did.
Who did you see?
I saw Mr. Pyre.
Now, how close did you come to this defendant, Mr. Pyre, that night?
About a foot and a half away.
Did you have an opportunity to see his face?
Yes, I did.
And did you notice whether there were any marks on his face?
Yes, there were.
What type of marks did you notice on his face?
Scratch marks to his face.
Mr. Grimes cross-examined.
Mr. Gutierrez, did the scratches, at the time did you say that think they look like cat scratches?
Yes, I
do. Do you have cats?
Yes, sir, I do.
Have you been scratched by them ever?
Yes, I have.
And that's what it looked like to you, the kind of scratches?
Yes, sir, they did.
Prosecution witness William Coleman operates a local dry cleaning plant. He received a pair of Highway Patrol uniform trousers a few days after Karen Knott's murder.
And were there any special instructions as to how to handle those pants?
They were to pre-spot blood.
The defense cross-examines.
If someone were to be making a note pre-spot blood, would that be because the customer had indicated that this was something they wanted?
Yes.
Do you know who brought it in? If it was Mr. Pyre or Mrs. Pyre?
I have no idea because the store isn't open. I work out of my Rancho Bernardo store.
So you don't know who in the Pyre family brought it in?
Or even if it was anybody in the Pyre family.
Okay. Thank you.
The prosecution called Gary Clayton Harmer, the forensic scientist who examined Karen Knott's clothing for signs of blood other than her own. He testified that he found type AB blood on the victim's sweatshirt. Craig Pyre has type AB blood, the rarest human blood type. Mr. Harmer went on to explain that between 12 and 18,000 people in the San Diego area also have type AB blood. Prior to police suspicion focusing on a patrolman, Officer Jill Ogilvy answered a call that Craig Pyre was questioning possible suspects in the murder of Karen Knott. When Pyre was arrested, Officer Ogilvy came forward.
I responded to a radio call that's told me to go to the area of Mercy Road and I-15 to meet a California Highway Patrol officer who was detaining possible murder suspects.
Did you go to that location?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did you do there?
I said, "Are these suspects any good for murder?" And he said, "No." I said, "Officer, if they're no good for suspects, what are we doing here?" And he said, "Well, they were down there." And the clerk always returns to the scene of the crime.
After the suspects were released, she talked with Officer Pyre about Karen Knott's autopsy findings.
He then said, "Well, what would they be looking for in an autopsy?" I explained to him that with fingernail scrapings, for example, they could get pieces of skin, and they could possibly link a suspect if the pieces of skin were big enough. As I said this to him, he said, "You can get all that much, huh?" And he began to clean his fingernails, beginning with his left hand.
What happened then?
At that point in time, he pressured me, what is really the thoughts of what's going on? What really happened down there? I said, "I don't know. But somebody got her down there." And I said, as I motioned to the west side of the bridge, and threw her off there. He looked at me and said, "You don't even know what you're talking about. You really just don't even know." He said, "She wasn't thrown over there. She was put over there." And motioned to the east side of the bridge.
Did there come a point in your discussion where you talked about what you thought should happen to the person who committed that crime?
Yes.
What was it essentially that you said without getting into the graphic details?
He asked me, what do you think will happen to the person when they catch them? And I said, I hope they die a slow and painful death. He immediately got angry with me. He said, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what happened down there. I believe his exact quote was, it could have been something that got out of hand. It could have been something that just went too far. He was very angry. His personality seemed to change. His voice inflection seemed to change. He was perturbed. He was hostile.
No further questions.
Robert Grimes cross-examines for the defense.
Ms. Ogilvie, where you told us that you were describing to this officer various things that you could find from skin under fingernails and that type of thing. Was this information that you believe to be true from your training, or were you just trying to get a rise from the officer?
Information that I believe to be true from my training.
So you didn't tell him anything that you just thought sounded good to you at the time?
No, sir, I didn't do that.
The prosecution is now rested. We'll see the defense case when on trial returns. The prosecution has tried to establish that former patrolman Craig Pyer was in the habit of stopping women at Mercy Road, but he had scratches on his face and appeared to be agitated following the murder. There is no conclusive physical evidence or eyewitness testimony linking the defendant to the crime. We return to the courtroom as the defense calls its own witnesses to present a different version of events.
Remember, what you are watching is real.
Susan Lambert says that she was driving south on Interstate 15 on the night of the murder at about the same time the victim would have been on that road.
Did you see another vehicle that attracted your attention?
Yes, I did.
What kind of vehicle was that?
It was a white Volkswagen Bug.
Could you describe anybody you saw in that car?
The driver was a male, approximately 30, 35 years old, beard, mustache, kind of scruffy looking. He had a female passenger in the front seat, and there was a male and a female in the back seat.
Okay. Did you notice anything about the male and the female in the back seat?
They were wrestling around a little bit.
And did you observe that Volkswagen take an exit?
Yes, I did.
What exit did they take?
The Mercy Road off-ramp.
When you compare...
Prosecutor Finks cross-examines.
And the woman, what did she look like?
Blonde. Real pretty blonde.
Okay. Is there a reason why you remember that it was a real pretty blonde? What?
No reason, except the next day when I heard.
And now you were looking at, you said the next day is that you heard it was a pretty blonde woman?
Well, they showed a picture of her on the TV.
Oh, was that the woman you saw in the car?
I'm not sure.
The defense calls Sergeant John McDonald, Craig Pyer's supervisor, who was questioned about a telephone complaint he received 1 month before Kara Knott's murder.
The person on the phone identified herself as the mother of a 23-year-old daughter who had been stopped by Officer Pyer at Mercy Road and 15, and the person wanted to know what the Highway Patrol's written policy was concerning taking people off the freeway on a traffic stop.
Did you have any discussion with Officer Pyer regarding this telephone call?
Yes, I did. And I told him that I had received a complaint regarding this matter and that I thought he did a good job of using good tactics to take that person off the freeway.
Thank you, Sergeant. Nothing further.
Comparing other fibers, is that correct? You found other...
The prosecution cross-examines.
Had you been aware of the fact that there were 30 or possibly 40 other similar traffic stops, a young woman being taken down to a dark area, would you have commended Officer Pyer for that behavior?
Absolutely not.
Defense witness Adele Tolgard had been pulled over by Pyer for having a dim headlight. After checking her car, the defendant advised her that her engine was out of oil. The defense is trying to counter the prosecution's contention that Craig Pyer was in the habit of stopping women by showing that he was only trying to help them when he did.
He offered to give me a ride home, and we vacillated back and forth. I asked him if it would be fine if he just called AAA for me, or I could maybe just drive. I had another exit to go to. But he seemed that he would rather have given me a ride, and it was fine.
And did he give you a ride someplace?
Yes, he did give me a ride too. My sitters were my little girl at that time was 9 months old and then we picked her up and he drove us home.
The prosecution now cross-examines Adele Tolgard.
Did you originally indicate you didn't really want to take a ride with him?
Yes,
Did he talk you into riding with him?
I suppose you could say so, yeah. It just,
It was 1 Adam 12.
Defense attorney Grimes calls Karen Pyer, wife of the defendant. He questions her about Officer Pyer on the night of Kara Knott's death.
When he left, do you remember, what did he do when he left, as he was leaving?
Him and I walked out together, and I had Casey in my arms, and we just walked out saying goodbye and loved each other. I'd give each other a kiss, and I'd walk him out to the car, and I walked him out to the car, and he left.
Do you know what time he came home that night?
He came home about 11:15.
Now, the next day, Sunday, December 28th, did you observe any articles of clothing that appeared to be in need of cleaning?
Yes.
What was that?
He asked me to take a look at his uniform clothing that he had worn.
And what clothing did you look at?
Well, I looked at his uniform pants.
And was there anything on that that needed cleaning?
Yes, he did. It had a stain on it.
What did it stain? Have you seen stains on your kids' clothes and his clothes through the years?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever seen a blood stain?
Yes.
Is that what this looked like?
Yes.
Did he ever tell you we better burn these pants or anything like that? What was it decided to do with those pants?
That I would take him to the cleaners when I was running errands that week.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Prosecutor Finks cross-examined.
And you talked about the fact that your husband came home between 5:30 and 6 o'clock on the 27th, is that correct?
Yes.
Did he have any scratches on his face at that time?
No, he did not.
And when he came home the second time that night, did you notice that he had scratches on his face?
Yes, I did.
Did you see any injuries on your husband, or observe any injuries on your husband's hands when he came home?
Yes, he had a dime-sized wound on his hand. It was an old wound that looked like it had been reopened.
Defense attorney Grimes redirects.
Now, as you mentioned that there was an old wound on his hand that was reopened, can you tell us when he got that?
The week before Christmas, it would have been the day before the CHP Christmas party, he had taken a day to go ride motors with the motor squad. They were having a practicing day. And he came back with what looked like a burn wound from the motorcycle.
The defense has rested. Now, the closing arguments.
If you knew about the defendant's behavior with other women, and you heard that Kara Knott was killed down at Mercy Road, who would be the first person you would look to? You'd say, is that cop Pyer working that beat? And sure enough, he was. Does that cop Pyer have this type of blood? Sure enough, he does. Does that cop Pyer have fibers on his jacket that would match what was found on her hands and on her shirt? Sure enough, he does. Did that cop Pyer have access to a rope that could have caused these injuries? Absolutely did. Did that cop Pyer act strange after the killing? You bet he did. Did the cop Pyer try and hide his activities and change any of his records? You bet he did that too. And you can go down a list of these things one after another, day after day, and come up with the same answers. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And the reason for that is just simple. He killed Kara Knott.
No matter how much you disapproved of Craig Pyer stopping other women and talking to them longer than necessary, it is not any evidence at all of any motive to kill somebody. Has the prosecution proved everything beyond a reasonable doubt? Do any of the points that have been raised in this case create a reasonable possibility that Craig Pyer is not guilty? If so, the case hasn't been proven. It's not going to be quick, but after carefully going over everything, I think you agree, not proven, and that means not guilty.
The jury has retired to deliberate in the case of Craig Pyer, who is facing a life sentence for the murder of Kara Knott. We'll see the verdict when On Trial returns. Craig Pyer's retrial took place over a period of 6 weeks. We return to the courtroom as the defendant waits for the jury to return. The jury has been deliberating for 5 days. For Craig Pyer, a year and a half of waiting is nearly over. If convicted, he could spend the rest of his life in prison.
Mr. Smith, I'm informed that the jury has reached a verdict. Is that true?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, would you pass the verdict to the bailiff, please?
Case number CR 87223, the people of the state of California versus Craig Allen Pyer. Verdict: we, the jury, in the above entitled cause, find the defendant, Craig Allen Pyer, guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187 as charged in Count 1 of the information, and fix the degree thereof as murder in the first degree.
On August 3rd, 1988, Craig Pyer returned to the court to be sentenced. Judge Hoffman permitted Karen Pyer and Karen Knott's father to plead before the sentencing.
Karen Knott was a gorgeous, a vivacious, well-loved person. And during the trial, I really felt the pain of the family. And I'm sorry that you had to endure so much. And I am deeply sorry that she was killed. But my husband was a friendly, vibrant, and well-loved person too. And in my heart, and in my family's heart, we all know that you have the wrong man.
It is our fervent hope that this predator will never walk the streets again. He kidnapped and brutally murdered our sweet Karen while hiding behind his badge and bragging his sacred trust to society. We will never get over the loss of our precious Karen. The pain will be with us for the rest of our lives.
I can't fix anything. I can't order restitution. There's nothing I can do in this sentence that's going to repair any damage. I'm satisfied. This defendant has been proven guilty by overwhelming evidence. It is therefore the judgment and sentence of the court for defendant Craig Allen Pyer be committed to the state prison for the term of 25 years to life.
Craig Pyer's conviction is currently under appeal.
This is the plaintiff, Thomas Fessler. He claims that as a surprise for his wife's birthday, he hired the defendant's airplane advertising company to fly past his home with a Happy Birthday Angelica banner. However, the pilot flew way out over the ocean, and consequently, the banner was barely visible. He's suing for the return of his $300. This is the defendant, Bob Cannon, owner of Bob Cannon Sky Ad Company. He says the birthday banner was flown about 500 feet over the shoreline in plain sight from the plaintiff's house, so he's not about to refund his money. He's accused of spoiling a birthday surprise. What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors. They are actual litigants with a case pending in a California municipal court. Both parties have agreed to dismiss their court cases and have their dispute settled here in our forum, the People's Court.
Hello, I'm Doug Llewellyn, and welcome to the People's Court. This is the case of Into the Wild Blue Yonder. Now, according to the plaintiff, not one person at his wife's surprise birthday party got a good look at the banner. In fact, at least half of them had no idea of what it even said. According to the defendant, however, the plane flew close enough to the plaintiff's house for the banner to be seen by everyone there. Well, let's try and find out just what went wrong with this birthday surprise as the litigants tell their stories to Judge Wapner.
I know you've been sworn, sir. I have read your complaint. You had a contract with the defendant where he was going to do something for your wife's birthday?
Yes, Your Honor.
When was that made?
It was in September of this year.
What day was her birthday?
Her birthday was September 17th. The party was a few days, the 13th, actually.
Party was on the 13th?
13th, yes, as close as I could get to her birthday.
What day of the week was that?
On a Sunday afternoon.
And where?
In Laguna Beach, at our residence.
You have a place right on the beach? Or?
No, unfortunately not, but it's close enough. Perhaps 9 blocks from the shoreline. Okay. 7 blocks as a crow flies, if that's...
Okay. Did you have a written contract with the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Well, what was he to do?
I had contracted with him on a prior case, and I expected the same thing.
Tell me what he was supposed to do.
Okay, he was supposed to fly a banner reading "Happy Birthday, Angelica," with a heart.
With a heart?
With a heart. Mm-hmm.
Right.
And he was supposed to arrive at a certain hour, and not only was the plane late...
What was the hour he was supposed to arrive?
I believe it was 4:30 in the afternoon, Sunday afternoon. I had about 60 to 70 guests. And
how big was the banner supposed to be?
Well, it's probably 20, 30 feet long. It's like the standard banner you see. They go up and down the coastline.
How many times was he supposed to come by the house?
He did this once before. 5 times he circled, and I assumed this is what I was getting the second time.
What happened then?
The day arrived, and we had a great time. The party, I had entertaining, I had the band and so forth. And as a surprise to my wife, I had contracted with Mr. Cannon to fly over, like he had accomplished 2 years prior to that, flew 5 times over. And the pilot radioed home base. They in turn called the house to confirm the fact that they were over the house. Fine, they did a beautiful job. I assumed this is what I was getting the second time. The plane came down the coast. It was a little bit late. He was out beyond the shoreline.
What time did he get there?
Shortly after 4:30, perhaps 4:40, 10 minutes late. That wasn't important.
Okay.
The important thing was that I could hardly make out the banner. People were asking me, what does it say? He made 2 quick turns and disappeared. Well, I was just as glad he left because it was a bit embarrassing, to say the least.
You have any affidavits from any of these people who were there?
No, but I have a video, Your Honor, that shows the plane was at eye level, which completely lost the effect. I couldn't find...
How long is the video?
Oh, I have it set just prior to the airplane scene.
How much did you pay him for this?
$300, Your Honor.
Paid in advance?
In advance, yes. And they not only didn't call me to verify the location, he was so far out over the shoreline, it must have been close to a mile, and I suspect the pilot was lost. He went too far south, made 2 turns, and was gone. That isn't what I paid for.
I understand. All right. Mr. Cannon, were you the pilot that day or something?
No, I wasn't.
Do you know who the pilot was?
Yes, I do.
What was his name?
Dean Johnson.
You have an affidavit from him?
No, I didn't bother to bring it. I have written records of the flight and so forth. So.
Well, these are his logs?
Yes.
Well, can I see them?
Yes, sir. I wonder if I could, first off, show you the map that we worked by on this job. Because when an order is booked...
This is your map?
This is the map that Mr. Fessler sent us to work by.
He sent you this map?
Yes. That's a recopy of it. It's not the original, but it's...
Did you send him this map, sir?
May I see it, Your Honor?
You've got a circle there, apparently, where your house is.
Yes. I have another copy here, very similar.
Right.
I would suppose I sent him that.
There's another factor I was going to mention, and that is that in this terrain where Mr. Fessler lives, and maybe I could present you with this little sketch that I've made. The terrain is quite hilly. And
when did you find that out?
Oh, I've known it all my life.
Well, you knew it before the flight was made.
Oh, sure. Okay. That's why I flew along the shoreline. That's why I had it flown that way. What I'm saying is that the steepness of the terrain and the federal air regulations are such that you have to fly at 1,000 feet above the nearest obstacle, which I've written there, within 2,000 feet laterally of your highest obstacle, which means that you can't fly right over Mr. Fessler's house at 1,000 feet above his house you would be closer to 1,750 feet. You see, because when you'd be circling, the lowest part of your altitude would have to be a minimum of 1,000 feet above the highest obstacle.
Did you communicate that to Mr. Fessler before you did the job?
No, no, sir, that wasn't. It just became, I mean, it was like, to me, that flying along the shoreline would be the way I would do the job.
How large are the letters on the banner?
They're 5 foot tall.
Can they be seen from 1,680 feet away?
We fly these banners typically, as an example, at the Rose Bowl and places like that at 2,000 feet.
Anything else you want to tell me, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. I also am a pilot, and I would be hard-pressed to find my house flying at eye level. The house has trees. I have a sweeping view of the ocean, but I do have trees. It's somewhat hidden. And I can't believe the pilot found my home. Had he been above it, perhaps he could have located it a lot easier, but he was flying at eye level beyond the shoreline, perhaps a mile. So I have to feel that the gentleman never found my house. He was too far south when he turned. And that's, in conclusion, Your Honor, I feel that I'm entitled to a full refund. I could not reason with Mr. Cannon. I know there's expenses incurred here, but he was not willing to compromise. So,
how many times did the pilot circle?
6 times.
How do you know it was 6 times?
Because, see, my pilots are trained in this.
No.
And
they may be trained to do it, sir, but that doesn't mean that it's done.
And
how do you know it as a fact?
Well, the other thing I do is I monitor their flying. Plus, in a case...
Did you monitor this flight?
Yes, I did, sir.
How did you monitor it?
By the radio. In other words, I have a base station that I can talk to anywhere in Southern California to my airplanes. And whenever they do a personal message or even a commercial message, for that matter, I'm in radio contact with them. So, number one...
Do you have anything in the log to show that you were in radio contact with him?
No, sir, it's just the way my operation is. Anybody that was there knows that that's the way it is.
Okay. Can I see those logs, sir, please?
Certainly. I've got a mark in there where you can open the book.
Anything else either of you want to tell me?
This will prove, Your Honor, if time permits, and this, incidentally, was zoomed in on it, so you get a better view than you would from the naked eye.
Okay, we'll take a look at it. Take a short recess. I'll come back and give you my decision.
How do you think you would decide this dispute? Would you find for the plaintiff, or would it be the defendant? We'll return for Judge Wapner's decision in this case in just a moment.
Fresh vegetables. There's nothing more natural, and there's nothing more natural than this. Unlike some other cheese products, it's got no artificial ingredients, no preservatives. It's 100% natural Kraft cheese. Now, how you gonna beat that?
The crystal is by Lalique. The silver is by George Jensen. And the gourmet cat food is by Fancy Feast. Fancy Feast. A good taste is easy to recognize.
The Ballad of a Gentle Laxative. When I'm a regular, here's what I do. I take Doxadan because it works when I expect it to. Doxadan, gentle Doxadan, I get no surprises. I feel better in the morning as sure as the sun rises. Doxadan, Doxadan, when nature needs a helping hand, get overnight relief with Doxadan, as sure as the sun rises.
This typewriter and I have been through a lot of deadlines together. Kind of shows, too. But I wouldn't trade it for anything. It's kind of like my Yellow Pages, U.S. West Direct. I've got some other directories around here, but none of them have as much information as this book right here. You can tell by my doodling. It's the one that I use. I couldn't write a better book myself.
U.S. West Direct, the one that gets used.
Built for living, built for life. That's what you'll find at the Oregon Manufactured Home Show this weekend at the Salem Fairgrounds. Browse 25 different homes, all sale price this weekend only.
That was a good atmosphere.
There's so many of them here, I don't know which ones to choose from.
Some really expensive homes and some inexpensive homes, so it's a good variety.
So much better than an apartment and a lot less work than a conventional home.
Today's manufactured home.
Built for living, built for life.
I did view the videotape, and I asked both of you to come into my chambers and look at it. We had a tough time finding the exact thing that I saw the first time, but I'm glad that you were both able to view it. The first question to be asked and then answered, of course, is, was there a contract between the two of you? The essential terms of the contract were not there. You have to have a meeting of the minds. Your testimony, sir, is, I assumed that we would do the same thing that was done 2 years ago. You cannot assume anything in a contract. And the question is, did he render a service to you for which you got some benefit? So therefore, either you get part of your money back or you can't get any of it back. Looking at the tape, now the defendant in Chambers said that if you look at it with a naked eye, with this banner going by, you can read it better than you can through a camera. I'm not sure whether that's true or not. I don't know. But I do know that having looked at the tape, I could read it. It was difficult, but I could read Happy Birthday. But I did get a reaction from people at the party. One of them said, first of all, the band was playing Happy Birthday. And everybody was called out to look at this plane coming over. And one of the guests said, how about that? And another one said, that was really nice. Now, you said that banner went by twice like that. Defendant said 6 times. But you had no agreement about it. So did you get your value because the guests out there reacted the way they did? And I don't know what your wife said or didn't say, but I assume she was there with all the rest of them because you told me she was called out to look at it.
True.
So the big thing was the idea of a plane coming by and saying, Happy Birthday, Angelica, and not whether it went by 2 times or 6 times. And therefore, I think you got your money's worth, and therefore, I don't think you should recover anything. Judgment is for the defendant.
So, as Judge Wapner has just pointed out, the plaintiff's videotape did indeed help him, but it helped him decide for the defendant. Now, Mr. Fessler's the plaintiff. He's just come out. What do you think about that, sir?
I think the tape did me in.
I think you're right. Any other comment about it?
No, I think it was fair.
You got a fair hearing?
I think the way it was presented, yes.
So be it. Do you think you'll do this again?
Possibly.
Maybe.
Possibly.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Officer Burrell has some documents you must sign. Now the defendant, Mr. Cannon, is coming out. Mr. Cannon, you must feel better at this point about this.
Well, it's nice to have it over with.
Do many people give you complaints about services like this?
I've done, I was figuring today, over 10,000.
Of these kind of things?
Yeah, and this is the first one.
Sure. Well, congratulations.
In this case here, the video proved that the people were excited, everybody was happy, and that's the key thing. That's
what counts.
That's what counts.
Officer Burrell has some documents you must sign. We appreciate it, and that'll bring this case to a close. The litigants for our next case are on their way into the courtroom.
This is the plaintiff, Barbara Venezia, and her husband, Donald McIntyre. She claims that the huge Art Deco armoire she gave the defendants to sell on consignment was totally destroyed when it apparently fell off the truck transporting it. She's suing for $1,000, the value of the piece. These are the defendants, Janine Tebow, owner of Spin, an unusual furniture store, and her brother, Robert West. Janine admits that the plaintiff's armoire fell off her brother's truck. However, it clearly states in her contract that she is not responsible for damaged goods. She's accused of destroying furniture. We'll return for the case of A Farewell to Armoire after these messages.
For all those striving to get to the top. This is a reminder of how much fun it is to get to the bottom.
1 calorie, just for the taste of it.
Bottoms up.
Diet Coke.
Also available in caffeine-free, both with 100% NutraSweet.
Why is this man still up with his cold?
sniffling through tissue after tissue, losing count of his coughs and sneezes. Why is he wrestling with aches and pains, suffering instead of resting? Why? Because he's been waiting for something new. New cherry-flavored NyQuil. The great tasting, nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, fever, sleep, and rest medicine. In original or new cherry flavor.
If you're looking for a new sofa, now's the time to buy, and Schleifer Furniture is the place. You'll find an incredible selection of brand-name sofas, love seats, and hide-a-beds at tremendous savings. Choose sofas from $2.99, others from $3.99, a wide selection from $5.99, and top-of-the-line sofas from $6.99. Or if you like, custom order at the same low prices. Buy now with no money down and no payments for 6 months. The sofa you want at the price you want to pay is at Schleifer Furniture, Southeast Grand Avenue at Stark.
Meyer & Frank makes carpet and upholstery cleaning easier than ever before with the amazing new Power Steamer by Bissell. The Power Steamer lets you deep clean your carpets and upholstery rent-free anytime you like. The Power Steamer shoots warm cleaning solution, while powerful suction pulls the liquid and dirt back out. Gets carpeting deep down clean, yet fast pickup action won't soak carpet or upholstery. Don't rent, own your own Bissell Power Steamer and get the deep cleaning results you'd expect from a professional. Take home your Power Steamer today. $179.99 now at Meyer & Frank.
This is the case of a farewell to armoire. Now, the plaintiff contends that the armoire, which was part of a three-piece bedroom suite, had to be thrown out because it was damaged beyond repair. The defendant maintains that according to the contract, the armoire was legally hers since it was left in her shop for over 60 days. And bottom line, the contract exonerates her from any liability for damage. Well, let's find out if the defendants will have to pay as the testimony in this case gets underway.
I know you've been sworn. I have read your complaint, ma'am. You had some furniture that you left with the defendant on consignment?
Yes.
You claim it was damaged?
On September 15, 1986, I entered into a consignment agreement with Janine.
Do you have a copy of it?
Here's a copy of it. And as you'll notice, number 7 is crossed out and signed by both of us, and that was at my husband Donald's request. And as the consignor, and she's the consignee, that states that she takes full responsibility and liability for anything that happens to any of my furniture that I gave her in transport, loss, damage, theft, whatever. And on the back side of that is a list of all the furniture that I gave her.
At some time, did you ask that they be returned?
Yes, I did. I made...
Were the items returned to you?
All the items were returned except for the large armoire. It was a three-piece bedroom set. And at the time they were returned, I was told that the armoire was in storage and that when she got a chance, it was in a warehouse and that she would return it to me. I made repeated phone calls to Janine at the store, and here's a copy of my phone bills dating from September 86 to March 3rd, which is the last time that I spoke to her. I made 24 phone calls in that time frame.
March 3rd of 87?
Of 87. I finally became adamant about getting the armoire back, and on April 10th, I went down to her store to demand it back. That's when I found out that the store had gone out of business, and there were 2 workmen in the store, and they were refinishing the place. Nobody knew what had happened to Spin or anything. I went next door to the bookstore. They wouldn't give me any information. I then contacted the Costa Mesa police and put out a theft report. On April 30th, Detective Steve Labbitt located Janine. She was staying with her mother, and here's a copy of the police report along with her statement. And in the statement, she indicates that the armoire was broken and fell out of her brother's truck in October, which is a month after she had it. Now, from the phone calls, you can see that I contacted her for at least a year, and at no time did she ever tell me that the armoire was broken.
Did you tell the police that the armoire fell off your brother's truck and was broken?
Yes, I did.
Was that in October of 86?
No, it was not.
The police report says you had problems with selling the property. You decided to return the items to her in October of 86. And you gave them to your brother, Robert West, who agreed to deliver the property. And the item fell off the truck and was damaged. You didn't tell that to the police?
That's incorrect. No, I did not.
What did you tell the police?
The large armoire fell off the truck the night that Robert picked it up, the night it was consigned.
When was that?
September 15th.
September 15th?
Yes.
The night it was consigned?
The night it was consigned.
Did you ever notify her that?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Well, we thought we could remedy the situation. We did take the armoire to a repair shop and have it put back together, and this is a bill from that repair shop.
Let me see it. You had it put back together?
PM Cabinets is where she brought it, and she told the police that it was fixed. It wasn't fixed. When I spoke to the owner there, he told me that she'd never contacted him.
Can it be fixed?
And it was sent to SC.
Can it be fixed?
No. In fact, when I contacted them to pick it up, the guy said that it wasn't even worth my time and effort to come and get it. And I went to get it anyway because I wanted to see what the condition of the armoire was, and that was
What'd
it.
you do with it after you picked it up?
I threw it away because it was just too damaged.
What is your defense to this?
Number one, number 7 was crossed out only in agreement that if anything, any of the mirrors to the vanity were damaged. Her husband was concerned about the mirrors being
Where does it
broken.
say anything about this only applies to mirrors?
Well, it wasn't written in, but that's what the agreement was. He was standing there at the time.
Look, if that's what you wanted to do, that's what you should have written in.
I know that.
What is your other defense?
The armoire had not been completely refinished. It had been put back together, and it was supposed to go to the refinisher next door. I did look at it.
When? What are you talking
In
about?
December. I looked at the piece in November after it had been put together, and in December it was to go to a refinisher, an additional $150 to refinish it, totaling $300, and the refinisher told me he could make it look better than it had looked.
Did you ever go
new.
back to the refinisher and try to pick up this armoire?
I called him several
I said, did you ever go back there and try to pick it up?
No, I did not.
Did you ever deal with him at all?
Well,
Did you ever pay him a dime?
No.
Take a short recess. I'll come back, give you my decision.
Ah, coffee. It's what keeps us going. But coffee contains acid. And that acid can have consequences. Fortunately, there's a coffee that's been 90% acid neutralized. Kava. Rich, full-bodied, delicious. The more you drink, the more you like. So for coffee without the bitter consequences, try Kava.
Some people grow old gracefully, but after my stroke, I felt old. A new feeling. My son invited me to live with him, but I want to live in my home. So I called Kelly Assisted Living. My assisted living caregiver helps me with cooking, cleaning, and laundry, plus companionship and care. That's important. But you know what I like best? I just feel a lot better about life.
For companionship and care in your home, call Kelly Assisted Living.
Good afternoon. I'm Shirley Hancock.
And I'm Mike Donahue. Saying they need to cut costs, which have outpaced sales, Tektronix executives announced they are laying off about 1,000 workers, most in the Portland area.
Oregon school superintendent backs off from his original proposal to teach K through 12th graders about safer sex. He says the younger kids need to take classes focusing on the deadly disease.
And we'll tell you how some birthday cakes can be illegal.
Join us coming up next on Channel 6.
How much, if anything, will the plaintiff recover for the damaged armoire? We'll be back to find out what Judge Wapner thinks in a moment.
Introducing 4 new Savory Classics. Savory Classics Green Bean Almondine. Spring Vegetables and Cheese. Savory Classics Cauliflower au gratin. Creamy Parmesan and herbs. So instead of spending your evening creating a classic, you can spend it enjoying one. New Savory Classics from Rice-A-Roni.
X-Lax presents some gentle guarantees. The caress of silk on early morning skin, the softness of pearls, and the peace of mind that comes from the X-Lax guarantee. Taken at bedtime, X-Lax is guaranteed to work gently, effectively by 8 a.m. or your money back. Isn't it nice to know there are still some promises you can count on? X-Lax, guaranteed complete relief by 8 a.m.
In the opinion of our courtroom observers, there is no question but that the plaintiffs deserve to prevail in this dispute. So let's find out now what Judge Wapner has decided.
Clause 5 of the contract is your contract. It says consignee shall use best efforts to take reasonable care of the consigned property and keep it in the same condition as it was when delivered to consignee. Now, in the next breath, you say you're not responsible for fire, theft, any act of God. Well, there wasn't any of those things here. And breakage and shoplifting. Well, breakage means to me something that may have broken in the shop, something may have broken in the shop, but that's still inconsistent with the first part of this, where you say you'll take reasonable care. And since it's ambiguous and inconsistent, and since you drew the contract, well, I don't mean you personally, but it's your contract, you presented the plaintiff with the contract, you're responsible for any inconsistency that it may have in it. And so you're responsible for the fact that this armoire was broken. My judge, normally also, I don't give replacement cost. You're not entitled to replacement cost. But in this case, I find that replacement cost and the value of the item at the time it was broken are the same. And therefore, I'm going to give you the $950. Judgment is for plaintiff for $950.
And that will bring this case to a close, as well as this session of the People's Court. I'm Doug Llewellyn, thanking you once again for joining us and reminding you that if someone damages your property and then refuses to pay, don't take the law into your own hands. You take them to court.
The Oregon State School Superintendent revealed a revised AIDS education plan. How will it affect your children? Find out this afternoon at 5 from Newsroom 6, here on KOIN TV, the news station.
It's the sale you wait for. It's Smith's 12-hour sale, and it's Saturday from 9 a.m. till 9 p.m. only. Shop for single-day savings on furniture, appliances, and electronics. For example, this Zenith VCR with remote is just $257. This 40-inch big screen is just $1697. And all Zenith video cameras are sale price from just $447. You can also buy Saturday with no payments and no interest until September. It's the sale you wait for. Smith's 12-hour sale. Saturday, 9 till 9. Don't miss it.
Kids can be very talented stain makers.
Yuck.
So moms need the power of all, the stain lifter.
Wow! A-L-L. How does it work?
All goes right to the stain and just lifts it away. For my little stain makers,
Greasy.
I get the stain lifter.
Oh, wow. A-L-L. The stain lifter.
My new tub made of fiberglass was installed by men made mostly of dirt.
Using a liquid cleanser?
I guess I have to.
Bet you'd like to use Comet.
I love to use Comet. But see this label? Abrasives may scratch.
But this label says safe as a liquid.
I wouldn't bet on it.
I would. Today's Comet has no harsh abrasives, so it's safe, it's tough.
It's beautiful.
Today's Comet, regular or lemon fresh. Safe as a liquid, tough as Comet.
The 87-88 Blazer season has featured action, excitement, and outstanding contributions from each and every player. And now Miller Lite and the Trailblazers invite you to enter the Miller Lite Most Valuable Blazers Sweepstakes. You can vote for your favorite Blazers in each of 5 categories. And there are great prizes, too, including the grand prize, an 88 Toyota Corolla Deluxe Sedan. Entry ballots are available at your nearest Portland area Toyota dealership or wherever Miller beer is sold. So stop in and fill one out today. The deadline is March 16th.
This is CBS.
This is the CBS Evening News. Dan Rather reporting. Good evening. The Palestine Liberation Organization's parliament ended its meeting in Algiers today, but not before making a symbolic declaration that could nevertheless alter the reality of the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians. Tom Fenton in Algiers has our first report.
40 years of pent-up emotion released by a single declaration, an independent Palestinian state with Jerusalem as its capital. After endless years of being dogged by UN resolutions dictating their future, Palestinians are now bubbling with confidence.
No force on earth can deprive my people of the right to statehood.
We can say, yes, we have a state. We are Palestinians, and the state is in the West Bank and Gaza. I mean, it's very spiritually uplifting.
And to underline all this, Arafat was playing statesman this afternoon in Algiers. He laid the first stone of the first Palestinian embassy in the first country to recognize his independent Palestinian state. But in reality, the declaration was more psychological than real. The situation of Palestinians today is little different from what it was yesterday. It does remove one of the obstacles to Middle East peace talks, the PLO's refusal to talk to the Israelis, but leaves the other obstacle firmly in place, Israel's refusal to talk to the PLO. In the final analysis, the Palestinians have made this declaration of independence for themselves.
Although it's partly a public relations exercise aimed at world opinion, it's mainly intended to encourage the young Palestinians who've been leading the uprising in the occupied territories for almost a year now. Tom Fenton, CBS News, Algiers.
It had all the trappings of an Independence Day anywhere else. Confetti and flags and the sonorous sounding of drums. They were celebrating, these villagers, the declaration in the far-off capital of Algiers. But people in the territories knew they had brought it about through 11 months of stones. They were celebrating themselves.
They have been injected with new blood, new life, with which to continue with the uprising until we achieve our freedom.
From before dawn this morning, troops sealed off the occupied territories, blocking every road, every lane between Israel and the West Bank, unconsciously and ironically defining possible borders for the new state declared in Algiers. The entire Israeli government was attending a memorial service for David Ben-Gurion, the architect of Israeli independence. Prime Minister Shamir dismissed the declaration as one more step in the war of terrorists against Israel. For once, the whole cabinet was behind him.
I don't believe it's realistic enough to change the situation.
The situation on the ground hadn't changed at all, of course. There were more troops on the West Bank and Gaza today than at any time since the territories were captured in the '67 war. With all their manpower and materiel, the Israelis were firmly in control. The only thing they did not have is a solution.
They are really worried because they also now must face reality. It is so difficult for the Israelis to face reality because they want to believe that there is no Palestinian people.
What started as a bunch of unruly kids less than a year ago, today displayed the discipline, the coherence, the consciousness of a national movement. The lives of people on the West Bank will not change because of Algiers. Their minds have been changed already. Bob Simon, CBS News, on the West Bank.
In Washington, the State Department rejected the Palestinian Independence Declaration, saying only negotiations can actually settle the issue. The President and President-elect gave higher marks to the whole package of PLO initiatives. That overall package includes support of the UN resolution that implicitly recognizes Israel's right to exist. Wyatt Andrews reports.
In Washington, the PLO statement impressed both President Reagan and the man who will inherit the Middle East stalemate in just 2 months.
Well, it does represent a change from their previous attitude.
If indeed there is specific recognition of Security Council Resolution 242, that would be a very important step forward.
But what is Arafat up to? Most experts give him credit for a skillful piece of maneuvering that makes the PLO look more moderate, but which stops short of actually recognizing Israel.
I think Arafat is really here trying to drive a wedge in this Israeli-American relation. He's trying to speak to America without speaking to Israel.
If that's true, Arafat has already been at least a partial success. He is already forcing a new debate, Dan, not just among diplomats, but also in the American Jewish community about just how much of a concession the PLO may have just made.
Wyatt, hasn't the United States' objection always been that implied recognition of Israel is not enough if the PLO wants to talk to the U.S. and Israel?
Right, Dan, it's not enough. I mean, the ban on talking to the PLO will continue, but keep in mind that everybody on both sides politically understands what's going on here. Arafat can't just up and recognize Israel because that would give up all of the diplomatic leverage he has left. The U.S., for its part, can't publicly endorse this proposal, the PLO statement, too much because it has to hold out for a full recognition of Israel. The PLO, in any event, is going to get a lot of public relations points out of this, everyone acknowledges, because they have signaled a new moderation.
Wyatt Andrews, thanks. And still to come on tonight's CBS Evening News, Ray Brady on some help for a small-town bank that ran dry.
River don't run dry.
And Rita Braver on theories, they're only theories, that the mob could have had a part in the assassination of President Kennedy, part of our series 25 years later. Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev's overseas initiative was firmed up and widened today. He leaves this week for India, arrives in New York City December 6th to address the United Nations. That'd be on Pearl Harbor Day, December 7th. Then to Cuba to see Fidel Castro, and on to Britain to visit Prime Minister Thatcher. On Gorbachev's American visit, he is to meet with both President Reagan and President-elect Bush. The Vice President concluded his Florida vacation this morning and later in Washington met with the first foreign leader since the election, Chancellor Kohl of West Germany. Tomorrow, Mr. Bush confers with Britain's Prime Minister Thatcher. The President-elect made a not unexpected appointment today, and Deborah Potter reports on that.
In another move meant to signal stability in economic policy, President-elect Bush chose to keep Nicholas Brady as Secretary of the Treasury.
He will be the chief economic spokesman for my administration, and he knows we've got to sit down with the Congress and hammer out a budget deficit reduction agreement, and that we have to do it soon.
I'll do my best to help the President-elect serve the people and to build on this, the longest economic recovery in the history of this country.
Brady's selection, following the choice of former Treasury Secretary James Baker as Secretary of State, was clearly aimed at reassuring jittery financial markets, which tumbled last week amid concerns about the deficit.
I hope it, to the degree they need calming, it will have that effect.
They have a team that is going to inspire confidence and that is going to look politically strong. The major question, though, is going to what are they going to do?
Another open question, who will be chief of staff in the Bush White House? The main rivals, longtime Bush aide Craig Fuller and New Hampshire Governor John Sununu, who helped save the Bush candidacy during the primaries. In what seemed to be a sign, the president-elect and Sununu flew to Washington together today, but there was no announcement.
He will talk specifics in about a week or so.
Do you have an interest in the chief of staff job?
I'll do whatever he needs.
While appointing a hardliner like Sununu would please Republican conservatives, sources say he might have serious problems dealing with the Democratic Congress, a major drawback for a chief of staff. Deborah Potter, CBS News, Washington.
Pain and lingering shock tonight in a tiny town in Texas. Banks are failing at a stunning rate all across the country. 182 banks have failed so far this year, compared to the record 184 for all of 1987. CBS News business correspondent Ray Brady reports how the failure of just one bank means the loss of something more than money.
Whiskey River, take my mind. Normally, Willie Nelson gets thousands of dollars for a night's work. But tonight, no fee, he's playing a benefit for Leroy, Texas. A town now as flat as the plains of central Texas because its bank went under, with no insurance on its depositors' money. Wilma Aldis lost more than $30,000.
So, how would you like it if you have your life savings in the bank and then all of a sudden it's wiped out? You don't have nothing.
Nobody is sure why the bank went under. The owners are not talking. But altogether, nearly $6 million was lost. A crushing blow to a three-block town of just 253 people, many of them over 65, living on Social Security.
How could all this happen? Through a loophole in the law that has now been closed. This was one of just 5 Texas banks not regulated by the state, and it did not have to carry insurance on its depositors' money.
Just seeing the deserted bank hurts.
Back memories, kind I don't want to remember.
I can't get that money back. I can't get out and work anymore. I especially am sorry that I've lost faith in some people that I had trusted. Losing faith hurts a lot.
Faith and trust. The bank had been here since 1907. Checking accounts were kept by name, not number. When bank examiners closed it, the shock was felt all over Central Texas.
I was visiting up in Abbott, my hometown, and my barber up there told me about it.
If you got the money, honey, I've got the time, and we'll go honky-tonk. So they listened to Willie Nelson, numb, still shocked by their twin loss of money and faith. And they wonder whatever happened to the days when banks were rock solid. Ray Brady, CBS News, Leroy, Texas.
Negotiators in Geneva today reached a U.S.-mediated peace agreement for southern Africa. Pending likely approval by their governments, Cuban, Angolan, and South African envoys agreed to Cuban military withdrawal from Angola in return for Namibia's peace independence. However, no actual timetable has been announced. February 1st is the reported possible starting date. In Pakistan, the moment long awaited by opposition leader Benazir Bhutto has arrived, a reasonably fair democratic election and a reasonable chance for victory. Anthony Mason is in Karachi.
For 11 years, she has shaken her fist at Pakistan's military regime and demanded democracy. Tomorrow, Benazir Bhutto will finally get her election. Victory would be the ultimate political revenge for the daughter of Pakistan's last elected prime minister, who was ousted, then executed in General Zia's coup. The U.S. government, which strongly backed Zia, is watching these elections closely. Pakistan's borders with Iran and Afghanistan make it the most important U.S. ally in the region. Bhutto once threatened retribution against her father's enemies, though lately she's toned down her attacks.
And her objective, if she should become the prime minister of this country, will certainly have to be stability and getting the country moving again rather than tearing it apart.
Her voice has been strained during weeks of campaign rallies that have often run till 5 in the morning. Outside the cities, people wait for hours by the roadside just to catch a glimpse of Bhutto's daughter.
And I feel a strength when I look out. I just feel a strength when I see all the people there, when I see the faces, when I see the hope.
9 smaller parties have hurriedly formed an alliance to stop her. Their leader, Nawaz Sharif, a former Zia crony, makes clear there can be no compromise with Bhutto.
I have never met her. I have never spoken to her.
Do you believe that if you that you could lose in a fair election?
No. I think we'll win even an unfair election. Let me put it that way to you.
None of the parties is expected to accept defeat gracefully. Soldiers are already in the streets to ensure an honest election. But as Ms. Bhutto knows, if the army isn't happy with the outcome, it's more than able to change the result. Anthony Mason, CBS News, Karachi.
In a sight reminiscent to American television viewers, a familiar-looking space shuttle glided to what is said to have been a flawless landing this morning, but this was a Soviet vehicle returning from its first mission of 3.5 hours. Other differences: there was no crew aboard, the landing was accomplished by remote control, and it was not shown to the public on live television. Murder or mercy killing? Juries these days are increasingly asked to decide such cases. But the circumstances under review by a Florida jury seem particularly complicated. Victoria Corderi explains why.
In the St. Petersburg courtroom, a man everyone knows did not kill his wife is on trial for her murder. The man who did do it took the stand today.
I put my hand over finger, over her mouth, and over her nose.
And why did you do that?
Well, to make sure that she was deceased.
It is the bizarre case of Patricia Rozier, a woman who wanted to die with dignity and who allowed television to document her struggles with cancer. Months after she passed away in 1986, her husband Peter revealed that he helped his wife take her own life after the overdose of sleeping pills she took didn't kill her.
She went into a coma, a rather deep coma, and the coma lightened a bit, and I administered something to her to terminate her life.
Rozier, a pathologist, gave his wife a double dose of morphine. Now he is on trial for what the state calls murder. The defense calls mercy.
She didn't decide to die. That God decided. She decided when to die. And that's what she sought the assistance of her husband for.
But Patricia Rozier didn't die from the morphine either. Her stepfather, Vincent Delman, smothered her when he realized the drugs weren't working. Delman admitted this after the state gave him immunity.
The decision you made in the bedroom was your decision and your decision alone.
Yes.
Neither side disputes that Patricia Rozier and her family planned her death that night, but the state still views it as a murder case.
The evidence will show that this was not done to relieve any pain. The evidence will show this was done to kill her.
The jury is not expected to decide Peter Rozier's fate for several weeks. In the past, Florida juries have shown little sympathy for mercy killings. Victoria Corderi, CBS News, St. Petersburg.
In the 25 years since the assassination of President John Kennedy, theories of conspiracy have come and gone. Some stay. One that's endured theorizes that the mob somehow may have been behind the shooting. Rita Braver reports tonight on that theory and the evidence as we continue our series, 25 Years.
3 shots were fired at President Kennedy.
Has been assassinated. Oswald has been shot.
Was the assassination of John F. Kennedy a mafia hit?
I really don't know what the situation is about. Nobody.
The Warren Commission found that Lee Harvey Oswald, an unstable, oddball character, acted alone and was then killed by Jack Ruby, another unstable, oddball character who acted alone. But studying evidence unearthed later, the House Assassinations Committee and other scholars have found new relationships linking both Ruby and Oswald to organized crime.
What we did that the Warren Commission didn't do is explore possible associations between Lee Harvey Oswald and Jack Ruby. Not directly, but through secondary people.
The mob links begin here in New Orleans, where Lee Harvey Oswald spent much of his youth living with his uncle, Dux Moret, who operated right here on this French Quarter block as a bookmaker in the gambling network run by the boss of the New Orleans mob, Carlos Marcello. Marcello was a key target of Attorney General Robert Kennedy's anti-mafia crusade. Kennedy even had him temporarily deported to Guatemala.
They just grabbed the guy. He couldn't call his wife. As he said, I couldn't even get a toothbrush or a little cash, a change of clothes. It was very well known in southern Louisiana that Carlos Marcello had sworn to eventually get the Kennedys.
And during a meeting at Marcello's fishing camp outside New Orleans, the mobster was quite specific, according to a former private investigator who says he got to know Marcello while working undercover.
And he said to me, what you do is you cut off the head of the dog and then the tail dies. And I had instant recognition on that sentence.
What did you think it meant?
I think it meant you killed the president and Bobby is taken care of.
Even back when he was a Senate investigator, Robert Kennedy had given mobsters other reasons to hate the family.
Will you tell us anything about any of your operations, or just giggle every time I ask you a question?
Declined to answer because I honestly believe my answer might tend to incriminate me.
I thought only little girls giggled, Mr. Giancana.
Chicago mobster Sam Giancana. The same Sam Giancana who was close to John Kennedy's mistress, Judith Exner. She now claims she set up a meeting between Giancana and the president-to-be at Kennedy's request.
And I asked him why, and he said he thought he could help him with the election. And I proceeded to do so.
She says later Giancana joked about delivering Chicago votes for Kennedy.
He used to make sarcastic remarks to me that your boyfriend wouldn't be president if it wasn't for me.
So according to mob theorists, the mafia felt double-crossed by Robert Kennedy's vendetta. And the theory goes Mafia Chief Marcello recruited the nephew of one of his bookies as the assassin, Lee Oswald, using as a go-between David Ferry, a shady New Orleans type who died mysteriously in 1967. As for Jack Ruby's ties to the mob, they allegedly went back to his boyhood in Chicago and continued in Dallas.
The bar he ran was part of a circuit with B-girls, prostitutes, and what have you. The place he got his girls from immediately was the Show Bar in Louisiana, connected to Carlos Marcello.
If mobsters did recruit Jack Ruby, they came to the right man. He was a well-known cop buff with many friends on the Dallas police force. And he had no trouble gaining access to this police department garage and moving in close enough to fire the shot that killed Lee Harvey Oswald.
The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
But despite those cryptic remarks after his trial, Ruby never claimed he was a hired gun. And others who've studied the evidence totally reject the mob theory.
Mafia hitmen are closed-mouthed, unemotional killers who have a long track record of effectively carrying out murder contracts for the mob. Oswald and Ruby are the most unlikely mafia hitmen that anyone could possibly imagine.
The one man who might know all, Carlos Marcello, is in federal prison on racketeering charges and refused to be interviewed. And even those who support the mob theory admit that there is not enough proof to support a prosecutable case. The U.S. Justice Department recently announced that it will not look further into the assassination unless some new evidence is available. So we may never know whether a plot to kill President Kennedy was hatched in this city. Rita Braver, CBS News, New Orleans.
Tomorrow night, David Martin on the assassination, the CIA, and Cuba. For now, that's tonight's CBS Evening News. Dan Rather. See you tomorrow. Good night.
I'm Harry Smith.
And I'm Kathleen Sullivan. Tomorrow, how to provide financial security for aging parents.
Also, Ivana Trump and Meryl Streep on CBS This Morning.
New York, overlooking fabulous Central Park. Roller skaters, joggers, boaters, the glamour of one of the world's most exciting cities, and the game that everyone's playing live from New York City. It's win, lose, or draw. Join us for a fun-filled, handsome cab ride through the park with our wonderful celebrity guests, and here they come right now. What a pleasant day in the park. It is so fantastic here in New York City. What a romantic ride through the park, too. I want you to meet these people because they're terrific. Kick the horse. Here we come. First, there's the star of our show, Bert Convy. Come on, horsey. Here we go. Come on, boy. We got him. There he goes. Bert Convy, ladies and gentlemen. And right behind Bert, we have the adorable star of one of America's favorite comedies, The Facts of Life, talented actress and comedian, the wonderful Kim Fields. There's Kim. And right next to her, she's the dazzling femme fatale of the award-winning daytime drama All My Children, the gorgeous Susan Lucci. And look at the guys we have. For 6 fabulous years, the star of the hit series Fame, dancing sensation, the terrific Gene Anthony Ray. And there's five-time Emmy Award-winning star of stage spin and television. That was Peter Marshall. Is that man running across there? That's our star. That's Bert, I Love New York, Convy. City, here we are. It was nice having that little ride through the park. Thank you for joining us. And here's our contestants. Tootie, welcome. How are you?
Hi, Bert. My name's Tootie Roach. I work for a clothing designer, and I live in New York City.
Welcome to Kim and Susan. On the men's side, we have John. Hey, John.
Hey, Bert, how you doing? My name is John Parks. I'm the store manager on the Upper West Side of New York City.
All right. Nice to see you, John. Say hello to Peter and Christine. Okay. We tossed a coin before the show. The gentleman won. We will start off with Gene Anthony Ray. Okay, let's go down. Well, do it. Come on, let's do it. You've been sort of dancing all week. That's the one I like, though. I can't do it.
There you go. There you go. Just push your chest forward.
Yeah.
You push your chest back. Push your chest to the right and to the left.
Okay.
All right.
Are you ready to go, sir?
I'm ready.
All right. Here's what we got here.
Stage superstitions is the category, gang. Stage superstitions, not strange.
Never upstage a big guy.
Oh, well, there goes the first one. Okay, example, you never say good luck to somebody, you say break a leg, right?
Right.
Okay.
Well, not to me,
It's
though.
this kind of stuff. We never say break a leg to Gene, though, ever. No. That's out altogether. Take a look at this one. It's worth $200 to your partner here, John. Everybody at home, take a look, too. Take a look at the card there so you know what we're playing for. You got a minute?
Okay.
And go.
Okay, it's a can. It's a circle. Cents. Cents. Money, cash. Zero. No. Don't. No. Don't
Whistle in the dressing room. Don't whistle.
Don't whistle
in your dressing room.
Don't whistle out loud.
Backstage is not right. It's dressing room.
Don't
It's the
whistle in the
actual
dressing room.
superstition. You're
Yeah,
right.
go backstage in the dressing room.
You got it.
Dressing room backstage.
All right.
Peter got it. That's correct. That's true. That's absolutely right. I stepped in there because it truly is don't whistle in the dressing room. You can whistle backstage, I guess, but not in your dressing room. It's terrible if you do that. Here's Susan Lucci. Come on, Susan.
Thank you.
Now, you know, you play a femme fatale. I mean, you're the meanest, rottenest person. But you have a family, you have children,
Yes,
do you
I
not?
do. I have 2 children. Liza is 13 and Andreas is 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, see, you're a mother. You're a nice person.
And Erica's nice. Erica's very nice.
Sure she is. Sure she is. How come when I'm standing here talking to you, I'm afraid to turn my back? I don't know what that means. Okay, take a look at this. Superstitions, all right? Stage superstitions. Take a look at this one. Now, I have to tell well, I won't say anything now. Did you ever know this one? Peter Marshall doesn't even know this one. You ready?
Okay.
And go.
Okay. It's a person. Don't. No, never. No. No smoking. Don't whistle in the dressing room. Oh, that was it. It's a key. It's a hand. Candle. It's a candle. It's a hand. It's a lock. It's a flower. It's a peacock. No peacock. No peacock. No color. No peacock feathers.
Yes, that's right. If we gave them dressing room, it's on stage. No peacock feathers on stage. We'll be back around 2 in a minute. Don't go away. See you in a second. No peacock feathers on stage. Yes, sir. Judy has $200. John has $200. Seems only right that we have people up on the stage here. You guys, thanks for joining us up there. You were standing in the back. Come on, you wanted a good seat. Now you got a good seat, okay? All right, who are we going to start with this time? Oh, by the way, I should mention to you that we have an artist way up here in the back who's been drawing all day the whole set. She's doing a picturation of this entire set in the whole area. Sylvie Germain is our artist. Hi, Sylvie! Give us a wave, Sylvie. I had this terrible image to turn around and wave and back off that platform. Keep painting, Sylvie. Okay, it's time for Peter Marshall to get up here. Come on, Peter.
There we go.
There we go.
All right. Okay, John.
So,
how's it going?
Okay.
Autumn in New York, huh?
You gonna give me a name of a good restaurant or two tonight?
Oh, yeah. Those are great ones.
There are some great ones.
Yeah,
for sure.
There's a little place on 2nd Avenue between 83rd and 84th, but if I tell everybody, I'll never be able to get into the place.
Oh, that's true, too. Yeah, but you know, you leave here for a couple of years and you come back and it's a whole bunch
you went
of...
to Frankie and Johnny's the other night.
Yeah.
It's been there for 100 years.
That's the best.
Love
I love Frankie and Johnny's.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to be back in the Big Apple.
I love it here, and I wish I had a show to do.
Well, you probably will have another show.
Yeah. What are we doing? Still superstitions? No?
Wait to hear this category.
Okay.
Festivals around New York State.
Festivals?
Festivals.
Oh, get out of here.
Festivals around New York State. Now, there are festivals you can't believe go on around New York State. Wait till you see this one, sir. Take a look at this. You do the same, guy. Everybody at home, take a look.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
You all got it? All right, ready? And go.
The circle is a straight, a square. It's a square. Box. On, out, up. Let's see here. It's a toaster. It's a top. It's a boat. It's a ship. It's a carrot. It's a thing.
Halloween.
Come on now, let's see here. Now it's a box. It's a circle. It's a line. It's a state. It's a state. It's a circle with a stick man. It's a baby. It's a man. It's a doll. It's a holding a. What's that? It's fishing. It's a man holding the line. It's
30 seconds.
Go. Come on. Come on now. Let's see here. Let's get a drawing here. Okay, it's a calendar. It's circle. It's a can. It's a bucket. It's a trash can. It's into. It's a nail. It's let's see here. Trash can, bucket, trash bucket. Into trash bucket. Boy. Let's go.
Okay, don't say anymore. Now they both drew this. It's there. Ladies, what do you think? Tootie, what do you think this could possibly be? It's a festival.
Renaissance Festival?
Oh, you're very close. It was drums along the Mohawk. This is a drum. Look at this.
It's a drum. It looks like a drum.
John, look at this. You got a drum here. You got two mallets.
Okay, we got the drums
sound,
there.
You know?
I can see the drums now.
Don't forget my Indian. Yeah, your Indian is real good. Thank you very much. All right, it's time for Kim Fields. Come on, Kim. What is that I've heard about you and your mother starting an acting school? Is that correct?
Yes, my mother and I have started an acting school, KCF Theatrical Workshops in L.A. in the Valley, and we're really excited about it. It's an acting school.
That's wonderful.
Thank you.
That's wonderful. I'd be happy to come out and lecture on game show hosting.
Gene said that he's going to come and teach a dance class.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
Thank you.
I'll take your class. Good. I already took your first class today. Okay. Okay, this is going to be state festivals. Festivals around New York State, okay? So take a look at this one. Now, this one I know about. Got it? All right, here you go. Ready? And go.
It's a person, it's a man, it's a woman, it's a box, it's a leg, it's an arm, it's an elbow. It's a person. It's not a person.
New York City.
It's a square. It's a box.
Okay,
it's a
the
cow.
United States.
It's a
Syracuse.
state. New York, Boston,
Buffalo,
Pennsylvania,
Syracuse,
Washington, Washington State. Washington Square. Box. Square. Washington Square Park Festival. Washington Square Music Festival.
That was perfect. Hey, baby. Okay. 400 for Tootie, 200 for John. Here comes John. Hey, John.
Yeah, John.
Come on, John. Let's get even here. Come on.
Let's go. Come on.
All right, John, you got to play catch up now. If you get this right, you'll be tied.
Okay, let's do it. Let's just get it over.
You're store manager. Where are you store manager? Where do you manage?
Right up here. I can't really tell you what it is, Bert.
But it's right up here?
Yeah, it's a travel and safari clothing store. How's that sound?
Not in the park. You mean outside
No, it's
the
right
park.
up on the Upper West Side, right over there.
Okay, well, good luck to you. Here you go. You need this to tie it up. A festival, gang. Festivals in and around New York State. Now, ladies showing the card over here. Show it to this side. Because they couldn't see it. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, ready and go.
All right.
It's a star.
Star. A round star. It's a
Starlight.
Somebody's Jewish. Jewish star.
Jewish star.
Jewish star. A Jewish
Down.
what is that? A Jewish
Under. Down. Downtown. Down. Down.
Don't talk. Just draw it.
Okay, Jewish West Side Jewish, East and West,
Jewish.
Eastern Star.
East Side Jewish.
East Side
Festival.
Jewish Festival.
No, wait, they didn't say it. No, there's one more word. One more.
Team effort.
You didn't get it. There's one more
That's
word.
not it. East Side Jewish Festival Incorporated.
There's one more word. Yes, they're going to say yes. It's Lower East Side. We'll give it to you. Close enough. This was going to be lower. That was going to be lower. All right, here comes Tootie. Come on, Tootie. We have a tie score. You have $400, so does John, okay? This could break the tie, Tootie. You're in clothing, a designer, or...
Yes. No, I don't design, but I work at a clothing designer's.
Yes, you do, because this is very cute. You put together very nice.
It's not theirs. I can't afford theirs, but...
Oh, I see. I haven't got anything right so far, have I? Oh, you are wearing clothes, aren't you?
Yes,
Tootie?
yes.
Okay, thank you. Just to be sure I got that right. Here you go. This is a New York State festival. Okay? Okay, and go.
Circle. It's face music. Singing. State singing festival. Nurses. Nurse singing. Opera. New York City Opera. New York City Opera Festival. Opera in the Park. Opera at Lincoln Center. Opera upstate New York. Trees. Flowers. Festival in the park. Blue water. Lake. Lakefront Opera. Lake City Opera. New York City Lake Opera. On the lake.
That was hard. Opera on the lake. Opera on the lake. How much did we bet, Rob? I just lost $10 because I didn't think they'd get it, and I was wrong. Tootie has $600. Don has 4. We're back to Speed Round and Unlimited. Don't go away, New York.
Well, here we are in beautiful Central Park in New York City, playing Win, Lose, or Draw, having a ball. We hope that you'll stay with us, because when we come back, we'll find out who wins the game today. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
We're back. We are definitely back. Tootie has $600. John has $400. The team that's in front draws first. Who's it going to be, Tootie? Kim Fields going to draw for Tootie's team. All right, here we go. Oh, I'm sorry. You all right? I didn't get you, did I? Oh, it scared me to death. Okay, you all set to go?
Yeah.
You're 2 out in the lead. Not a major lead. You better get as many as you can, okay?
Thanks.
And you have 2 passes.
Okay.
You know that. Ready, gang? Here we go. Minute and a half and go.
It's a man, it's a woman, it's a flower,
It's a tree.
It's a tree.
A
It's a flower.
Tulip.
Flower.
Daisy.
Rose.
Right. Okay. $700.
It's a man, it's a woman, it's a house, it's a star.
The
It's
sky, the heaven.
Nighttime, moon,
planet,
eclipse,
the universe,
moon, solar system, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, Pluto.
Saturn is right. We got it.
It's a man, it's a woman. Money, dollar, cents, money. It's a square,
Money
it's a
in the
box.
bank,
It's
money in
money
the
in the bank,
safe,
money in a
lots
box.
of money.
Money in a box, money in a
wallet.
It's
Yes,
money in the wallet.
Wallet. Okay, we got it. $900.
It's a man, it's a woman, it's a person, it's a star, it's an eye, it's a bloodshot
It's a
eye.
bug.
It's a bug.
A ladybug.
It's an ant. It's a
A
beetle.
spider.
It's water. It floats. It swims. It's a fish.
turtle.
It's a guppy. It's a frog. It's a fish. It's a guppy. A frog. A red tadpole.
Pass on crabs. You drew crab, too. Look good.
It's a man. It's a
One
woman.
pass
It's
left.
a house. It's a road. It's a road. It's a
It's a
cigar.
hose.
It's a cigarette. It's a
a
hose.
flashlight.
It's a dead person in bed. It's in bed. It's sleeping. Snoring.
Snoring person.
Snoring. Sleeping. Sleeping.
Pajamas. No passes left now.
Okay.
It's a person. It's dollars.
Money.
Cents. Money market. Money fund. Money check. Money pocket. Pocket money. Pocket. Petty cash. Pocket money. Petty cash. Money pocket. Change pocket. Allowance. Money pocket.
Change
Money
purse.
purse. Money purse.
Yes, money bag. Okay.
Money bag.
Okay, time is up. You did great. You got 4 words. You have $1,000. Nicely done, Kim. Okay. All right, guys. Who's going to draw for you? Peter Marshall's going to draw for John Steen.
I have no idea. After drums along the Mohawk, I don't know why he wants me up here. I don't know.
Come on. You'll be great. Don't worry about it.
I certainly hope so.
You need 7 to win. You can do that.
Well, I don't know I can
Of
do
course
that.
you can do 7. You got a minute and a half. Don't forget not to pass too soon. Are you ready? And go.
Okay.
It's a can. It's a light. It's a light bulb. Light bulb.
A bulb? Light.
Yes,
Light.
that's right.
Let's go.
$500. 6 to win.
It's a hat. It's a witch.
It's a hat.
It's a witch. It's a point.
A
It's
point, a peak.
Cowboy hat. It's a
It's a
boat.
boat.
Sailboat.
Sailboat.
Sail. Yes, okay. $600.
Okay,
It's a fire.
It's a light. A fire. A flash.
Purple.
Sparks. Blue.
Blue flame.
Flame.
Blue none.
Blue light. Blue light special.
Blue water.
Blue
Blue wave.
Sparks.
Blue
green.
Blue Glass is right. $700. 4 to win.
Okay.
Bring it
Go
up.
for it.
New Mexico. Great pass.
Okay.
Okay, it's a face. It's an eye. It's a tears. Crying. Tears.
Crying.
Teardrop.
Teardrop. $800. 3 to win.
It's a square. It's a line. It's a calendar. It's a dot. It's a green light.
Door's right. $900. 2 to win.
Come on. Let's do it. Okay, it's a bird. A goal.
A seagull.
A seabird.
A bird. A bluebird.
Bluebird's right. We got a tie. 1 to win.
Okay, let's go. Let's do it.
Pass. He passed.
Yes, I hope so.
All right.
Okay.
It's a box. It's a
blue. It's pajamas.
Leg.
It's a king. A king of armor.
Queen.
A king in shining armor. A queen.
A king.
A dress. A queen.
Armor.
Dress. Apparel. The clothing.
King. Crown. Throne.
King's
Crown.
Throne. That's right. He said throne. Yes, you got it. The men win. John wins. We'll come back in a moment. Don't go away. John wins. Men finally win. No, they won. You think you know what happened. It looked like John won. However, in all fairness, when Peter was up there at the board and he had the last word, and the last word was throne, and Peter gave him a great clue. He said throne.
I did say that.
Out loud.
You're right. I said that.
I know, and you didn't mean to. It just popped out, and not everybody heard it, but I did, and a couple others. So here's what we're going to do. In all fairness, we're going to call it a tie.
Good.
You both got $1,000 bonus. We split it 2 ways. You go home with $1,500, and so do you, John. Congratulations. In addition, we'd like you to have the new Win, Lose, or Draw home game. That's for you by Milton Bradley. Not you. You don't get that. John gets that. And we thank you all for being with us on Win, Lose, or Draw. We'll see you the next time right here.
Some of today's contestants will receive the following Panasonic batteries for the performance today's electronics demand more than ahead of our time with the power behind the name Panasonic batteries and advanced formula Centrum, a high-potency multivitamin, multi-mineral formula. Now includes beta-carotene. Centrum more complete from A to Z. And All-American Lady Stetson for the All-American woman. Every other woman in the world wishes she were you. Lady Stetson. And delicious Sara Lee and Chef Pierre pies. The best tasting pies you didn't have to make. Sara Lee pies, another good reason nobody doesn't like Sara Lee.
Are you under a lot of pressure at your job? Watch Roseanne Coletti's special report, Stress on the Job, tonight at 11 on Channel 2.
Win, Lose, or Draw is a Bert and Bert production in association with Klein & Friends.
I love New York.
New York. It's a wonderful town. New York's a wonderful town. The Bronx is up and the Battery's down. The people ride in a hole in the ground. New York, it's a wonderful town. From Radio City Music Hall in New York City, it's America's #1 game show. With this fully equipped $50,000 Kellogg touring coach and this Regal Velocity $37,000 Bolt, plus a pair of Cadillac Eldorados. Over $271,000 in cash and prizes just waiting to be won tonight as the wheel takes Manhattan. And now, here's your host, Pat Sajak.
Thank you. What a nice bunch. Okay. Thank you very much. Boy, this is exciting. This is our second week and our last week in New York, I'm sorry to say. We go back home next week. The people at Radio City Music Hall have been wonderful to us, and all you have to do is look around this magnificent auditorium, and you know how they got their motto here, which is printed on all their tickets and on the marquee outside. It says, Radio City Music Hall. This is a really big place with lots of seats, and we feel that way about it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our hostess. Here's Vanna White. I'm not kidding. Well, fresh new batch of contestants up here. You all look fresh, and you all look like good players, too. I hope Jason James is with us from Nashville, right?
That's right.
It says you're an entertainer here, Jason. What does that mean, exactly?
Well, I'm a professional pianist and vocalist, and I work with my wife in a club in Nashville, private club in Nashville.
Good for you. You have other family you want to talk about?
I've got two small children, one that's going to be 3.5 in December, and a daughter that's going to be 2, Matt and Haley.
All right.
And
yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say hi to all my friends and family in Ohio, Texas, and everybody at the Nashville City Club, especially Mr. Street.
You get around, Jason. Nice to have you here. Good luck to you. Hello there, Denise.
Hi, Pat.
Welcome. Denise Cobham, I believe I got that right.
You're absolutely right.
Thank you. I like to be perfect whenever I can. From Plainfield, New Jersey, let's hear about you. And sounds like a neighboring city here, Denise.
I'm a trial lawyer with the Board of Education in Newark. I have a budding genius for a son,
of course,
a very tolerant husband, and I love to play bridge, and I love to travel.
All right, nice to have you along, Denise. And
Thank
the
you.
third member of our little group here is Jane Boylan, who came all the way from East Lansing, Michigan to be with us. Let's hear about your life at East Lansing.
Well, first I want to say I'm originally from Brooklyn, New York.
All right.
I just had to get that in, you know?
You folks, she's never set foot in Brooklyn. You folks fell for that. No, you are.
I'm an aerobics instructor. Yeah. I had my ladies do a few extra leg lifts for good luck.
Well,
I've got 2 beautiful girls, a 4-year-old Jessie, hey Jess, and a little 7-month-old Shayna.
All right. You didn't bring any photos of those leg lifts, did you? Well, just curious. All right. Well, let's get on with our game here. We have a $1,000 space on our wheel. We are playing for cash here, and our first puzzle is a phrase. It's hyphenated, too. Vanna will show you what that bit of punctuation is. Just before the show, we do numbers to see who would start the game. Jason, it's going to be you. Let's go.
All right.
$800.
I would like an N, please.
There is no N in that puzzle. Denise, your turn.
Okay, come on, everybody, come on.
Right there, Denise. 200.
Okay, I'd like a T.
Yep, 2 T's. That's $400.
I'll spin.
Go ahead. 200.
I'd like a Y.
There is 1 Y. Good for you. You're up to $600. Well?
I'd like to buy a vowel. And E, please.
Yeah, 1 E. It's going very well here. Denise, you have $350.
I'd like to spin, please.
Go ahead. 900.
May I have an L, please?
And 2 L's. Wow. Oh, you're into heavy money already. Over $2,000 sitting in front of you.
I'd like to solve it.
Well, go ahead.
Lickety split.
You did it. Did you make that noise? That was quick.
Not quick enough.
$2,150 is what you want. We're going to keep moving along here. Why don't we do that? We have a $2,500 space for our next round and a special prize. And Don Pardo's been with us for these 2 weeks in New York, and we're very grateful for that.
Pearl's Graceland grandfather clock is a masterpiece in solid oak. Brass rotating moon dial and lyre pendulum. A 3-chime system gives enchanting melodies from Pearl. $5,000.
There it is out there. You'll land on it. We'll put it in your bank. Solve the puzzle. That will be yours. And here's the next puzzle now. And this time it's everybody's favorite category. Same name. Denise, you'll start.
have an N, please?
Yeah, there are 3 of them. $150.
A D, please.
And 1D takes you to $750.
A vowel.
Which one, Denise?
An A.
Mm-hmm, yeah, 2 A's. All right, let's get serious now. Ooh, look at that. What do you have?
A T.
There is 1 T. Yes, ma'am, you have $3,000.
A vowel.
Okay.
E.
Yes, there are 3 E's. $300.
An R, please.
Yes, 3 R's. Now, you have $3,650. It's going to be okay now. What do you want to do?
A spin.
All right. 400.
May I have an L?
Yep, there is an L. Now, you have $4,050.
Solve it, please.
All right, go ahead.
Forest and Lone Ranger.
Yeah. You won. Yeah. Boy, over $4,000 in that round. You're up to $6,200. Well, Denise has been monopolizing things. We're going to let Jane play, though, and she's going to start our next round, which will feature $3,500 space on the wheel. We'll get to that in just a minute.
I usually draw the big heads and the little bodies, but one of them already had a big head and a little body.
And they threw that pizza dough in your face?
Yeah, but they sat for a portrait.
That's the whammy, all right.
It's back. Whammy, the all-new Press Your Luck. Weeknights at 10 p.m. only on Game Show Network.
Turn to the left.
Well, the hardest thing about being divorced is staying close to my daughter, Rachel. Being separated by 3 states is really difficult.
He's my dad. I just have to be able to talk to him more.
With AT&T Unlimited, you can talk to any AT&T residential long-distance customer for as long as you want. It's for $19.95 a month.
He listens to me.
I love
He's
you.
he's so fun.
It doesn't feel like 3 states anymore.
Call 1-800-REACH-OUT.
You have reached a Gecko. You probably wanted Geico, which could save you hundreds on car insurance. Don't be embarrassed. Happens all the time. Have a nice day.
Geico. A 15-minute call could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Still paying too much for car insurance? Geico. A 15-minute call could save you 15% or more.
There's nothing like a great night's sleep. I can get an early start in the morning and go out and do something just for me. It's a really good feeling.
If you sometimes have trouble sleeping but worry about taking something, try Tylenol PM. It stops your pain and eases you into a restful night's sleep so you can wake up refreshed.
Come on, honey. It's time to get up.
I love my Tylenol PM.
Back for round 3. As promised, we have the $3,500 space on the wheel. Another puzzle to look at. People, the category this time. Well, it's been a long wait here. Come on, Jane, let's go. $400.
S.
Yes, 2 S's.
I'd like to buy a vowel, an E.
2 E's. $150.
N.
There's no N, I'm afraid. Jason, your turn.
Hi, Jason.
500.
I'd like a T, please.
We can do that. There are 3 T's for you, sir. That's $1,500.
I'll spin.
Okay. Jason, I'm sorry. Well, guess who? Denise.
Come on, big money. Come on, big money.
700.
Is there an R?
Yeah, there are 2 R's. $1,400. Well, Denise?
A vowel, an O?
Mm-hmm, 2 O's.
Spin.
200.
C.
Yeah, 3 C's. 1750 up to now.
Got a spin.
600.
An L.
2 L's. 2950.
Solve it.
Well, solve it.
Radio City Music Hall Rockettes.
Yeah! Again? Gotta start moving like this. She did it again. Close to $3,000 that round. $9,150. Well, the organs are going, so that's exciting. Uh-oh.
I cannot live another day without air conditioning.
Says tomorrow's gonna be hotter.
Hotter?
Like yesterday.
Yesterday. Yesterday you said you'd call Sears.
I'll call today.
You call now.
I'll call now.
Now's the time to save on Sears installed central air conditioning. Get 0% financing for 6 months on select high-efficiency central cooling systems. Call for a free in-home estimate. Sears offers a choice of energy-efficient Kenmore and Trane systems that could save up to 20% on your annual cooling costs. In time, even pay for itself. Sears also offers fast emergency installation, with all work done by a trained Sears cooling specialist and satisfaction guaranteed. Get 0% financing for 6 months on select high-efficiency central cooling systems. Call and save with Sears.
So what's the paper say about tomorrow?
Another scorcher.
Cool.
Who couldn't love me? I'm cuddly.
How can I walk away from the best love I've ever known?
We fit together. We're meant to be together.
I love you more than life itself.
The characters you love. The stories you can't live without. On the one channel you can turn to anytime. SoapNet. Stay in touch 24/7.
The Shield is #1. Viewers have made it the most watched series premiere in cable history.
Put that gun down!
And the critics can't get enough. The New York Times calls it sleek, provocative, and dynamic. The Miami Herald raves it's a muzzle-velocity police drama that will redefine the genre. And Newsday declares it's the best mid-season show on any network, period.
Nobody steals from us.
The Shield, Tuesdays at 10, only on FX.
It was nice to see the Rockettes. I'd never seen them perform from this angle, and it was very pleasant. And they will be back at the end of the show, by the way, so stick around for that. Meantime, we have a $5,000 Space on the Wheel and another of our special prizes, Mr. Pardo.
As you probably know, Pat, Vanna's been visiting Van Cleef and Arpels, and look what she's found in the window. This parrot pin, exquisitely made using 4 different shades of carved coral and almost 2 carats of diamonds. Really a work of art. $15,200.
There's the prize on the wheel. If you land on it, it'll go in your bank, and if you solve the puzzle, you'll be proudly wearing that bird. Here's that next puzzle now. People is the category. Remember that people does not always mean proper names. Round 4, that means you'll start, Jason. All right. $550.
An N?
Yes, there are some N's. There are 2 N's.
I'll spin.
Okay. $200.
I would like a G.
Give him a G. In fact, give him 2 G's. $1,500 now. $500.
An S?
Yep, one S. Well, it's going well for you, Jason. $2,000 sitting in front of you.
I'd like to buy a vowel.
Okay.
I.
Yeah, 2 I's. Now what?
I'll spin.
That's far enough. 700.
An R.
And 1 R takes you to $2,450.
I'd like to buy a vowel. An O.
Yes, 2 O's.
I'll spin.
$900.
I would like a D, please.
I'm sorry, there's no D. You're on a roll there, too. Denise, your turn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Come on, 5,000. Come on, 5,000.
500.
P, please.
P. 1 P.
A U, please.
Buying a vowel, buying the U, and you've got it. You still have $250 left. Denise?
And E, please.
There is no E, and that means that we're going to let someone else have a shot at it. Jane, go ahead. Get out of there. Oh. Jane, I feel wretched about it. I'm sorry. Well, Jason, a big break for you. You have $2,200.
I'll spin.
Okay. $500.
A C.
No, there's no C. Well, Denise.
Come on, 5,000. Come on, 5,000. Come on, 5,000.
How about 250?
T, please.
Yeah, 1 T, get you a little money.
A, please.
Yeah, you have just enough to buy a vowel. Maybe an important one, though, that 1A. Now you have no money left. What do you want to do?
Spin.
$200.
And H, please.
There is no H. Jane.
Okay, let's go. 5,000.
There you go, 900.
M.
Here, 1M. Are you going to spin again?
I'm going to spin again.
Go for it.
Let's go. 5,000.
What do you have, Jane?
Okay.
I have a hunch there is one. $5,900. Please read what's up there.
Anti-smoking group.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Looked pretty grim there for a while. Good for you.
It's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you waited till the last moment, but then you came through in a big way. Sure, $5,900. Jane, thanks a lot for being with us. Appreciate it. You won't move, will you? You'll stay right here. All right. Doggone it, Jason. I'm sorry things didn't go better for you. Sure enjoyed having you. Good luck to you, and give my best to all friends back in Nashville. And we have some nice party gifts for you. And, boy, Denise, you did it. A few big rounds there. $9,150. Put it there, champ. Bonus round coming up.
Oh, this is going to be great. You know what? Step a little forward. Just step right, yeah, that's it, right down in there. Good. Yeah, smile. Perfect.
Russian Roulette, premiering June 3rd on Game Show Network.
Oh, man, that never gets old.
So what'd you have for dinner? A pound of fried chicken, mashed potatoes, corn and pudding. You? A sliver of trout spritzed with lemon. And baby carrots!
Should have had Hungry Man from Swanson. A whole pound of the good, hearty food that men love. Hungry Man, it's good to be full.
Right?
It's 3 a.m., and here's another classic for all you night owls.
Oreo, 2 creams.
I'll be at the desk.
New Double Delight Oreo. Half peanut butter, half chocolate cream.
Mrs. Brady, Mrs. Partridge, Mrs. Whammy? It's the mother of all game shows tonight. See your favorite moms on great game shows, plus a very special Mother's Day edition of Whammy, the all-new Press Your Luck, featuring Dharma's mom, Laura Ingalls' mom, and George Costanza's mom.
And this is what I say to the Whammies.
That's the mother of all game shows tonight from 9 p.m. to 12 midnight Eastern and Pacific. Oh, mama!
You're already doing great. You have $9,150. They're on your side. What do you want to play for?
Cash?
Ooh, go down to the vault, Don, see if we have any.
Denise, solve the puzzle and you win good old American cash. That adds up to $25,000.
Okay. We're looking for a place, and we're going to start by giving you some information, we hope. R-S-T-L-N-E, any of those commonly called letters up there, Vanna? Oh, glad to hear that. Well, that's all. Now, you have to go to work by giving us 3 more consonants and 1 more vowel.
D.
It's 1.
M.
2.
C.
3, and a vowel.
A.
All right, there are some of those, and Vanna will put those up. Audience, please, very quiet, very important here, playing for $25,000. Shh. It's a place. You have 10 seconds to work it out. Good luck.
Bread, pan, bread, bin. No. Broadway.
You Give my regards to Broadway. Well, who's this group here?
This is my husband, Mike, my genius, Darren.
How you doing?
And
How you
my
doing,
mother,
genius? Hello
Molly
there.
Cobbin.
Well, you have to start on or even with the buzzer, and you did it. Boy, $34,150. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back. Not just us, the Rockettes, ladies and gentlemen, right here. Nice dog.
Thank heavens, Classic Hollywood Squares has arrived weeknights at 8:30 Eastern.
If you could keep it fresh, you'd keep it, not throw it away. This is the Kenmore Seal and Save system, only from Sears. A professional quality vacuum sealer that preserves food up to 5 times longer than traditional storage methods. Meats, cheeses, vegetables, they all last longer, stay fresher. No more wasted food or wasted money. The Kenmore Seal and Save system, just $99.99, only from Sears. It works by removing air, creating a vacuum, sealing in freshness and flavor. Easy to use, just close and lock, turn it on, and seal. Now you can marinate meat in minutes. Enjoy fresh herbs and vegetables year-round. Buy in bulk for bigger value and say goodbye to freezer burn. The Seal and Save system is perfect for leftovers. The patented bags work in the microwave, in the freezer, in boiling water. And with a special attachment, you can even vacuum seal mason jars. So convenient and versatile. Use it for so many things. Great for camping, protecting photos, and more. Call now for the Kenmore Seal and Save vacuum packaging system. Just $99.99, only from Sears. Keeps food fresh up to 5 times longer than ordinary containers, aluminum foil, or plastic wrap that never holds. Buy this special canister set and you'll have even more options. Great for cereals, salads, snacks, and cookies. With the Kenmore Seal and Save system, you'll save food, money, and so much more. Hey, you bought your groceries. Now you use them. There's only one place to find the Kenmore Seal and Save. Sears. Where else?
Call now to order the Kenmore Seal and Save system, only $99.99. Have your Sears or other credit card ready and call 1-800-423-0088.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are
are proud to introduce to you Radio City Music Hall Rockettes.
Thank you, folks. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
When diet and exercise fail, adding Lipitor can help lower your total cholesterol 29 to 45%. Lipitor is not for everyone, including people with liver disease or possible liver problems, and women who are nursing, pregnant, or may become pregnant. Simple blood tests are needed to check for liver problems. Tell your doctor about other medications you are taking, or if you experience muscle pain or weakness, as they may be a sign of serious side effects. 1 in 5 people has high cholesterol. Millions need treatment. For less cholesterol, ask your doctor if Lipitor is right for you.
Some styles don't last 20 minutes. But your hairstyle can last 20 hours. Presenting Physique 20-hour styling products like Volume Foam, Curl Spray, and Texture Wax. Get 20 lasting hours of the style you want, which proves with Physique, some styles are here to stay. Well, at least when it comes to your hair. 20-hour styling products from Physique.
Even people who seem alike can have different nutritional needs. Ensure helps meet those needs, like Ensure Plus with concentrated calories for energy and extra protein. It's a source of complete balanced nutrition. Ensure Plus. Drink to your health.
How much dough would you dare on the Daily Double? Jeopardy is up next, followed by the $25,000 pyramid and the original Hollywood Squares.
The prices of the prices are furnished to the contestants prior to the show.
Oh, here, let me help you. Oh, here, let me help you.
Friend or Foe, starting June 3rd only on Game Show Network.
Do you cross here often?
This is CBS.
The Kennedy Kids Dynasty on Entertainment Tonight.
At 10:30.
I had no idea what was going on. I knew the plant was there, but I didn't know nothing about it.
Tonight on 48 Hours.
I wanted to know what that big sprawling thing was.
A radioactive scandal explodes.
The whole site is a waste dump. Just don't touch anything. The lab tests show that there's enriched U-235 in the soil here.
The government admits it's hidden the dangers for decades.
The situation is a lot worse than we even thought when we first started.
They took it upon themselves to stay hidden back in this factory for 37 years and not tell the public what they were doing.
A meltdown of trust.
It makes you wonder, are they going to keep on lying to you?
A cloud of anger and fear.
She just passed away with cancer. My husband died of cancer.
She got 2 kids with cancer from a family that doesn't have any cancer in it.
As Americans wonder what price their children will pay for national security.
We're making these weapons to protect ourselves, yet we're harming our own people in the process.
You may not know it, but chances are there's some kind of nuclear weapons plant not far from where you live. There are 49 major facilities around the country in 23 states. For 40 years, these places have helped make the bomb. But are they safe? For decades, the government said, trust us, there's nothing to worry about. But now, the government admits that some of the plants have been releasing radiation into our air and our water. For 48 hours, come along with us as Americans ask their nuclear neighbors a simple and scary question. What have you done to us?
Fernald, Ohio, just outside Cincinnati, is living proof that looks can be deceiving. It's a Norman Rockwell picture of a peaceful, tranquil America. Except Fernald is not peaceful or tranquil. Fernald, Ohio, has a nuclear bomb factory in its backyard run by the U.S. Department of Energy.
I have a 10-year-old, and he drank the water from the time he was 2 until he was 7. You know, and our well was contaminated. And I wonder, when he's in his 20s, is he going to have cancer? I wonder if I'm going to be around to see my child.
Lisa Crawford and her family lived across the road from the plant where uranium is processed into nuclear reactor fuel. 5 years went by before they were told their drinking water was contaminated with uranium and hazardous chemicals.
This wasn't some foreign government doing this.
No, this was the Department of Energy, which is a branch of the U.S. American government. And they took it upon themselves to stay hidden back in this factory for 37 years and not tell the public what they were up to and what they were doing.
For obvious reasons, the operation of a nuclear bomb factory is cloaked in secrecy. But one of those secrets has just been revealed, and it has this community frightened and angry. It turns out that U.S. government officials knew for decades that this plant was routinely releasing tons of radioactive uranium waste into the air, into the soil, and into the water. And those same officials made a conscious decision not to tell the community about it.
That's the message they have sent to me. They did not care. Production was more important. Making weapons across the United States is more important than people's health and safety, and that's wrong.
There's a town meeting in Fernald tonight of a citizens group called FRESH. Lisa Crawford is the director. FRESH stands for what?
Fernald Residents for Environmental Safety and Health.
Have you been a crusader all your life?
No.
An activist all your life?
No, I'm very new at this.
That's it, right? That's it, right?
That's it. That's the plant. There's your wonderful cow grazing out in front of it.
It looks sort of nice.
Yeah, it really does. But it's got a false face on it.
False face?
A false face. It looks nice, but it's not nice.
What is it that keeps you going?
Motivation for the people. I need some volunteers to help me put up some chairs.
The people who came are afraid. They don't know how much danger they're in, and they don't know what to do. Tonight's meeting is with doctors from Cincinnati.
What is our greatest health risk if we sit here who live around the plant?
It's being looked at. The answers are unclear again, but I think it will be restudied in light of this.
I hope you guys hurry up, and do your surveys, because it's too late for us to move. But I was just wondering which one of you would like to come out here and drink our water, live here and breathe our air, and eat the produce that comes off the ground out here. I mean, I feel like someone should tell us to leave because it's harming our children.
The clear and present danger to dying. First, unequivocally, no doubt everybody agrees, are the releases from the tank farms.
We're making these weapons to protect ourselves, yet we're harming our own people in the process. And I go back to say it's wrong. I mean, somebody made this very good statement the other day, one of our FRESH people did, that Chernobyl was an accident. And the U.S. was so outraged. My God, they didn't tell us for 3 whole days. They've been sitting up here for 37 years and didn't tell us. And Fernald wasn't an accident. Fernald was done on purpose.
In 1985, when she found out her water was contaminated, Lisa Crawford filed a $300 million lawsuit on behalf of the 14,000 people who live near the weapons plant. She sued National Lead of Ohio, the company hired to operate the factory.
We did that because they took away one of our rights. They made a choice for us. And we're going to go to court and we're going to carry it through till the end because we're going to prove a point. You can't go around making choices for people.
What do you mean? What choice did they make for you?
They made a choice for my family to drink contaminated water.
But 7 weeks ago, the Department of Energy said National Lead was just following U.S. government orders and therefore was not liable and could not be sued. On top of that, the Department of Energy says it can't be sued either. Why? Because citizens cannot sue the federal government over its policy decisions.
The reason the Department of Energy filed this pleading admitting everything wasn't because they're stupid, but it's because they're cunning and malicious right to the end.
Congressman Tom Lukin of Ohio. You talked about the enormity, your word, of the government lying to the American people. Explain, what do you mean by that?
They have now admitted that they were totally aware of the fact that this radiation pollution was going on and that they were directing that it continue. Their cynical reason for admitting it is to avoid liability and to continue to treat the public as the enemy.
In Norman Rockwell's America, people are old-fashioned patriotic citizens. Criticizing their government doesn't come easy. Except now, a lot of them say they feel betrayed.
You know, we're not un-American at all. Not at all. We love our country. We're good, hard-working, tax-paying American citizens that's just had a wrong done against us. And we feel like we have to fight back.
I've been here 32 years. I started there in 1980. It was a job. I'd come out of the service and come to work here.
The Fernald plant.
I wish they would have told us years ago what we was into out here. I didn't think there was really anything in there to hurt us.
For its workers, it's a dangerous place.
Right now, I just feel like a laboratory rat.
It is here the government takes one of its first steps in making nuclear bombs. It's here uranium is transformed from a substance called green salt into the metals that fuel nuclear reactors. It's here where the danger was born.
The whole site is a waste dump. I mean, it's a huge waste dump, all 1,050 acres of it, virtually. I mean,
Dr. Richard Shank is director of Ohio's Environmental Protection Agency.
I've never seen a drum storage area this big.
Under mounting state pressure, the Department of Energy has allowed his agency to enter the plant to test radiation levels.
Just don't touch anything.
But Shank and his colleagues can't force the government to clean up its mess.
This is what I was telling you about. They used paint to identify the waste as it was generated. And this was a few years ago. And the paint that they used was not weatherproof paint. And as a result, green turned blue, blue turned green, yellow turned, you know. So after a year or so out here, they can't tell what they have out here. So plutonium could be thorium, and thorium could be uranium. Could be anything. For all we know, there could be incompatible waste stored together out here.
They never told you anything. I couldn't even go home and tell my wife what I did out here. Everything was top secret.
A strike by workers during our 48 hours against the current contractor Westinghouse shut down Fernald's uranium production.
He's finding out through the news media everything that went on.
One of the strikers' major demands, health insurance.
By God, they should be paying them 50% hazardous pay like they pay the servicemen when they go into a dangerous area to work.
For years, the plant belched hundreds of tons of uranium dust into the air because dust collectors didn't work. And since the plant opened, almost 13 million pounds of radioactive waste has either been buried or stored on the plant grounds.
We know there's been uranium salts put in those pits, thorium salts, and some other materials, and some of which they probably don't even know. What do you think of this rubber cover, this big Glad bag they've got laid down in here? Well, you can see how it's even starting to, how it's weathering and cracking here. But I mean, that's typical for that type of liner. Something that large with as much weight as is there isn't that stable over time.
I know dumping the residue and stuff in them pits, that it was going all over the county. I mean, the wind was blowing it out. They said, well, it's heavy, it won't blow. Well, you take a hurricane, it'll blow anything out of it.
The K65 silos. This is one of those areas that, as far as we're concerned, don't need any more study. These store radioactive waste going all the way back to America's first atomic bombs. They know what the problem is, they know what they have in there, they know the condition of those silos. The sides are cracked, the domes are brittle, and radon gas leaks out. They've taken interim measures which really aren't adequate and don't solve the problem. They piled dirt up against the silos at one point and to stabilize them, and now they're proposing to put sand in there, which basically increases the amount of radioactive waste they're going to have to dispose of by 25 to 50%. It's probably one of the biggest threats to the people that live in this area and the people that work in this plant. If the domes ever did collapse, it'd be a massive release of material. They've been lucky so far. They've had releases. No one's been killed, but...
When I came here, they said they had radiation, but in very low levels. Nothing that could hurt you, which is what they've been telling people around here and all the workers, that this is just like a big dose of sunburn or something like that.
Throughout our investigation, the Department of Energy refused to answer charges made against the plant. DOE's never going to be able to walk away from this site. They're going to have a financial commitment that's going to go for the next 100 years or more.
Well, I feel like we've all been betrayed. I have. What they was telling us years ago was nothing but a bald-faced lie.
Is it a crime? Is it a shame? Is it a disaster? What is this?
It's all of those things.
Created to slip the bounds of nature and powered by an unrelenting force within. The intercooled, turbocharged Dodge Daytona Shelby. Total performance, body and soul.
There's something exciting going on this Friday and Saturday at JCPenney, the two-day sale. 2 big days to save throughout the store. The 2-day sale this Friday and Saturday.
JCPenney.
Today's Duracell batteries are built to last up to 30% longer than the ones we made a few years back. Guaranteeing a long, happy life. Today's Duracell lasts 30% longer.
Jackie, get over here and get on your quad runner. There's got to be something wrong, or they wouldn't speak out the way they are.
I had no idea what was going on. I knew the plant was there, but I didn't know nothing about it.
I wanted to know what that big sprawling thing was, and when I called, they told me they made lead shields.
Did you know what they made over there?
Not really.
I thought it was a feed materials plant because it had a checkerboard, and who cares if a little dust from the feed company gets on you?
I tell them where I live, and they said, "Are you kidding? You live by Fernald?" Yeah. You know, everybody thinks I'm stupid because I live here.
Here is right across the street from Fernald.
I gotta get on my moped and chase her down sometimes.
A trailer park overlooking the trees and the cows downwind from the plant. Residents don't think it's a healthy place to be.
I don't care. I'll tell you this. I'm concerned about Fernald, but because my husband died of cancer.
The lady that lived in this one right here, she just passed away with cancer. The man that lived in the black and white mobile home passed away with cancer. And the lady in the very first mobile home on the other side, she passed away with cancer.
And your mother?
And my mother passed away with cancer.
Now Barbara Royston has cancer.
Knowing that you lived close to that, and they're saying it's not hurting us, after a while, you know it must be.
The kids get sick around here a lot. My baby has asthma attacks. Me and my husband both work to support 2 children. We can't afford just to up and get away.
Many of Fernald's neighbors feel trapped. For those just starting out, there is sickness and no money to move.
This was woods.
You had to clear the site.
Yeah, just like those woods over there.
For those rounding out their lives, there is also sickness and no money to move.
I was very upset. Upset the fact that I had such a nice house here and people wouldn't buy it. You went straight over to the plant. It is less than 3/4 of a mile.
You can see the plant from Jim and Shirley Pierce's house. They wanted to get away because something was making them and their dogs sick.
Does she flinch? No, she doesn't flinch when you rub it, but it is hard. It feels like a golf ball.
All of a sudden, the hair just He said that poodles will sometimes lose some hair, but not at this extent.
This is not a crew cut. This is bald.
I've had tumors taken off. My wife's had pre-cancer tumors removed.
The Pierces don't trust their running water because their well is contaminated.
Doesn't look so dangerous, does it?
No, it doesn't.
At his request, the state EPA tested the water.
I'll tell you, he said, if you've got any livestock or any animals, do not let them drink this water.
Did you ask him whether you should drink it?
Yeah, he said, well, normally it might not hurt you if you're used to it.
Not satisfied, Pierce had his water tested independently.
They didn't wait to send out a form letter or anything. They sent people out here to tell us not to drink the water.
Why?
They said it was poison, said it would kill you. Just that simple.
The time catches up with everyone. Believe me.
A daily walk in the mall helps Bill McFarland blow off steam.
It takes a lot to get me angry, but when I do, I really explode. We're getting very near that right now. I am. Because we wake up in the morning, we talk about phenol. You go to bed at night, you talk about phenol. We live close enough where we hear it, see it, and half the time smell it. We are 1,100 feet right down here from their fence line.
Bill and his wife Gerda poured all of their savings into this 7-acre property.
Come on, cheater.
Now Bill has colon cancer.
We've lived here for 17 years, and he's never had anything. So I think there's been an awful lot of uranium and radiation, and I think that my husband is a victim.
And yet the tests say the water, the air, the atmosphere, the soil is normal for the area. Where does that leave you?
Hanging.
There's no more gardening.
We used to have melons this big.
There are no more cattle.
And that was my hobby, raising cattle.
The McFarlands just don't believe the soil is safe.
They're talking about 20 years cleaning this place up. 20 years, my wife and I will be gone. We want out. We want to live yet. We do. We want to live yet. And where, I don't know. But I'll find a place.
Yeah, our golden years. That's not even funny anymore when they say your golden years when you're old. We don't have any golden years.
Nissan has developed a new high-performance sports car with a modified Z-Car engine, anti-sway bars front and rear, and anti-lock brakes. The cockpit was designed for one 6'2" driver and 4 6'2" passengers. Introducing the new Nissan Maxima, the 4-door sports car.
At UPS, we're changing the look of the international delivery business. Because now, UPS delivers to every country in Western Europe, the Pacific Rim, Down Under, and Canada. And because we're so efficient, we can deliver your international parcels and documents for fewer francs, yen, or drachmas than other companies charge. An accomplishment we feel deserves a little flag waving. UPS, we run the tightest ships in the shipping business.
Whenever she needs him, he is there. Whatever his pain, she will soothe him.
I'm trying to spare you more disappointment.
Theirs is a love so pure, so passionate, so forbidden. The season premiere of Beauty and the Beast, Friday.
For those of you who were there, you are again. For those of you who were not, you are now. 4 days in November with Dan Rather, next.
If you suffer from alcohol or drug abuse and think only a miracle will help you, remember, miracles happen to people who believe in them. Reach out. Help will be there.
America's bomb factories are showing their age. Tonight, not one plant in a nationwide assembly line is producing weapons-grade material for nuclear defense. The reactor at Hanford in Washington State has been shut down since 1987, and the federal government has begun a radiation study of its neighbors. The plant at Rocky Flats, just outside Denver, shut down its plutonium production in October. And in South Carolina, questions about safety brought reactors at the giant Savannah River plant to a halt as well.
Savannah River plant, can I help you?
The reactor itself sits at ground level directly under the large tower that you see there. The building with the fins on the side.
That plant is the safest nuclear installation in the world, not just the United States, in the world.
Sprawled over 300 square miles near Aiken, South Carolina, the Savannah River plant is the nation's sole source of tritium. Tritium is the key explosive material for hydrogen bombs. Age, safety questions, and maintenance needs have shut all 5 reactors at Savannah River, raising the prospect that some of the nation's nuclear warheads might have to be deactivated within a year. The plant's workers are still on the job. Among them, Fran Davis.
Do you think that if there were some severe safety problems out there, that you could convince 16 or 17,000 people to go out there every day, to live in this area, to put their children at risk?
Fran's husband, Neil, works at the Savannah River plant, too.
We are in the middle of the radioactive liquid waste tank farm right now, and we keep it within clean area limits. You can wear your street clothes on most of it. I wouldn't be working here if I didn't think it was safe. You know, I value my family, my children, and I wouldn't live in this area if I didn't think it was safe.
Come give me a hug. Hi. How are you? Kate, sit down. Kate, you getting it all over?
Okay, you're getting it all over your sweatshirt.
The Davises came south from Massachusetts 12 years ago. Their daughters, Diane and Katie, were born here.
You were pregnant with these little girls, working every day in that plant.
Working in radiation areas. If you're asking me, did I think about it? Yes, I thought about it. I spoke to my gynecologist about it, but I never felt scared. I never felt that I was damaging the child.
Lock the door behind her both legs.
I am 36 years old. I have an 11-year-old son.
Michael Lau, a member of the environmental group Greenpeace, is more fearful about the effect of the plant on his child. He crisscrosses the state seeking testimony on the plant's operation from workers often reluctant to talk.
There's 30 years of indoctrination. There's 30 years, read the signs on the highway. Security is your job. You talk about this plant, you will lose your job. That's the bottom line.
It's not fair. The bottom line of our performance is that they're very safe. There has never been an accident in any of the reactors.
David Ward is a reactor engineer with DuPont, which runs the plant for the government. Ward says the safety crisis has been created by Washington officials seeking to prepare the public and Congress to spend billions of dollars to modernize the nation's nuclear weapons plants.
We in DuPont started suggestions and development plans for a new production reactor 10 or 12 years ago. That hasn't been funded. It's not very politically popular to come out and say we've got to stick tens of billions of dollars over
Earlier in our 48 hours, Ward spoke to a conference of educators in Augusta, Georgia.
So one way to make it politically acceptable is to create a story, is to create an appearance of some sort of major safety crisis at the plants. I think that's what's happening.
You said somebody, and I assume you mean people in Washington, you said there's a lot of bureaucratic infighting going on and that this is very political.
I think a crisis is being created. It's unprofessional, it's wasteful, it's counterproductive, It's really kind of an affront to the taxpayers. It's an affront to me, I'll tell you that.
And it would scare a lot of people.
Unnecessarily, yes.
Still, DuPont officials acknowledge this plant's nuclear reactors have experienced thousands of incidents, 30 of which are called serious by the plant's own managers. News of these problems often failed to reach the top levels in Washington. Despite 38 years of plant operations without a fatality, government investigators have cited a record of inadequate training and a lax and complacent attitude.
There are millions of gallons of liquid, high-level waste, millions of gallons of irradiated water that have been poured directly into unlined seepage basins here. And it's going to cost $10 billion to clean that up.
Some of that money is being spent to close the open pits. Chuck Travis, an independent contractor, was hired to help do the job.
Hopefully we can develop toward a better technology which will generate less waste. We would hate to have to turn into the equivalent of catfish, which can live in the bottom of a muddy stream and survive on anything.
To meet the nation's need for tritium, one of the plant's reactors is scheduled to be restarted next month.
And is there any risk?
Well, there's risk in every activity of man. Certainly there's risk here, but the risk is very small. Your flight back to Washington this afternoon is going to put you in much more danger. For us to have tritium to provide for our strategic defense, we run these reactors.
I do wonder sometimes if there isn't something unknown out there that, you know, that could affect us. But I don't think I would look back and feel bad about it. I really feel like people have tried to make it as safe as they can. I feel like the people that worked in coal mines for all them years honestly felt like what they were doing was safe at the time.
The DuPont people at Savannah River, the people who had been running the plant, say they're running an absolutely safe plant, that nobody's died, nobody's sick, nobody's injured.
You can't have any complacency about saying everything's fine and we haven't had any problems, or we don't think we've had any significant problems here.
Just because nobody's died.
That's right. If you look at the last few years at Savannah River, they've had several problems. They had one reactor called the C reactor that they had to shut down several years ago because of cracks in the reactor walls. There's some evidence and concern about there being cracks in the other reactors, but they never...
The Department of Energy has been responsible for maintaining the operation of the nuclear defense complex. And as the record has shown through the years, and is evidenced by the fact that many of its facilities are shut down today, it has not been doing an adequate job.
Dexter Peach and Keith Foltz work for the General Accounting Office, the investigative arm of Congress. You've told Congress, quote, plant operations at Savannah River have contaminated streams on the plant site. You've also said the plant contaminated groundwater up to 116,000 times greater than the drinking water standards. And you said that leaks from high-level waste storage tanks have contaminated about 30,000 square feet of soil underlying the tanks. Savannah River.
All documented. Comes right out of BOE records, as a matter of fact.
Well, you know what, I'm just tempted to ask you, what is going on? What's going on? I mean, this is serious.
Yeah, it's serious. There's not...
Since 1981, they have issued more than 50 reports to Congress on the Department of Energy's nuclear weapons complex. In one, they call America's network of nuclear weapons factories potentially one of the most dangerous industrial operations in the world.
What we demonstrated in that report was that the Department of Energy, through the years, had contaminated virtually every one of its facilities located in some 17 states throughout the United States. Virtually every one of the facilities has some type of environmental contamination.
It's sort of like turning over rocks out there. You just keep turning over more rocks and finding things under each one you turn over. And you ultimately find out, geez, the situation is a lot worse than we even thought when we first started.
Well, how bad is it?
You know, we're talking about numbers over the next 20 years to clean up the facilities and have them operating in an environmentally sound way of $100 to $150 billion.
How did we get to the situation where plants are leaking radiation, plants are shut down for a variety of safety reasons?
The situation where we find ourselves today should not have come as a surprise to anybody. The nuclear weapons complex, as you stated, is 40-some years old. We as a nation can no longer allow this contamination to occur. We need to begin to take the steps to clean up the facilities. We need to begin to take the steps to assure the American public that we can operate these facilities in a safe manner. And we no longer can say, we'll do it next week or we'll do it next year. The time has to be now.
This is the Department of Energy headquarters in Washington. We tried repeatedly to talk to Energy Secretary John Harrington about the nuclear weapons plants that he oversees, about their problems and about their future. But Secretary Harrington refused to talk to 48 Hours. In fact, he would not allow any of the 16,500 Energy Department employees in 23 states and right here in Washington to talk to us either.
I love to cook.
Someday I'll teach you how to make a spaghetti sauce from scratch.
I already know. You open the jar and pour it.
No, I mean the DeLuca secret sauce.
Secret.
You take the ripest tomatoes, the perfect blend of oregano, basil, garlic, and onion, and let it simmer till it's thick. Thick, thick. The thicker the better.
But that's the way ragu makes thick and hearty.
So why are we whispering?
Because the Volkswagen Fox has front-wheel drive. Because it has negative steering roll radius. Because even our least expensive Volkswagen is a Volkswagen. When our engineers blow a tire, their greatest concern is deciding who's going to change it. German engineering, the Volkswagen way.
48 Hours will continue.
Two families at odds. One wants to get even.
Retribution. It's a code of the hill. The law calls it murder.
And Jessica's caught in the middle on Murder, She Wrote. Then Brooke Shields, Pretty Baby.
You are joking.
Or Femme Fatale, swept up in the Continental Caper of the Century.
Diamonds, 12.5 million scoops worth.
And when it comes to brilliant schemes, this one's a gem. Howard Heston, Brooke Shields, and Ed Marinaro are caught in The Diamond Trap.
Very mysterious.
Sunday. This is CBS.
To make sure our food is as good as it can be, Shoney's is proud to announce a new addition to our test kitchen. Leroy. You know, most people who say they can fix a better breakfast than Shoney's end up with egg on their face.
Pepsi-Cola is pleased to announce that E.T. has come home. Home on video cassette. And Pepsi is offering a special $5 rebate with the purchase of an E.T. video and Pepsi.
Will it be another rainy football weekend? We're forecast at 10.
Hey, sit down. I'm not done. I'm not ready yet. Sit.
I've got 5 kids. I'm 30 years old, and I don't want to have to worry if I'm going to get lung cancer within the next 15 or 20 years.
Yeah, but he never...
I want to see my kids grow up and have kids.
Marion Curry and her husband Lynn both work at the Fernald plant. They met on the job and recently married. Last month, while testing unmarked waste barrels, Marion came in contact with plutonium. Fearing contamination, she asked to be checked for radiation exposure.
So our boss came in the next day and he says, well, you can all do it if you want, you know, it's up to you whether you want to do it or not. And then the next day it was a big overkill. We overkilled it. It was, you know, with a little bit of plutonium, you know.
Oh, that you were exaggerating.
Yeah, that we were making a mountain out of a molehill.
The Currys have 5 children from previous marriages. Now they want a child together.
I guess when you want to have a baby, you never know when it's going to happen. You know, you don't know. And I thought, well, what if I'm pregnant right now, and I've got plutonium in me? You know, that would kill me.
The Currys are still waiting for the results of Marion's tests, but they would find it hard to believe whatever they're told now.
I just don't trust their answers now.
Not even on something as critical as that.
No, especially something as critical as that.
It makes you feel, you know, are they going to keep on lying to you?
I read the Bible, and it gives me strength to know that I have got someplace to go if I can meet him, the good maker that gives me eternal life. That's the only thing I've got to look forward to, because man has destroyed me here, and you can't put faith in man.
34 years ago, Herb Kelly got a job at the plant. 4 years ago, he was too sick to work anymore.
I have got fibrosis of the right lung, 2 lobes are gone, Fanconi syndrome, a kidney infection or disease due to breathing acid fumes and uranium dust, cancer of the left lung, and I am real hurt because the company hasn't showed no concern about me. They canceled my insurance.
Carilla Kelly works to defray Herb's mounting medical bills. He can't get workman's compensation. The plant won't accept responsibility and didn't want to talk to 48 Hours about this or any other case.
I don't think we found out that the job was dangerous until he became sick, you know. And then the ultimate thing was when they came out 2 weeks ago and told us that, hey, we knew this all the time, and we knew this was hazardous to your health, but we just kept it under our hats.
I told the foreman that month, the month that I went off sick, 3 or 4 times that month, that, excuse me, that dust collector was something wrong with it. And they gave me the understanding that it wasn't none of my business, that they didn't give a hoot. They knew about it in the front office. Leave her run and don't worry about it.
They knew uranium was going out?
They knew it was going out at that time.
I was very proud of our government. Well, I can't say that after they have told us this, I can say after they told us this, that this has really been a letdown, that they have deceived us, they've lied to us. I tell you, it's just been really bad.
Dillard, like the rest of them, didn't ask questions why, where it was coming from, or what they were doing. They just did it. He more or less just done what he was told to do. They didn't tell him that you're working in something other that you're going to pay for it later. Why, that would have scared Dillard to death. He'd have left, he wouldn't have stayed around an hour.
What are those?
This is this little certificate that he gets ever so often.
Nell Stevens is a widow. Her husband, Dillard, worked at Fernald more than 30 years.
It says presented in recognition of the excellent record of personal safety while on the job for 15 years.
Okay.
For 15 years, for 17 years, 27 years.
He never smoked. He had no family history of cancer. Yet he died last year from lung cancer and other complications.
Yeah, makes you wonder. Yeah, it does.
Do you wonder about it a lot?
I wish we'd have known earlier.
Does it make you angry? Does it... I guess it's too
No,
late.
not angry, but confused and hurt.
Mm-hmm. That people knew that it was dangerous and yet...
And didn't help.
Yeah. Are you convinced that what your husband did, the job he did, is what eventually took his life?
Yes, very definitely. I swear to it.
If I thought we were here in Aiken, South Carolina, in excessive exposure, I would never stay here. I wouldn't have come in the first place.
It's a charming town, and it has no drawback. There's not a feeling here of panic or concern.
An accident at the Savannah River plant would be of great concern to anyone in town, but there hasn't been one, and there won't be.
I've had 9 children that I've raised here, and Mary's had 11. And we certainly would never be in a place that we considered unsafe, would never, you know, expose our children to that danger.
I don't think that we've been shielded from the truth here.
Unlike Fernald, the people of Aiken, South Carolina are comfortable with the nuclear weapons plant that has been their neighbor for the last 35 years and confident about its safety. It's big business here. Of the 17,000 people who work at the Savannah River plant, 60% live in Aiken County. They say it's brought them prosperity and a good life.
How about a cup of coffee?
Every morning, some of Aiken's businessmen gather at the Holly Inn to gossip over coffee. They've seen the impact the plant has had on their sleepy southern town.
It made this town. Because I came here back in '46, and you starved to death 6 months out of the year. I'm in real estate and development, and this has been good to me. I'll be honest.
We didn't have a stoplight in the town. Did I tell you something?
Oh, yeah. Aiken's world-class golf and leisurely lifestyle have drawn retired people from all over the north.
We're not afraid of being exposed. It's highly exaggerated, and I really resent it.
George Farland, a doctor, moved here from Michigan 8 years ago.
Because I don't want anybody coming into this area and spoiling our retirement.
We've got $15 million worth of horses under management, so we wanted to have a perfect environment.
Cock Campbell owns and trains thoroughbreds at his Dogwood stables.
You know, this has been for many decades one of the greatest training grounds in America. 36 champions have trained on this racetrack and in this environment, and it hasn't hurt them any, and maybe we've got some that maybe need a double dose of whatever's going around. I'm a very trusting soul and a very optimistic type, and I talk to the people at the plant and say, how's everything out there? And they say, it's great, don't worry about anything, everything's good. I don't scrutinize it.
The people we know who are down there are sensible men. They're not maniacs. They're not weird. We feel that if they say it's safe, it's as safe as it possibly can be.
Some of the reports from the Department of Energy suggest that the problems here are a lax attitude towards safety. People who, just this August, for example, when they tried to restart the reactor and it was not functioning properly, but they did not stop it. Later, the investigator concluded that the operators did not know what was going wrong, did not have the basic training and information to correct it, but still continued anyway until the reactor shut itself down.
That's pretty
Well,
hard.
that's not very encouraging.
It's pretty hard for us to comment on that because none of us are nuclear scientists and we don't know.
I don't think that anybody at this table knows anybody that would put his job before his family's health and welfare.
And basically, you don't believe it.
Well, I believe the people that have worked there firsthand before I believe these reports from 1,000 miles away.
Aiken's faith in the plant's safety is unshaken, despite the recent admissions by the Department of Energy that there are severe problems with Savannah River's safety, equipment, and management.
I think the greatest concern that I've ever seen was the concern that there's a possibility that it would close up.
If things start glowing in the dark, all of a sudden I'm going to say, hey, something's wrong around here, you know?
I guess it would take some concrete documentation that my water is poisoned, that my air is poisoned, that my children are going to be mutants.
I think it's a myth. The anti-nuclear people have conjured up this and tried to frighten people
into moving away from Aiken.
When it comes to doing business worldwide, you gotta think in global proportions. You gotta know how the world turns, because you want it to turn your way. You gotta speak the language. You gotta travel with a fast crowd. It's a big world out there. You gotta do everything you can to make it smaller. This reminder from Federal Express that it's not just a package, it's your business.
You can ride with the wind when you're one with the road. You can feel every move that you're in control. It's the new spirit. Gotta be the spirit of Dodge. It's the new spirit. The new spirit of Dodge. The new spirit of Dodge.
On Dallas, will JR escape from prison
If my brothers catch you, they'll kill you.
only to fall victim to something worse? Then, on Falcon Crest, it's a murder charge for Lance.
Could mean the death penalty.
But a real killer is loose. It all happens Friday.
Sullivan and Smith. They get you up in the morning. Sullivan and Smith. Only on CBS This Morning.
After I got married, I wanted to have 3 boys. And a special one. That's what I wanted. I wanted 3 boys. Such a special one because it has a horses on it? Yeah. Okay. And I had 4. Lewis was a bonus. You want the orange juice, Bluey? Yeah. Is that what you want? Okay.
In northwest Cincinnati, life had been just about perfect for Linda Zinser. Her full-time job of raising 4 boys was almost over.
Do you want to make it yourself?
Only Lewis was at home to mother.
You want me to make it? You don't want to make it yourself?
2 years ago, doctors discovered that Lewis had cancer.
Linda, you better watch out for him. He's really tough.
Part of his left leg had to be amputated.
This little boy's getting awfully strong.
Well, he's almost 3. He seemed so little to me, and I thought that was going to be difficult to tell him.
You want to show your mother the nest?
He knew about being sick. So the only thing he could think of was just to tell him that his leg was really, really sick.
Were you frightened?
Yeah, I was scared.
This is really beautiful country.
Mm-hmm. There are times like when the vegetables come on, where you're down here every day. And like planting time, you know, like for about a week, you know, you're down here every day.
Good old-fashioned hard work, a family hobby. That's what Charles Zinser had in mind when he rented this land for a vegetable garden about a mile from the Fernald plant.
Sam, did you spend a lot of time in the dirt here? Yeah? What did you spend the most time doing?
Probably picking the corn and the getting the potatoes and greening.
When it comes to digging potatoes, that was Sam's thing. He liked to get right down there in the dirt.
Sam Zinser is a hefty, healthy-looking 11.
I don't think you picked very many beans.
Yes, I did. I picked a lot.
Just a month before Lewis was diagnosed, the Zinsers found out that Sam had leukemia.
She got 2 kids with cancer from a family that doesn't have any cancer in it, within a month of each other, different cancers. These are all signs of a possible environmental cause or pollution.
You have 2 sons with cancer, and you decide you're going to do an independent lab study. And what does the study show you?
The lab tests show that there's enriched U-235 in the soil here. It meant to the doctor that there is plant involvement, that they have allowed enriched material to come into here, and enriched material is more volatile health-wise than unrefined.
Dangerous radioactive particles in the air floating around growing children whose cells are most susceptible to cancer. Sam is still going through chemotherapy.
Hello?
How many calls do you get?
It's my understanding it's going to be live.
About what television show you're going to be on?
I guess we'll be up front, I don't know.
And what newspaper's going to interview you?
Newsweek.
And what magazine's going to take your picture?
Bye.
Do you like it?
Well, I'd rather not, I guess. You mean be in front of the camera and everything? Not really.
Why do you do it?
Because my husband says he thinks we need to.
24 hours later,
Everybody right down front.
the Zinzers made a live appearance on the Donahue Show.
You've become more famous than you ever wanted to be. You're on the cover of everything. I want you to know this. I'll do everything I can to get to all parts of the room. We want you in here.
Do you ever worry about taking your kids to something like that? Does it become a circus, using your kids in that way?
I'm sure there's that element of it, and I do worry about it. The wife does.
We are here with the Zinzers, who you may have seen in Time magazine, including Louis. Can I ask Louis, do you mind if I ask you to sit up here on the stage for just a second? This will just take a minute.
I won't take long here.
Louis has become more famous than he ever wanted to be. Louis is wearing a prosthesis, as you see.
How else are we going to get exposure for this thing?
What caused the loss was the occurrence of a Ewing sarcoma bone tumor in Louis' lower left leg.
This is a community problem, a national problem.
What's the condition of your other child?
ALL. It's acute lymphoblastic leukemia.
I feel this is something that shouldn't be just kept in a box here in Cincinnati in the corner of Hamilton County.
What do you want people to know about that plan?
Well, I guess I just want them to know that that it's causing all this sickness and that we should do something about it.
Family in Green Hills on their claim. Larry, I'm ignorant. I can't respond.
At the Fernald plant, a give and take between some employees and management.
The ones that was in Time magazine in regard to the artificial leg and other medical problems?
The workers question the boss about the Zinzer boys.
The facts are that those two little boys are sick. The other facts are that we cannot find anything off-site that even approaches by large factors amounts of radioactive contamination that would be of concern.
All I know is Louis got elevated amounts of uranium in his leg, where the doctor told me, he says, I shouldn't have found any uranium in his leg. He's only 2 years old. And at the most, 10 parts per million, because that's what you find in a normal adult.
And Louis had
100 parts per million. Sam, you're what? Just 2 plain fried eggs?
Linda, what do you most want for your sons?
I want for them to be able to stay healthy. I really fear the recurrence of the cancer. I pray that that doesn't happen.
Doesn't seem fair, does it? Because you have a whole long life ahead of you.
I hope so.
Right now, there are at least a dozen congressional investigations into the bomb factory scandal. And while Congress wrestles with how to pay for the mess, the neighbors of some nuclear facilities are wondering what price they will have to pay. I'm Dan Rather. That's 48 hours. In a few moments, I'll be back with a CBS News special, 4 Days in November, the assassination of President Kennedy. We hope you'll stay with us.
You know, the problem may not be your phone, but your long-distance phone company. Switch to Sprint. Get the best sound quality and save as much as 10, 20, even 30%.
The new Remington Electroblade vibrating blade system has been an amazing success for those who prefer shaving with a blade. Electroblade's vibrating twin blades glide so easily you'll get the closest, smoothest blade shave you've ever imagined or your money back.
If you like our hot, flaky Sara Lee croissants for breakfast, may we make a little suggestion for dinner? Sara Lee petite croissants.
Nobody doesn't like Sara Lee.
For every investment expert who says the market's going up, an expert says it's going down. If the experts can't be certain, what chance do you have? A much better chance if you invest in Nuveen for steady, tax-free income. Nuveen, It's the long-term investment of certainty in a climate of uncertainty. Nuveen, America's tax-free investments.
For more information, call your broker or financial advisor or 800-372-1500.
How will you live in the next century? Suddenly, life will be more comfortable, smoother, and quicker. Introducing the new 1989 Buick Century with premium features you expect from the best-selling Buick on the American road. All at a price that will let you enter the next century very comfortably. Save up to $1,500 on Century with $500 cash back and option packages.
Next on 48 Hours.
They shoot anything and everything.
War in Africa's wild.
It's really a good top wolf there.
The rhino on the run. With a price on his head.
There's probably only about 300-400 left.
Rangers tracking down poachers with shoot-to-kill orders.
Yeah, this poacher is dead.
From the African range to the American ranch, the desperate fight to save the rhino from being wiped off the face of the earth 2 weeks from tonight.
For a transcript of 48 Hours, send $3 to Journal Graphics, 267 Broadway, New York, New York, 10007. Penn State collides with top-ranked Notre Dame. Then the battle for the Big East, Nebraska, Oklahoma, a blockbuster doubleheader Saturday on CBS Sports. Landmark Television, your sexual response, your body and how it works, startling new images, medical breakthroughs, new hope for men and women, Inside the Sexes, Monday at 10. This is CBS.
This is CBS.
Tonight on the CBS Saturday Movie.
Hey, Mikey played a heck of a game today, huh? He did okay for himself.
Okay. Kid's another Lynn Swan. Who you kidding?
You still considering the University of the Pacific for Mikey?
He's just a junior. Talk about it next year.
Well, we got a good school.
No kidding. My daughter goes there, remember? He's too young to recruit, Coach.
Hey, listen, it's never too soon to give it some thought. Sure, he'd be closer to home.
He'd never be heard of again.
Yeah, but if he takes a scholarship in a big school, he's going to be a little fish in a big pond. If he comes into my program, he's going to be a
big fish in a little pond. Dave, I know your program's in the toilet and that your head's on the chopping block. But the boy, he's too young to recruit. I got to go see my kid. And Coach, you better win some games this season. Or Mike Moran, the tire man, won't be the only guy retiring this year. See ya. Son?
So, what'd you think?
I think the quarterback stinks.
Dad, we won the game.
Yeah, you had to pull out in the closing seconds. You should have beaten the pants off of that team.
Yeah. I'll see you later. I'm meeting some friends.
Need any cash?
No.
Anyone that drinks doesn't drive. Son! You played one hell of a game.
There were Notre Dame scouts that night who didn't notice the drop pass because they were watching the quarterback. Well, that was 32 years ago. Mike came out of South Shore High School an All-American. He and I both got full-boat football scholarships. Then along came something called Korea. Yeah. After the war, I got to use my football scholarship. But Mikey, well, Mike's dad died. So there was no more school and no more quarterbacking. But he was always there to help his family. With a lot of sacrifices and a lot of hard work, he turned what was once a small family-owned tire company into what is now recognized as a sovereign nation by the Internal Revenue Service, huh? Well, congratulations on your retirement, pal. And have fun with this. Come on.
Thanks, Joe. Thank you. Thank you, employees. Without you, the Moran Tire Company wouldn't be what it is today, and I wouldn't be in a position to retire. I want to thank my sisters and their husbands, and I want to thank God for my lovely wife and for my beautiful family. Thank you again for coming. Hope you have a nice night. Who knows, maybe I'll see you on the golf course. Good night.
Nice night, huh?
It's a great night. Thank you.
So, what is your first official act of retirement going to be?
My first act of retirement. Turning early and sleep late.
Then what?
Then I'm taking you golfing at the country club.
No, you're not, because I have a board of directors meeting at the center tomorrow.
Great.
But why don't you take the boat out, go with Mikey, and go fishing?
Because you know your son hates fishing. Besides, it's his last year of high school. I have to make sure he takes the right scholarship.
This is your time to relax. Why don't you stop worrying about a scholarship?
Because the right scholarship means a big college where you play with the best against the best. Then he'll know what he's made of.
Enough football talk. Let's huddle. What are you doing?
I'm cooking breakfast for you. What's it look like I'm doing?
This side, don't believe.
Well, you cooked for me for 22 years. Now it's my turn to cook for you.
There's my wife. Gotta go. Thanks for the thought.
Have a nice day at work, dear.
Who are you? And what are you doing in our kitchen?
I'm cooking a cheese omelet for you.
Gee, Dad, I can't stay. I gotta go to practice. Thanks for the thought.
Who's a strange man cooking the eggs in our kitchen?
You just shut up, sit down, and eat.
Now he tells me to shut up.
You finish? We'll throw the ball around a little bit.
I can't, Dad. Tracy's driving me to Paul's. A couple guys going to the Harbor Street Canal. Jump off the docks.
Hey, that's dangerous.
You're the one who showed me that place, remember?
Yeah, well, if you're coming with me, Junior, we gotta go.
You break your leg, you lose your scholarship.
I'll be careful.
Burn the bacon.
Yeah, you turned that in. Mikey, just shot the best game of my life. Come on with me. I want to show you some. Guys, I want you to meet a buddy of mine, Mike Moran.
Pleasure.
My friend, my client, and the best quarterback I ever had. Of course, he's the only quarterback I ever had, huh? Hey, Mikey, this is where you can do your training from now on, okay? And I'm going to lead the exercises. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I see more spare tires here than before I retired.
You got to stay in shape, huh? Ready, everybody? 1, 2, 3, swallow. Yeah. Can you handle another one? 1, 2, 3. You had it, I can tell.
How was your day?
You won't believe what happened to me.
What happened?
You are looking at full-time, full-fledged, full-salary counselor.
Congratulations, Scotty.
32 applicants, and they took me like.
Of course they took you because you're the best. This deserves a bottle of champagne.
All right.
Let's celebrate.
I love you.
I love you, Scotty. Will you love me even if I get a beer gut?
What?
Nothing.
A beer gut? Hey, what's on the agenda for you two today?
Football practice. What else?
I'm gonna go register for classes.
You wearing those?
My jeans? Took me a long time to get them like this, Mom. I'll see you later.
Your father.
In the garden.
Again. Gardner keeps complaining he doesn't have anything to do.
Dad's driving everyone crazy. Before he used to come to games. Now he's coming to practices, too.
Mikey, this is a hard time for your dad. Okay?
Come on. Not today. Oh, Dad.
When's the last time you put water in your battery?
Thought water went in the radiator.
You're a junior in college?
I'm gonna be late for registration.
Take the caddy.
No, I can't take the Cadillac to college. Dad, will you drive me? Yeah, you could drive me, please. I'm begging.
Don't beg. Come on.
It was easy. Thanks, Dad. I have a new tape for you.
Oh, I can't wait to hear it.
Do you ever think about going to college, Dad?
Me, college? Get serious.
I'm serious. Dad, for as long as I can remember, you've been lecturing all the young guys at the plant. Go to college, get a degree. You want to make tires the rest of your life? You want to make me rich?
Yeah. Well, they did. They made me rich.
What about Mom? She went to school for 12 years part-time.
Yeah, well, your mom's smart. I'm not. Go register.
No, I'm only talking about 1 or 2 classes. You'd like it. Besides, I'll have a ride to school every time my car breaks down. I'm begging. Please, Dad. Please.
Go on, get out here. Go register.
This is going to take a while, all right? I can get a ride home.
Oh, wait. Maybe I'll walk over to the field and see what kind of team Frummel's got this year.
Okay, I'll be in the gym. Thanks for the ride.
Bye.
You call that hitting? Now hit that damn thing like you mean it!
Hey, Mike. What are you doing way up here? I dropped my kid off at school. Hey. Yeah. Are you going to win any games this season?
Yeah, I think so. We're looking a little bit better than what I thought we would.
I read in the newspaper you got Kevin Parr back.
Yeah, take a look.
Sergeant right! Sergeant right! Yeah! Red 22! Red 22! Oh!
Kevin's a junior out of Springfield. Hell of an arm.
I was here last season when he broke the passing record.
Now, if I can just figure out a way to give him an attitude transplant, he's on his way to all conference.
Who's your backup?
Tanner, the kid from Oakland. Get in there, run post 22. Jordy Coldwell, a walk-on sophomore from some podunk town in Ohio, right outside of Cleveland. But he lacks in experience and finesse. He makes up for it in sheer guts.
388! 388!
Oh, now what?
Okay, guys, back on the field. Tanner, what is it?
Oh, it's my ankle.
Hey, back, relax, breathe easy.
What the hell happened to Tanner?
Ankle. I think it's broken.
Just don't stand there, Moran. Suit up. I need a reserve quarterback. Mike, I'd like you to meet my backfield coach, Denny Howell. Denny, say hello to Mike
Moran, the tire man. I'd know that face anywhere. Hey, commercials kept me up through some bad late shows.
Oh, you were the guy that was watching, huh?
Bring up the backs, Denny.
Backs and backers, over here! Everybody else take a water break!
Excuse us for a minute, will you, Mike?
Sure. Excuse me, sir. My name's Carl Malone, sir. You're Mike Moran, right?
You saw the commercial, too. That makes two of you.
No, sir. I'm here on the Moran Scholarship.
Yeah, sure. That's why that name sounds familiar.
They call me No Neck.
Well, I wonder why.
I just want to thank you for choosing me.
Well, you wrote a good letter, son.
Yeah, my ma, she helped me with it. Anyway, I just want you to know I really appreciate it. If it wasn't for that scholarship, I'd still be driving my own man's tractor up and down the cornfields.
Good luck this year, son.
Thanks. We're gonna need it. One other thing, sir. Think I can marry your daughter?
Get out of here.
Laps?
Wind sprints.
Wind sprints, come on.
So, Mike,
let's go.
how's retirement?
I'll let you know when I figure it out.
Do that. I may be joining you soon.
Huh?
Yeah, the president of the college talked to me yesterday. I won't be back next season.
Are you kidding me?
Huh?
Well, what if you pull it out this season?
Hell, Mike, we ran $390,000 in the red for the last 3 years. There just aren't that many fans who will pay the bucks to come out and see us. Can't blame them. We went from 6-4 3 years ago to 4-6, and last year we were winless.
Yeah, I know. Last year. Winless season. So what are you going to do?
I got my resume in about 100 schools, but would you hire a coach with 10 wins, 20 losses? I gotta get back to work. I got 10 days to make my final cuts. Thanks for coming by, Mike. It's always good to see you. I gotta watch some game films.
Good luck. Good season. Huh?
I'm
thought all the linebackers were out on the field.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
Do you need some help?
I'm looking for my daughter. I was supposed to pick her up. Her name's Tracy Moran.
Tracy, she's a friend of mine. I just saw her a minute ago. She had to chase down the professor for an ad slip. I'm Diane Novak.
Hi, Diane.
I take a lot of classes with Tracy.
Journalism.
No philosophy. I'm sorry, for a minute there, I kind of thought you were trying to register.
What's so funny about that?
This movie is...
Do you think this philosophy course would be too tough?
I've been waiting for you at the car. Diane, you met my dad. Yeah, that's great.
She's my curriculum advisor.
Your advisor? Are you signing up for a class?
Yeah.
Dad, that's great. That's really wonderful. That's wonderful. What class did you get him to sign up for?
Class. He took 5 classes. He's a full-time freshman. Yay!
Wow. What? 15 units.
Hi, guys. Hi, Scotty. Have a nice day.
Don't you be coy with me. I'm so proud of you. Oh!
Relax, sweetie. I didn't win the Nobel Prize.
Not yet.
Let me see this card here. English 1A, Psychology 101, Intro to Geology. Very good. Greek philosophy.
I got that course from your friend.
Freshman, that means you gotta wear a beanie.
A beanie will never touch this head. How'd practice go?
More the same.
Mike, what is this? PEFB Section 1.
Football.
Football? Will you be careful? I mean, these kids, they're very serious about their intramural sports. Come on, you could get hurt. Greek philosophy?
I didn't know they had intramural sports at UOP.
I didn't either.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
No. No, it wouldn't be that crazy.
Dad?
Everybody out of the locker room?
Yeah, except for the new kid. Another walk-on.
Who is he?
I don't know. He was getting his equipment when I passed through. Oh, there he is now.
Yeah, well, tell him to get his butt down here. I don't like people being late.
Get your butt down here, son.
You call that running? My mother can run faster than that.
You wanted to see me, Coach?
Yeah, when I say 9 o'clock, I mean 9 o'clock.
Mike, what are you doing? What the hell are you doing? Oh, hell, you really had me going there for a minute. I'll be damned, that was a good one, huh? Still with the practical jokes. No joke. I'm here to play football.
Oh, yeah, sure you are. You want to run some offensive plays? All right, I'll tell you what. I'll be the tight end. You be the center, Daddy. You be quarterback. Come on. Let's go, just like the old days.
I'm not talking about the old days. I'm here to try out for the team.
Excuse me for a minute, will you, Danny? You're serious?
Very serious. George Blanda was 48 years old when he retired from the Raiders. Dave, I'm not asking for any special treatment.
Damn you. You're 53, Mike. You can get killed out there. I can't let you do that. You're my best friend.
The rules say that I have the right to be...
Don't quote any rules to me. How about a little common sense? Good Lord, I'd love to go out there and play with the kids, but I can't. I'm too old.
No. You're ineligible. You played your 4 years. I never took advantage of my scholarship. I went right to the tire plant.
Mike, get out of here while you can still walk.
I have the right to be here. The doctor cleared me. I'm a legitimate student. I just want a shot, Dave. Just give me a shot.
Hut! Man, he's older than I thought. More like a senior citizen. I wonder if he's collecting Social Security yet.
Oh, man. I mean, he is older than my dad. Know that? I mean, can you see my old man out here?
Man, maybe he thinks he's George Plimpton.
And what's he trying to prove? He's so kid or something?
Get out of here.
You know, what's the
Prove?
deal?
Maybe the guy just wants to play football. You ever think about that?
Okay. Black offense, white defense. On the field.
Let's go.
Hold on, Kevin.
Hut!
Moran. You wanted your shot? You got it. 44 run and gun. Hit it.
That was 44 run and gun.
Big dive, hit receiver.
You tell him to blitz? Yeah. You sure about this? No. But I want him to come to his senses before he really gets hurt.
34 run and gun on one. Ready?
I call you the hitman?
That's right.
You could have fooled me.
Okay, we know what's coming, so let's give him some protection, huh?
All right, T slant on one. Ready?
cheap shot, man. It's a late hit, man.
What happened? You just got your first completion.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Mike and Todd, what are you guys doing up here?
Same thing you are.
There's no way your old man would try out for a college team.
You want to bet?
Which one is he? I can't see which one he is.
I think he's there in the back.
Oh, God, no.
I think it's time to pull over and call it a career. It's no shame in pulling out. Fake a cramp.
God, he's gonna kill himself. Mikey, make him stop. Do something. Make him quit.
Our dad quit? You gotta be kidding me. Play with the best. If you're gonna quit, just quit. Otherwise, get up. Come on, Dad. Show these guys what Mike Moran's made of.
Did I light that old dude up in that blitz or what? You did, man.
Too bad. We needed a backup.
Come on. Get up.
I'll be damned.
Told me to have a hot bath ready for you. You okay? What can I do?
Well, you can open the door and help me out of this damn car.
Mike. Crazy fool. Come on. Wait, hold on.
I got it.
Okay.
Is it so crazy to want to try something you never had a chance to do?
No, it's not crazy. I mean, just the other day, I looked at our children and I had this overwhelming desire to have another baby.
Now that's crazy. Scotty, I wish I could describe it.
What? 114 Charlie horses occurring simultaneously? Now, go on. Describe it.
Okay, you break from the huddle. You get to the line of scrimmage. You take the snap from center, and just then everything freezes. You can see everything. You see the linemen starting to blow in. You see the backfield making their adjustments. You see your receivers going out in motion. You see it all, and you're the key. God, I wish I could compete again.
Well, there are safer ways to compete.
Well, I love golf. I love bowling. I even like the over 35 baseball team that I play on. Scotty, it's just not the same.
Mike, you just can't compete physically with 20-year-old kids.
I'm not competing against 20-year-olds. I'm competing against a 53-year-old man who can't run, who falls down, who's an embarrassment to me. It's probably all academic anyway, Scotty. I probably won't make the cut. Hell, I probably won't even be able to get out of bed tomorrow. I just want to try. I just want to try.
It's a fashion statement. Look at this freshman looks a little lost. Dad? Hi, you look sore. Do you need some help?
Where the hell is lecture room D? C's back there and D should be here someplace, and it isn't. Now, what the hell kind of school is this that doesn't use the alphabet?
Lecture room D's in Bradley Hall, 3rd floor, which is in your freshman guide if you'd read it. Oh, you know, by the way, you left something in the car this morning. Uh-oh.
They'll never touch my head.
You tell him.
No, you tell him.
All incoming freshmen shall wear beanies while on the college grounds until after the football team wins its first game. My freshman year, we never won a game.
So, Dad, if somebody catches you, uh-oh.
Well, I won't tell anyone if you don't. I'm late. Goodbye, ladies.
Bye.
What are you guys doing in there?
We forgot our beanies.
Wear your beanie, man.
He's suiting up again. Yeah, I saw him. You know, I really thought he'd quit. I'm gonna talk to him. Quit? I thought he might drop dead in his sleep, but quit? No, Mike Moran doesn't know how.
Did you look at the old guy? Can't even tie his shoelaces.
How you doing, Pops? I'm doing okay.
Want me to help you out with your shirt?
No, I think I can handle this shirt.
Second day is always the hardest. You're gonna feel like you got the worst case of flu you ever had. Now you get the urge to throw up. Do it. It'll buy you 5 extra minutes. Get through 5 minutes at a time. Make it through the day. It's easier.
Mike, Coach wants you. Okay, here are the rules. Yesterday you were a friend of mine who walked in here and did something really stupid. Today, you're just another player trying to make my squad. From now on, you'll call me Sir, Coach, or Mr. Trumbo. Understood?
Sure, Coach.
Mike, good luck. You're gonna need it.
Save yourself some agony, Pop. Quit.
Hey, Pops. Looks like you made it. Don't forget your beanie.
So, how's it going? Pretty hard stuff, huh? Hey, Coach Hall showed us some new plays today. Denver used against Houston. This receiver goes out about 20 yards.
Mind? I've got 2 hours here.
Sure, Dad.
Time for a break?
Thanks, Scotty.
Like even Plato had to take a break for him, and she's all right.
This stuff is over my head. This stuff is way over my head.
Maybe you should have started with just a couple of courses. You know, get your feet wet. Carrying a full load and football is crazy.
I chose to do. I'm sorry. Tomorrow is the final scrimmage. Ask them what to see, they're going to make their cuts.
Mike, it won't be the end of the world if you don't make the football team. You gave it your best shot.
But I'm good enough, damn it. A little rusty, but I'm good enough.
I know you are. Another reporter called. I told him that you were at the library studying.
Good, I am so sick and tired of their stupid questions. Mike, why are you doing this? Mike, you see yourself representing all men over 50 who are trying to recapture their youth. Mike, how do the younger players accept you? So on, so forth, blah, blah, blah. You know they're going to interview me on TV tomorrow. Do you believe that?
Oh, Mike. Oh, Mike. I just want you to remember one thing, huh? You have a family that loves you. People who like to see your face, hear your voice. Find a balance in this. Okay? And come to bed. Sit.
Got to get that arm up. He's got to cock that arm, Denny.
Dave, I'm constantly on the guy to get up on his toes, cock the arm high. He's been doing it this way for 40 years. Old habits are hard to break.
Yeah, well, at least he's finding his receivers.
Good hand, baby! Yeah, pick him up good on that one! That's the one! All right! Thanks, guys. Thanks, Clyde. Sit! Hut! Can't get my arm up, man.
Toes up just a little higher.
Okay.
A little higher.
All right.
Sit! Hut!
Better.
Hut!
Better.
Sit! Hut!
Right. That's it.
Thanks for the overtime.
Anytime. Thanks for the scholarship.
See ya.
All right.
What part of Oedipus's sad legacy has Zeus not laid in full on us who live? There is nothing better, nothing of disaster, no shame, no humiliation I have not seen. Someone give me the name of Antigone's father.
Oedipus.
A man famous for what?
Candlelight dinners with Mom.
He killed his father and married his mother. So Antigone is the daughter, and she is obsessed with love for her father.
Sounds like a plot from Dynasty.
Philosophy, expounding from Greek theater, came from two sources, comedy and tragedy. Someone give me a definition of tragedy. Not in your modern Dallas dynasty sense, but in Greek terms. Yes, Mr. Brown, go ahead.
After reading over this stuff last night, it seems to me that tragedy is about the basics. Man's purpose in life, his destiny, his nobility, his courage, how he stands up against forces that are stronger than himself. Tragedies seem to be not about events, but about heroes who bring about those events. I think.
You think correctly, Mr. Moran. See you tomorrow.
Forget your beanie. That was incredible. I mean, I knew the answer too, but you phrased it so concisely. How did you cut through all that confusion?
You think the Greeks are confusing? Try reading 30 years of U.S. government tire safety regulations. Now that is confusing. See you, kiddo. I gotta run.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Hi.
So, how's it going?
Take a look.
Where is he?
Right down there.
Way to go! 66 draw!
66 draw! You guys know what's coming? You know what's coming? Nail him!
Set! Blue 19! Blue 19! Huh! All right! Go!
Give him a water break.
Water break!
Way to go. That's some playing, man. Gorgeous series. Listen, you roll out left, shoot a little. Give yourself some room. You're going to get blindsided.
You're the quarterback coach now.
That boy's head so big they had to order his helmet from the hot tub factory.
Bobby, you were hot out there. You were hot, man.
Route 66 draw? You snapped your neck when I went by, right?
Definitely.
So now you know why they call me Whiplash, right?
Right.
Give me some. Hey, I hope you make the team, man. You got class. Definitely got class.
Hey, Mike. I'd like you to meet somebody. Mike, Scott Triplett, Channel 3 Sports Rep. Think you can give us a minute?
Yeah, sure.
Good man. We'll set up in a few minutes.
Appreciate you being so cooperative with the media people, Mike. We haven't had a newspaper reporter down here in 3 years. Now they're coming down daily.
I like reporters, too. It's the only time I get to handle the ball.
Get out of here, will you?
They knew what play was coming. They still couldn't stop you.
Yeah. Would you look at that? Hey, look at this guy. Hey, hell, the old Duffer ain't gonna make the squad. He's got reporters all over.
Okay. Now, can we get a good close-up of him taking the snap?
Bill? On Hut.
Hut! And why don't you throw it?
Want to roll out and throw it or just throw it?
Just throw it.
Oh, okay.
Great.
But now, I'm the #1 quarterback, right? Why aren't they interviewing me?
They did, Kev. Don't you remember? That guy from the school newspaper, he did an interview with you. What was the headlines? Runaway ego kills quarterback and 10 others.
You got that.
So, how are the guys treating you?
Well, actually, the guy's been pretty good about it. The other day, they put a bottle of Geritol and a gallon of prune juice in my locker.
Bottom line, Mike, do you see yourself as a representative of all guys over...
Over the hill?
No, but up in years?
Well, actually, I see myself as representing one man, me. I just want to play football. It's as simple as that. But if other guys see me do it, they say, what the hell, I can do that? That's fine. I haven't even made a team.
Kind of nice having reporters around. Sure as hell won't hurt the box office.
You listen to me. If Mike Moran makes his team, it's because he's earned a spot on the roster, not because he's grabbed some spot on some news program. You got that?
Sure, Dave. Sure.
Listen up. Every year on the day I make final cuts, I've got to do some pretty heavy soul searching. This season's no exception. As a matter of fact, it's been a little tougher than most. I want to thank each and every one of you guys for coming out and giving me your best effort. If your name's not on the list, I don't want you to feel discouraged or feel like you somehow failed. I wish the hell I can keep you all, but I can't. In my book, you're all winners. Thanks for coming out.
Stay healthy, baby. I'm on the team. Don't worry about it, rookie. Yeah, speed, baby. What you nervous about, man? Gave 100%. Ain't no way they gonna cut you. Good luck, chum.
Thanks, man.
Where'd it go? Look, don't worry about your helmet and stuff. The equipment man will be by to pick it up. Look, I'm sorry, man. I'm gonna miss you.
Thanks. Hey, Whiplash, don't forget. You go in motion to the left, not to the right on 32 Slingshot.
Yeah, got it, man. Thanks. Hey, Pops. Where's your beanie?
You gave it up.
No, see, I wear a beanie, you wear a beanie. Besides, don't look good for a football player break tradition.
Congratulations, Mike.
What are you talking about?
You made it.
I made the team.
You made it, baby.
I made it! I made the team! All right!
Attention! Now, there's one more tradition. We now going to do some serious partying. Let's go! Get it up!
What are you doing? This is a football party, right?
Hey, what happened to the music?
It's a football party. We should be singing fight songs.
Hey, what fight songs? What's wrong with LL Cool J?
You know, college fight songs like Cheer, Cheer for Old Notre Dame. You don't know that one? Here's one you know. On Wisconsin, on Wisconsin. Fight, 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 fight. Come on, you guys.
Hey, Pops, I thought all those songs said Phil and you.
All right, sing any old song.
Oh, I know an old song.
Hey, I'm gonna make a fuss and I'm gonna raise a holler. I'm working all summer just to try to earn a dollar. To the boss and I got a day. He said, no, that son, you got work with me. Sometimes I wonder what about you. 'Cause there ain't no cure.
What am I?
caller. There's my girl. Guess what you're looking at?
A 53-year-old drunk?
Yeah, well, partially. But you also happen to be looking at the third-string quarterback for the University of the Pacific. Scotty, I made it. I made the team.
Congratulations.
Hey, Scotty, don't be mad. Come on, wake up the kids. Let's celebrate.
No, you won't wake the kids up. Do you know that the three of us have been waiting here since 6 o'clock for the big news? Kids finally gave up at 1:30. I stayed up to see if you were all right. So you're all right.
Scotty, look, I'm really sorry I'm late.
What, are you so into yourself you couldn't pick up the phone?
When I found out that I made the team, I stopped by the fraternity house and it got late. That's all, it just got late. I told you I'm sorry, okay?
No, it's not okay. I don't like this conversation because I sound like your mother and I'm not your mother, I'm your wife. Do you remember that?
Jack Bagnell. Welcome to another exciting year of University of Pacific football. I think the Tigers must have drawn about 500 people for their season opener last year. I looked out there today, there must be 1,500 people here already.
You're right, Larry. And if you notice, a lot of those fans are over 50 years old. Why are they here? Number 13 is why they're here. 53-year-old Mike Moran seemed to have captured not only a place on this team, but has fired up the imagination of a lot of football fans.
Well, he's attracting more than fans, Jack. I see mobile units from all three of the network affiliates. This guy's new.
That's right.
Coach Dave Ruppel's concern over a lack of offensive punch hasn't materialized, Jack. This restructured UOP Tiger group, 3 touchdowns ahead of badly overpowered Missouri Wesleyan.
Here we are late in the fourth quarter, and it hasn't been much of a challenge for our Pacific Tigers.
There's another 15-yard completion, and with it, Kevin Parr goes over the 300-yard mark.
Kevin's probably got his sights set on bettering his record of 3,315 yards set a year ago.
Might mention, too, that's the UOP all-time passing record.
That's right.
They're bringing the stretcher onto the field now. From here, it looks like Kevin Parr's right knee was injured.
It's my knee.
You'll be all right. You'll be all right.
Right there.
I'm sorry, Kev. I didn't pick him up. I think he'll be okay, Kev. I think I'll be okay.
They're putting him on the stretcher now. Let's hope that's all he misses this season.
Right on the inside.
It's gonna be all right?
Something so.
Do you know who that is? Oh, wow.
How is he? No fracture. His right knee is hyperextended. Colwell, get in there.
No, wait a minute. Hold on, Joey. Wait, no. Put Moran in.
Colwell's our second-string quarterback.
Yeah, and if he gets hurt, then what? Look, we got 6 minutes left. We got a 21-point cushion. Let Mike go in, mop up, okay? We might have a winning season here. Just put him in.
You're in. Beat it up. Keep it on the ground. 32 dive.
32.
Come on, baby. Do that.
Well, with a 28-7 lead, Jack. It's pretty obvious what Coach Trumbo's strategy is. Keep the ball on the ground, run out the clock, and save Colwell in case Kevin Parr might be seriously injured.
I guess even a 65-year-old can hand the ball off for 4 minutes.
Welcome to the war. 32 dive on 3. Ready?
He's not going to run the ball and get hurt, is he?
They're not going to give him a chance. He's just running out the clock.
Set! Blue 53! Blue 53! Hot! Hot! Hot!
Got any more great plays?
Yeah, I got the same one. 32 dive on 1.
Great.
Ready? Break!
Attaboy, Mike. Attaboy.
Okay, I'll put on your
You're a winner, Mike. How does that feel?
Well, thank you, but Kevin Parr's a winner. Anybody can sit on the ball for 6 minutes.
A 22-yard touchdown pass isn't exactly sitting on the ball, Mike.
Well, 21 yards, that's about my maximum range. No, seriously, you ought to talk to the guys who played the game. Hey, Hitman, no neck, whiplash, come on in.
How you doing? All right, how you doing? Going all the way today. Going all the way. In all respect to the man who went away. It all started in a small town outside of Columbia, Missouri, where my mother met.
Hey, that's great.
Hey, Coach, you got a minute?
Yeah, sure. Come on in, Mike. Yeah, hey, thanks a lot.
How's Kevin?
Still no word. It's pretty bad, though. He'll probably be out for at least a month.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, tell me about it. Hey, nice effort out there today, Mike. Thanks.
Thanks for giving me the chance.
You know why I put you in, don't you?
Sure. You wanted me to run the clock out, but thanks for the chance anyway.
Just got a call from the ticket office. We made $14,000 at the gate. I never knew you had so many relatives.
Thanks, Coach.
Good game, Mike.
How you feeling?
Wonderful. Just great. Put a scope in my knee, see if they can repair it. I'll save it, all right? I don't need your sympathy. Might be doped up here, but not stupid.
You played a great game out there today, son.
Well, thanks, Dad. Look what it got me. You know, you're too short to play quarterback, Moran. You can't even see over the front line.
You gotta tell that to Doug Flutie. Besides, no neck, you lets me stand on his shoulders. Great view of the field from up there. What is it with you, Kevin? I thought it was us short guys who were overachievers with a chip on our shoulder.
All right, why'd you come up here? I mean, you could use a phone to find out if I was out. Well, I'm out, all right? So now you can leave.
I came here to check on my teammate, so I've checked. As a college quarterback, son, you've got a great future. As a human being, you've got a long way to go, son.
The loss of Kevin Parr is really taking its toll in this offensive team, Larry. Again, no gain. Looks like Ohio Northern stole UAP's playbook, Larry.
Well, that's very true, Jack. You know, what we're witnessing out here, I think, is a case of extreme jitters by the young University of Pacific quarterback, Colwell. He's been intercepted 3 times today.
Mike, I'm blowing it.
Jordy, listen to me. When you're dropping back, you're looking at your primary receiver. Everybody in the stands can see it, and so can the defense. Cheat a little. Look at your secondary. Then pop your primary.
saving grace for the University of Pacific today, Jack, has been the play of that defensive unit.
Especially the play of big number 99, Greg the Hitman Myers. That's his 4th sack of the day. He gives his record crowd of close to 5,000 people something to cheer about.
Now go back out there. Remember what I told you? Be cool. Moran, come on, Mike.
You think you can go home?
Way to go. I wouldn't be here if I didn't think so.
Get in there and do it, baby.
Well, here comes the UOP offense back on the field. And, well, I'll be done. Look who's leading them out.
Mike Moran, who just last week, in his first collegiate game, threw a 22-yard touchdown pass to ice the game for the UOP Tigers. Moran gets hammered for a 9-yard loss on the blitz.
Get the hell out and get him off the field into the stands with the rest of the parents.
He really took a vicious shot on that one.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
22 post slant. 22 post slant. They're going to blitz. I'm going to check black. Route 66 delay on 1. Ready?
Break! Come on! Now do something for him! Black 63! Black 63! Black!
Called on to replace the struggling Jordy Caldwell in Game 2, Moran has been a starter ever since and hasn't looked back. Throwing for over 300 yards a game, he could break the Tigers' single-season passing record set a year ago by Kevin Parr. Calling Moran the heart and soul of our team, Coach Trumbo says Moran is looking like a seasoned 2-year starter and not a 53-year-old rookie. At the beginning of this season, Mike Moran was called a fluke, a miracle. Well, he's no fluke. Mike Moran is a winner, and so are his UOP Tigers.
This program.
I made him everything he is.
What's your name?
The Hitman.
Hitman, what's the secret of Mike Moran?
Double E.
Double E?
Double E, extra effort. Old dude gives everything he's got. Sometimes when the rest of us get tired, well, we look at Mike and suck it up. Know what I'm saying?
This is Scott Triplett, Channel 3.
Suck it up? What does that mean?
That's jock talk. Means dad's bad.
Oh, please.
What's your problem?
Nothing.
No, come on. What is it?
I know Dad's been real busy these last couple days. I mean, his mail comes in a big gray canvas bag. He's missed 3 of my games so far. That's okay, too. The last game, he didn't ask a score. He didn't ask anything.
This is the same person who only a couple months ago was complaining how his ever-present father was ruining his life.
Butt out for
No,
once.
I'm tired of you moping all the time.
Always sticking up for
I
Dad.
said that's enough. Can't we just sit here like a normal family? Huh?
I gotta be an idiot. Most of the guys on the team are taking easy courses.
I thought you took those courses originally to learn something.
Sports rap again.
Prime Time may be coming to our house in a couple of weeks.
The TV show?
George Parra called the public relations people at the university.
George Parra? Prime time? All right, we're going big time.
Excuse me. Hey, Penn State's playing Stanford this weekend. I called Joe Paterno, and he has agreed to have dinner with us tomorrow night.
I can't. I got a date.
A date? Break it. Penn State's passing game was designed for you, son.
Probably wants to talk you into transferring to Penn State.
Knock it off, will you? They already have a scouting report on you. This could be the contact that gets you that scholarship that Dad has always wanted for you.
Great, Dad.
I'll probably be watching game film until around 6.
So your mother will take you to the restaurant, 7 o'clock, and don't be late.
Whatever you say, Dad.
What's eating him?
Well, I have good news. The paper called me today, found out I was a journalism major. Want to know if I want to do the feature story on the Mike Moran. What he's really like. $500.
You're kidding.
Nope.
That's great.
Well,
Well, what?
should I do it or not, Dad?
You're almost 20 years old. You want to do it? Do it. Just be careful what you say.
Mike, keep Friday night reserved for us. We're going to have dinner at the club.
What's Friday?
Friday is our 22nd anniversary. Cheers.
Yeah, sure.
Excuse me, Mr. Moran? I was wondering, could I get your autograph?
Sure, what's your name?
Oh, it's not for me. It's for my father, Stephen Cannell. He's a big fan of yours.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Remember those guys hitting or what? Oh, man.
Morning.
Morning.
I only got halfway through the Plato text last night.
Better hope he doesn't give us a spot test. Your leg okay?
Yeah.
Happened on Saturday.
As a matter of fact, yeah. Did you see that game?
I wouldn't have missed it.
Morning, everybody. I trust we all have some interesting perspectives on Hemlock.
Not your lucky day.
Once you break out of the huddle and walk up that line, you're working. Check out that safety, see if he's moving.
Still giving lessons, Moran.
Just fundamentals.
Enjoy the game tomorrow, 'cause it's going to be your last as a starter. Got cleared me for contact Monday.
Good for you.
That is good for me. It's bad for you. Come away from tomorrow. Be back on the bench.
Arrogant bastard. Fundamentals. You know what I like about what you're doing?
What?
You're not looking at your primary receiver.
Yeah, I got that right.
Come on, let's throw a couple.
Hey, Dad. How was dinner with the great Joe Paterno? Is Mikey going to get a scholarship?
Where the hell's your brother?
He's not with you? I came home and he wasn't here. I thought you picked him up.
He didn't show up. I spent an hour and a half covering with Mr. Paterno for your brother. Your mother was supposed to take him to the restaurant. What happened?
She left a message saying there was an emergency at the Child Help Center.
Great.
But I see you got the paper. Read my article? What'd you think?
Oh, yeah, I read it. Over the years, my father has contributed everything from bleachers to uniforms to weightlifting equipment for the University of Pacific football program.
Oh, you have?
Do you know what that sounds like? It sounds like I bought my way on the team. And another thing, I don't like people who read this garbage to know that I sleep in the buff.
That was a joke. You think my writing's garbage?
I think what I wear to bed is nobody's business but my own. You understand that, young lady? Hey! Where the hell have you been? I forgot. What do you mean you forgot?
Just what I said, I forgot.
You know what I went through to get you this interview with Paterno?
Yeah, you had to make a phone call. He wants your quarterback? You feel better now?
What is it with you? You've got a chance to play the game of football at one of the best colleges in this country.
Is football a game to you, Dad? Because to me, it's a job. A full-time job I've been working at since I was 8 years old. 9 years of it. I am sick and tired of the game of football.
What are you talking about? You love football.
No, you love football. I'm playing because you love football. All I try to do is please you, and I have never pleased you.
That's not true, son.
You know something? Now that you're the big football star and you don't show up to my games, I've discovered something. Without you in the stands, I got no reason to be out there. None. It's all yours, Dad. I don't want it anymore.
"17 years, that's the first time I've ever raised my hand at that boy."
Mike, his feelings shouldn't surprise you. They've been coming on for a while.
Yeah, well, they do surprise me. It's the first time I ever heard the boy didn't want to play football.
No, it's not. Because I've heard him. And you would hear him, too, if you were listening. Mike, you're not listening.
And that crack about never pleasing me, that was pure garbage.
That's a 17-year-old boy trying to express his feelings in an honest way. Football has never been a game to you, Mike. It's a way of life. And you can't push your way of life on other people. It doesn't work.
What am I, a bad guy because I want my boy to be the best wide receiver in the country?
Will you stop pushing him? Let him choose his own direction. You know, that crack that you made about Tracy's story was totally uncalled for.
Uncalled for? I really don't want strangers to know that I sleep in the buff.
She meant it in an affectionate, humorous way. Now, if you're taking yourself so seriously these days that you don't know the difference, that's your problem, Mike. Not hers. You're living a fantasy.
Fantasy? Fantasy that I've earned.
Earn? How do you earn a fantasy?
30 years of hard work. 30 years of leaving this house at 5 o'clock in the morning and coming home at 7. 30 years of a lot of sweat for what? So you people can turn on me the minute I get a shot at what I've always wanted to do?
You people? I thought we worked all those years together, Mike. I didn't realize we were such a burden. But we won't stand in your way. You go ahead, live out your fantasy.
Oh, yeah? Maybe I will.
No, maybe. You pack your bag, and you see how far your fantasy goes.
Imagination of every man in America over the age of 40. I know he's captured mine.
I was in the parking lot before game time, and I saw a group of gray-haired gentlemen wearing Mike Moran T-shirts. They were burning their Social Security cards.
Hey, Mike, thought you might like to know. College wants to give me a 2-year extension on my contract. Great. Yeah, really, man. Why don't you call Scotty? Get this thing ironed out.
She knows where I am.
That completion just put it over the 3,000-yard mark for the year. And with one game left to play, Kevin Parr's passing record of 33-15 is definitely within Mike's range.
Well, I don't know about the rest of the over 40 crowd, but I know I'm pulling for it.
Gladiator planning his moves for tomorrow's battle?
No. Just wanted to get away from the football house for a little peace and quiet. How those kids maintain a C average is beyond me.
That's the jock mystique. They cultivate it.
What's with you?
Well, I was on my way to the student union for dinner, and I saw your car in the parking lot. How about joining me? I'll buy.
Beans and Franks at the Student Union, I'll pass. I'll tell you what, I know this little bar and grill that serves the best food in this city, and I'll buy.
You're on.
There's the shelter. There's an emergency. I'll be back in an hour or so.
Did you see the paper this morning? Last game of the year is tomorrow. Dad's got a shot breaking the record. You gonna be there?
I don't think so. But I want you and your sister to go. Your dad would like that. Finish your homework before the TV goes on.
Are you and Dad getting a divorce?
No. No, we're just having some problems.
So then you will be at the game?
I gotta go.
Thank you.
I'll never eat at the student union again. Well, at least not until tomorrow. Thank you. It was great.
No, thank you. Do you know how pleasant it is talking to someone who was wearing a jockstrap or trying to hit me with a wet towel? My wife liked this place. We used to come here a lot.
I'm sorry about all the trouble you're having.
It's okay.
Tracy's been kind of upset at me. She's been avoiding me.
Well, why would she avoid you?
Because she knows that I'm attracted to you. And I think you do too. You're supposed to say something like, kiddo, I'm old enough to be your father, or gee, I'm really flattered.
Both of those. And I am flattered.
Would you dance with me?
Can't dance to this.
Then you go put on something you can dance to. And I'm gonna go make a phone call.
Okay.
I'll always love you for the rest of my days. You have won my heart and soul with your sweet, sexy ways. You gave me hope when I needed someone near. You bring me happiness every day of every year. And I'll always love you for all that you are. You have made my life complete. You're my lucky star.
I'm not gonna apologize to anybody for the way I feel. That phone call I made was to get rid of my roommates for the night.
Tell me who could ask for
Never happened.
and I'll always love you. But honey, this will never end. I need you by my side, baby. You're my lover, my friend.
I'm not talking about a lifetime commitment here. I'm just talking about two people.
I am. I'm talking about a lifetime commitment. My
wife and I, we have a special arrangement. She doesn't cheat on me. I don't cheat on her. Kind of old-fashioned.
You love her a lot, don't you? Good luck in the game tomorrow. You deserve to break that record, you know.
Think so?
Good night.
Good night.
This movie is fun.
The big story today is number 13, Magic Mike Moran. Mike came into this game needing just 198 yards passing in order to set a new single-season record.
Do it, Pops, all the way. All the way! Get it over with. Nobody's paying any attention to me, huh?
You nervous? Yeah. It's like your audience is back. Huh? That's my family up there. Give them something to remember, Mike. Bet on it. Guess you're gonna do it, huh? Looks like it. Go for it, man. Do it. Thanks.
14 attempts and 10 completions for 2 touchdowns and a total of 146 yards passing.
And that's 52 yards short of the record. And that's what these fans have all come to see. A 53-year-old man fulfilling a dream.
That's 66! That's 210!
This is it, Jack. I don't know about you, but I'm up for this one. 4 yards shy of the record, Larry. One more completion, and Mike Moran goes into the record book. Look at the fans. It's going crazy.
Remember, Mike, when you break the record, I'm the one that made the catch.
Go for it, Mike. Ready? Break! Well, the only thing I can figure, Jack, is that maybe Mike wants to heighten the tension a little bit.
What the hell's the matter, Mike?
Thanks for the chance, Coach.
What is he doing?
I don't understand.
Must be some kind of injury, Larry. I didn't see it.
Well, that's too bad.
Mike, what about the record?
You're the #1 quarterback.
As a human being, I'm improving.
Okay, Kev, come on.
Will somebody please tell me what he's doing? Mom?
Mike? No regrets?
No regrets. I just want to come home.
Not till you take a shower. I'll get the cola.
Dad, I don't understand. You needed 4 yards to break the record. 4 yards?
I got one record when I married your mother. One when your sister was born. And when you were born, I broke the record.
I love you, Dad.
I love you too, son. Now do me a favor, will you? Tie my shoelaces. My back, son, is killing me.
Somewhere between the bush leagues and the big time, a player needs a girl like Annie. She knows the game, she knows the score, and she's only got her boy's best interests at heart.
How about a little, back rub?
There's no telling how far a team can go with coaching like that. Kevin Costner, Susan Sarandon,
So somebody gonna go to bed with somebody or what?
and Tim Robbins.
Let's have some fun out here. This game's fun, okay?
Bull Durham.
Tonight at 8 p.m. here on Lifetime.
To learn more about the legends of the recording industry, the Library of Congress suggests these books: Music Talks, Conversations with Musicians by Helen Epstein, Riding on a Blue Note by Gary Giddens, and Rock of Ages, The Rolling Stone History of Rock and Roll by Ed Ward. These and many other interesting books are waiting for you in your local library and bookstore. Visit them, and they'll be happy to help you read more about it.
This is CBS.
Hershey wouldn't talk now. Nobody knows where she is. Coming up, Tawana Brawley is taken to a secret location while new questions are raised about why she won't talk about that alleged racial attack. A New Jersey parole board decides whether a convicted cop killer can go free. And we'll tell you why your morning commute could be a major headache.
Also ahead tonight, the President and Congress heading for a showdown over civil rights. Seeing your way through commercial vision centers. We'll have a special troubleshooter report. And we'll take you backstage at the Grammys tonight, the winners, the music, and the magic. Plus, a major upset in sports and Dr. Frank Field's forecast. All ahead next on Channel 2 News at 11.
Giorgio has a fresh new idea. Quick frozen slices of plump, fresh Giorgio mushrooms. Now you can use each frozen mushroom slice whenever you want. Add 1 or a ton to a soup or a stew. To an omelet, add 2 or even quite a few. On your steak or roast, add 4, even more. Just add what you need. The rest go back in the freezer. Giorgio's new fresh frozen sliced mushrooms. Now available in the frozen food section of your supermarket. Giorgio, making great taste a little easier.
Imagine you were a car. What would you be? You'd be a sports car. You'd be quick, agile. You'd be turbocharged. And of course, you'd be a Porsche.
CBS FM 101, celebrating 16 years as New York's oldies station.
Hi, New York. I have a lot of friends up here at CBS FM. Thanks for listening.
There's only one radio station for me, CBS FM. How about you, Jay?
Listen to that voice, and you could hear it on CBS FM, my favorite radio station.
CBS FM 101, we play your favorite oldies.
A super yacht getaway tomorrow at 7:30. Now, Michelle Marsh, Mike Schneider, Warner Wolf, Dr. Frank Field, and the Channel 2 News team. This is Channel 2 News at 11. Everything you need to know, because anything can happen in New York.
Hello, Michelle Marsh is off tonight. Carol Martin is joining us. We don't know why Tawana Brawley will not talk. And tonight we don't even know where she is. The teenager at the center of that Dutchess County controversy is in hiding tonight. And in an exclusive report, Channel 2's Mike Taibbi has uncovered evidence that Brawley's decision not to cooperate with investigators might not be her own.
There he was again, Reverend Al Sharpton, whisking Tawana Brawley away, supposedly to a location where, in his words, ain't nobody gonna find her. Increasingly, other black leaders are calling upon Sharpton and attorneys Alton Maddox and C. Vernon Mason to release their stranglehold both on Tawana Brawley and on the case she's come to symbolize. It is they who have framed the shorthand and frustratingly inconclusive version of what happened to Tawana Brawley, and they who have insisted repeatedly it was the young girl and her family who decided on their own to cease cooperating, to stop talking. But we have learned that the Brawley family cooperation ended suddenly and without warning sometime on January 21st, sometime after an amicable call between Glenda Brawley, Tawana's mother, and David Saul, then and for one day, the special prosecutor. Saul claims Glenda had told him she and Tawana would be more than happy to sit for a formal interview, and they made an appointment for 8 the next morning. Dutchess County Special Prosecutor William Grady had just removed himself from the case, citing a potential conflict of interest, and Saul, ex-Marine and ex-Brooklyn prosecutor, had been named to take over the case. But listen to the following tape, obtained by Channel 2 News. The voice on the tape is Glenda Brawley, Tawana's mother, leaving a message for David Saul.
David, this is Glenda Brawley, Tawana's mother. I'd like to cancel our appointment for any morning. We're advised by a lawyer to hold off on doing anything as of right now. If you have any questions, feel free to call me at home tonight or first thing in the morning. Thank you.
Advised by our lawyers, Glenda Brawley said, and the curtain came down and stayed down. It was Tawana's decision, her family's decision, Mason repeated today, when they realized William Grady wasn't going to properly investigate the case. We then told them about the tape we were going to broadcast and suggested it posed a simple proposition. Either Glenda Brawley was lying, or Maddox, Mason, and Sharpton were lying. Mason's response?
If you got a hold to a tape, then David Saul ought to go before the disciplinary committee. We're concerned about these folks' safety. Right. If he released such a tape, he should go before the disciplinary committee. I would certainly think Bob Abrams should be interested in that and Governor Cuomo. But in terms of me saying whether Al Sharpton is lying or Glenda Brawley, Mike, I would not dignify such a question.
And with that, C. Vernon Mason left and left open all the questions now being raised about the lawyers representing and advising Tawana Brawley. Mike Taibbi, Channel 2 News.
A convicted police killer who came tantalizingly close to freedom will stay in prison, a decision applauded tonight by many residents of Lodi, New Jersey. Thomas Trantino has spent almost 25 years behind bars for the murder of 2 New Jersey police officers. Now, the fight over Trantino's parole sparked a statewide campaign to keep him behind bars. Last month, in fact, it looked as if Trantino might walk free. But late today, a parole board voted 4-3 to keep him locked up. The victim's relatives were relieved.
We work long and hard. People helped us and worked. And this should happen in every murder case, not only ours.
It's not a personal satisfaction because we cannot get Gary and Pete back. But they did not die in vain.
Trantino becomes eligible for parole again in 1991.
The manhunt for the killer of rookie policeman Edward Byrne continues in Queens tonight. The reward for information leading to the man who pulled the trigger now tops $100,000. It is one of the largest bounties ever offered after the murder of a New York City police officer. And today, community groups join police in searching the neighborhood, looking for clues. Investigators are asking anybody who might have any information to give them a call. Meantime, they're continuing their crackdown tonight on drug dealers who are working the streets. Now, Mayor Koch says the officer's murder should prompt Uncle Sam to get tougher in his war on drugs. Mayor Koch took his ideas to Washington today for a national conference on the drug problem. The mayor's blasted President Reagan for not making stronger moves against countries that send drugs here. But at today's meeting, when Koch tried to sound off, he was told to sit down. So he tried to make his points a little bit later on.
These countries, we say they're our friends and they're our allies. They're destroying us. They're going to turn us into a banana republic.
Among other things, Mayor Koch wants to cut off economic and military aid to countries that do supply drugs. And he wants more federal funds for drug education.
Tonight, a landmark civil rights bill is winning overwhelming support in Congress. The House, following the Senate's lead, passing the Civil Rights Restoration Act. This measure expands protections against discrimination for women, minorities, the elderly, and the disabled. Now, President Reagan says this bill is too broad, and he promises to veto it. But there may be enough votes still in Congress to override that veto.
There's a lot more news still ahead tonight. Radio City rolling out the red carpet for the Grammys.
We'll have the winners and all the magical moments of this big night. Our Dennis Cunningham will report live in just a moment. Also, will an EMS strike bring ambulances to a screeching halt? And playtime with Warner, the wild, wacky plays of the month when Channel 2 News at 11 continues.
Channel 2 News at 11 is sponsored by 9X Yellow Pages. If it's out there, it's in here.
Hotel Hut! Funky Chicken! Duck Walk! Moonwalk! Disco! Windmill! Air guitar! James Brown! Jimmy plays Monterey!
If it's out there, it's in here. The 9X Yellow Pages. Why would anyone need another?
The 1988 Honda Civic. To own a car this good, you have to be willing to spend a little less. You look concerned, Jane.
I feel like everyone takes advantage of me.
How, Jane?
Well, like my bank. I mean, it's my money, right? But they act like they're doing me a big favor. Banks don't do favors, Jane.
Yeah, they're all alike. Big, impersonal.
I like my bank.
What are you, crazy?
They guarantee good service.
What bank gives guarantees?
NatWest, USA.
Page 17. The Challenger disaster. And finally, answers from the man who knew too much. Life, the way we are today.
Mr. Burns, what's your secret?
Clean living, Frankie.
And Amoco Ultimate for a clean engine?
I hate dirty engines. I'm not funny, but I'm neat.
Come on, Mr. Burns, what do you know about gasoline?
Cigars and women, I know. Gasoline, my car knows. Most gasolines clean fuel injectors, but pure Amoco Ultimate cleans your entire fuel intake system.
George, shall we make this cash or credit?
At my age, you better make it cash. Did that excite you?
As you probably know, New York is at the top of the charts tonight. The musical red carpet rolled out at Radio City.
That's right. The Grammys came back to the Big Apple after 7 years. Dennis Cunningham was backstage when the winners were announced, and he's joining us live to tell us what it was all about. Dennis.
Just what was it all about? No, I will say. The 30th annual Grammy Awards are now history, sometimes eccentric history, and sometimes electrifying history, but always musical history. So let's take a look at some of that musical history. The Grammys were back in New York for the first time in 7 years, back at the splendid Radio City Music Hall, and the word backstage was that the Grammys would henceforth be in New York at least every other year. True, that's East Coast, West Coast politics, but that's the sort of politics that were being discussed backstage.
Like the man said at the beginning of the show, if you think about New York and you think about the New York City, we look like the most city people in this whole building, you know what I mean? Word. We are New York.
The evening, however, was about what happened on stage, and the most electrifying moments among all those on-stage moments was Michael Jackson in both high gear and then ultra-high gear, doing songs from his album, Bad. However, when it came time for the Grammy for Album of the Year, it was time for Upset of the Year. The award went to the Irish group U2, beating out Michael and Prince. Backstage, U2 showed why this serious and philosophical group is called a serious and philosophical group.
It's always an amazement to me if we go to Tokyo or we play Tokyo, the people can't speak English, but they seem to understand what I'm saying. And sometimes you can play to people who can't speak English, but they'll never understand what you're trying to say.
Another offbeat, eccentric moment at this year's Grammy, Song of the Year, went to Somewhere Out There, quite possibly the first time a Grammy Award went to a song written for animated mice. Another major moment, presenter Little Richard chiding the Grammy Committee for never having given him a Grammy.
And the best new artist is me. I have never received nothing. You all ain't never gave me no Grammy. And I've been singing for years.
Yeah, I don't know why we haven't given Little Richard a Grammy, but if I can find him tonight, I'll give him one if I can find one. At any rate, the evening ended with Record of the Year, and that went to, and this shows you how curious the Grammys are, the Record of the Year was Paul Simon's Graceland. And if you think, didn't Paul Simon win a Grammy last year for the album Graceland? Yes, he did. This year he won a Grammy for the song Graceland. That's the way the Grammys are, but they're fun. Always musical, too. Carol? Carol.
Yeah, we're both here, Dennis. Yeah. Hey, listen, is there any indication that they might want to try to bring the Grammys back here again in the near future?
Oh, yeah. I think there was a lot of talk about that tonight, and I think that they'd like to bring it back here forever, but I think they may settle for a 1 year here, 1 year in L.A., that sort of thing.
That should make everybody happy.
Yeah.
All right, Dennis, thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
He didn't mention Michael Jackson, but never mind, later anyway. A little later, in fact, our Jill Rappaport will have more on the excitement of Grammy night. Center stage with all the stars, not Granny night.
All right, she's having a good night, too. Also ahead, checking up on the checkup, a special troubleshooter report on commercial vision centers. Are you getting less than meets the eye? Stay with us.
Some people will tell you that a smile is a little thing. But at Sheraton, it's a smile that says a lot. It's a smile that says, welcome to Sheraton. It's a smile that says, can I get you another cup of coffee? It says, would you like a few more towels? And it's a smile that says, thank you for staying at Sheraton. At Sheraton, you never forget that little things mean a lot. At Volkswagen, our engineers believe car and drivers should not merely act, but interact. To them, a Volkswagen isn't a vehicle for the driver, but rather an extension of the driver. Our engineers believe the most important moving part of a Volkswagen is the one behind the wheel. Lease a 1988 Jetta for only $139 a month at your participating Volkswagen dealer.
One morning, Carol called her client just to keep in touch. Bill didn't. Carol's client connected her with a big contractor who got her another account, which led to another supplier who hooked her up with other firms, and one of them wanted to merge. All this networking helped Carol's company triple in size. In fact, they took over Bill's building. Think ahead. A call can make a difference. New York Telephone, a NYNEX company.
Moonstruck, nominated for 6 Academy Awards, including Best Picture, Best Director, Best Screenplay.
Now you talk.
Best Actress.
Snap out of it!
Best Supporting Actress.
Your life's going down the toilet!
Best Supporting Actor.
I don't want to talk about it.
Share the magic of Moonstruck.
A la familia, eh? A la familia!
Rated PG. Now playing at a theater near you.
You know, for many people, it's the only eye treatment they ever get. It's a visit to a commercial vision center. But when you get your prescription filled there, are you getting what the doctor ordered?
Tonight, troubleshooter Roseanne Coletti concludes her special report called Hocus Focus. She begins with a visit to the State University of New York College of Optometry for an eye exam and a prescription.
Watch the one on the left or on the bottom and tell me when they align one above the other.
After the exam, Dr. Bazine wrote a prescription for Bernice for bifocals. Bifocals are glasses that have 2 lenses, one for seeing close up, the other for distance. Our troubleshooter team wanted to find out what would happen if we had this prescription filled. So the College of Optometry provided us with 6 identical frames. We took the frames and the prescriptions to 6 different places. We sent Bernice Gaillard to the Pearl Vision in the Kings Plaza Shopping Center in Brooklyn, to the Cohen's Fashion Optical on Lexington Avenue, to the Sterling Optical on Route 4 in Paramus, New Jersey, and to the Eye Lab in Carl Place, Long Island. These are national chains. We also sent Bernice to 2 local stores, the Sight and Style on East Fordham Road in the Bronx and the Optical Exchange on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan. In each case, they filled the prescription using the frames Bernice brought in. We then took all 6 pairs of glasses back to the College of Optometry, where Dr. Bazine examined them to see if they were filled to her specifications. We did not tell Dr. Bazine which glasses came from which stores. We identified each pair only by number.
You gave me 6 different pairs of glasses here, and 4 of them, of the 6 were filled, the prescriptions were filled to my specifications within the tolerance set by the optical industry standards.
Which glasses were filled to Dr. Bazine's specifications? The ones from Cohen's Fashion Optical, from Pearl Vision, from Optical Exchange, and from Eye Lab. What about the other 2 pairs of glasses? Dr. Bazine told us there was a problem with the ones from Sight and Style.
The axis, the cylinder correction was a little off in one eye, and also the pupillary distance. This can result in slightly blurred vision, headaches, some distortion, some discomfort to the patient.
And what about the last pair of glasses? The ones from Sterling Optical.
Was not filled in a bifocal form, but it was filled in a single vision form for distance viewing only. So the patient couldn't have worn them to see for near or to do any reading with.
We found that strange because when we sent Bernice in with the prescription, they told her they were fitting her for bifocals. But that's not what we got. What we did find was a big difference in the price we paid for identical glasses. Remember, we provided our own frames, so we were basically paying for the lenses. We paid $39.95 at Sterling Optical, but they were not bifocals. We paid $55 at Sight and Style, $66.50 at Pearl Vision, $88.95 at Eye Lab, $89.95 at Optical Exchange, and $109.95 at Cohen's Fashion Optical. All of that was for the very same prescription. We asked Sterling Optical why we didn't get bifocals when the prescription called for bifocals. They admitted they made a mistake, but if we took the glasses back in, they said they would correct them at no additional charge. We asked Sight and Style why the glasses we got from them did not fall within the industry's tolerance level for the prescription. They, too, said it was their error, but would correct it free of charge. Now, our investigation was not a scientific survey and does not reflect the quality or all of the care at the stores named. We do hope our report will help you go in with your eyes open the next time you have to go in. And if you have a consumer issue you can't handle on your own, the Troubleshooter Hotline is open Monday through Friday between 11 and 1. The number is 212-580-1515. A trained volunteer from the National Council of Jewish Women will be there to take your call. Mike, Carol.
Okay, Roseanne, thank you. Goodbye, sunshine. Still ahead, Dr. Frank Field with a forecast that will not make you smile.
Major traffic trouble, too, on a major New York expressway. We'll show you about that. And a major upset in Boston has Willis Reed smiling tonight. We'll have all the sports action and the glamour, glitter, and Grammys. The Big Apple rolls out the red carpet for the big night when Channel 2 News at 11 continues.
Listen to the heartbeat.
I'm not easily impressed.
Of America.
I figured a car as sharp as the new Beretta couldn't live up to its looks. Well, it proved me wrong. Beretta's tuned sports suspension really handled the curves. Taut yet smooth and definitely sophisticated. And the only thing better than the way Beretta goes is how little it goes for.
The heartbeat of America.
Beretta.
That's the same Chevrolet.
I have sinned against you.
I love him, I forgive him, and I know that millions of others will forgive him too.
I take the blame, I take the fall.
The Bible says never pay back evil for evil.
I do not plan in any way to whitewash my sin.
I think he's kind of perverted. I wouldn't want him around my children.
And I beg your forgiveness.
Don't let anyone tell you what they said. Hear them say it. News 88, WCBS Radio, News 88.
Deep within all of us, there exists the urge to follow the sun. Some can get there on their own. And for the rest of us,
Eastern, we got your ticket. We're the ones to the sun. We got your ticket. We're the ones to the fun. Eastern.
and no one has lower prices to the warm Florida sun than we do.
Eastern, we got your ticket. We're the ones to the sun.
When you have a bad muffler, everybody knows. But when you have that noise that annoys,
What's the matter down there? Go get you some muffler from Meineke.
come to Meineke.
I'm not going to pay a lot for this muffler.
At Meineke, you'll get a quality muffler you can afford. You won't go broke when you go Meineke. Don't go broke, go Meineke.
Could have been a disaster, but it's going to be a big inconvenience. A rush hour nightmare is in the making tonight. Part of a major roadway, the Van Wyck Expressway, is shut down because of structural damage. Channel 2's Randall Pinkston reports.
Traffic near the Van Wyck and Whitestone Expressways was backed up for miles. The commute home much slower than usual.
How slow is it?
Very slow. Bumper to bumper.
I've been stuck on the bridge here for a while.
But despite the inconvenience, it could have been a lot worse. This crack on the connector between the Van Wyck and Whitestone could have opened up while vehicles were on top.
3 out of the 5 major beams, the stringers that support this roadway, their brackets had collapsed. In effect, 60% of its strength was lost. It is conceivable that with a heavy truck bouncing on this, the roadway could have collapsed.
The closing of this vital stretch of roadway connecting the Whitestone and Van Wyck Expressways will obviously cause problems for commuters. The DOT has some advice to minimize your delay. If you can't avoid the area, try to avoid the Whitestone Bridge, use Throggs Neck, and use the Clearview Expressway instead of the Van Wyck. If you're traveling to JFK from the north, allow an extra hour. It will take at least a week to repair the southbound lane. The northbound lane may be open sooner. In Queens, Randall Pinkston, Channel 2 News.
Well, from one map to the other, here's Dr. Frank
Yeah,
Field.
and the weather certainly isn't going to be of any help for commuters because we have some wet weather for the next couple of days, not the kind of weather you enjoy today. Right now in the Midtown area, 51 degrees. It's very mild. That's why we've been getting showers this evening. And those showers are widely spread around the area. The humidity is at 44%, south-southeasterly winds. got a falling barometer. Now you can make your own forecast looking at the satellite photograph. That huge mass of clouds right through the center of the country represents two low-pressure storm centers that are heading this way. We're in the clouds already. We're in the showers too. That means that we're in for some wet weather right into Saturday, but then Saturday afternoon we should be clearing off. So the forecast for the metropolitan area for tonight, rain or snow showers north of the city where temperatures are a little colder. It will be snow showers, northwesterly winds bringing colder air in tomorrow. And for tomorrow, we expect a mixture of rain, sleet, and snow. Now, I say mixed precipitation because what we have out there will be rain in the city, little snow mixed with freezing rain and sleet in the interior sections. Temperatures tomorrow will be around 40 degrees during the afternoon hours in the city. That means rain. So the 5-day forecast for our metropolitan area, we expect that we will stay in some rather wet weather. I'll be back with the forecast right after this.
Do you listen to the radio to relax? Then lighten up your day with soft, light music at 106.7 WLTW, Light FM.
Is your faith in certain performance automobiles shaken by the amount of time they seem to spend in the air? Then consider the Acura Legend Coupe. It combines high performance with precision craftsmanship, so it spends its time on the ground. But that doesn't mean it can't fly.
Call 1-800-253-2600 for a test drive.
Newmark and Lewis, we always beat the competition. If Lewis is watching.
When my mother married my stepfather, she really messed me up.
DoorDash Basics.
Really? Is he mean? No, he's gorgeous.
Our forecast for the metropolitan area for the next 5 days, we expect to have wet weather moving in, and once it does, you'll see we've got a string of it Thursday, Friday, into Saturday, clearing off on Saturday. But there's a good likelihood of snow falling both tomorrow night and again Friday night as colder air moves in. Note that the temperatures will get down into the 30s on Friday and on Saturday. Sunday looks like a winter, a mixture of sunshine and clouds on Sunday and again on Monday. So that's the end of this lovely spring weather for the moment.
For the time being. Thanks, Frank.
Well, they had threatened to go out on strike, but EMS employees say they will be at work tomorrow morning, but under protest. Those paramedics will be sending the mayor their message by wearing street clothes and not their uniforms. And if they don't get a contract, by Friday, they say, the 2,000 members might resort to a sick-out. They've been working without a contract since July. They want more money, a better pension plan, and more sick days.
February's finest still ahead. Warner's plays of that month.
And the glitter of Grammy night has New York singing a happy tune. We will take you backstage at the Grammys. Stay tuned.
What's it now? Don't stop it. Make it. Come on. You got it? That's it. Yeah!
Page 74. A brave Gilda Radner laughs at cancer. Page 17. The Challenger disaster, and some answers from the man who knew too much. And in a world of turmoil, a few pages of serenity. Life, the way we are today. This plant could have employed a lot of people. It could have helped us compete in foreign markets. But like 95% of the mid-sized companies in America, the company that wanted to build this plant couldn't get the bond rating it needed. So it couldn't afford to raise the capital it needed to grow. Or for that matter, survive. Since 1977, more than 350 companies have been able to fund their growth with the help of high-yield bonds financed by Drexel Burnham. Today, those companies employ over 2 million people, proof that innovative thinking is not just good for business, but for everyone. Drexel Burnham, helping people manage change.
Warner Wolf Sports, sponsored by Mitsubishi Motors, who invites you to come see the full line of cars and trucks.
Since the Johnsons got their Mitsubishi Mirage, they've been driving a lot more.
Nice car.
But who can blame them? With its sleek styling, roomy full-cloth interior, and its many features others don't offer.
Nice car.
And considering the Johnsons got their Mirage for just under $8,900,
Nice car.
they can spend more time and money in their car instead of on their car.
Want to go around the block, Dad?
Mitsubishi, suddenly the obvious choice.
Joe Zone here right now with a sporting event of truly historic proportions.
I mean, has Willis Reed peaked earlier? What? This guy has nowhere to go now but down. 2 games as head coach and 2 wins. And tonight, can you believe it? The Nets beat the Celtics, and they did it in Boston. And they did it big. They led by as many as 21. Roy Hinton, awesome tonight. 21 points. Celtics made a run late in the 4th on Danny Ainge's 3-pointers. But just when it looked like the Celtics might turn it their way, Hinton hit this tremendous baseline turnaround jumper, and that opened it up. Tim McCormick in for Buck Williams, who was injured in the first quarter. He led the Nets with 23, a big basket here with time running out. The Nets win it 117-107. It is only their 2nd win on the road. Willis Reed may well have peaked. Rangers are starting to make some people nervous. They beat the Islanders tonight. The Capitals beat the Devils, so right now the Capitals a point ahead of the Islanders. The Rangers 3 points ahead of both the Devils and Pittsburgh. Rangers got it done with the power play. They had 3 of them tonight. First one coming up, Sandstrom on a 5-on-3, and the Rangers led 1-0. Less than a minute later, Kelly Kissio made it 2-0. The Rangers won 3-1. It's their 4th straight, and they're just a game away from 500. Okay, Warner now, here with the plays of the month.
All right, it's time now for the plays of the month of February, edited by Rob Smolenoff. Here we go. The fast break of the month, the Lakers. Kareem to Scott to Magic to Worthy and the 2. The best fast break with just 1 dribble, the Celtics. Parrish to McHale to Bird, Bassett McHale. The best dunk and hang time of the month. Here he is, Michael Jordan, in the NBA Slam Dunk Contest. The best pass of the month, Magic to Kareem, and back to Magic before you know it. The easiest missed layup of the month, following a steal, Dirk Minifield of the Celtics. No, say it isn't so. The best dive for a loose ball, Dennis Rodman of the Pistons. The most expensive punch of the month, watch Moses Malone, right hand, boom, hitting Jack Sikma, costing Moses $3,500. The best takedown of the month, Sidney Green of the Knicks, slamming down Dennis Rodman of Detroit. The most upset college coach of the month, Michigan Bill Frieder, leading by 36 points, upset that a technical was not called against Iowa. The college brawl of the month, Georgetown in the blue and University of Pittsburgh in the white. The worst case of lights out in an NBA game, Lakers Celtics. Come on, pay the light bill. The best clean check of the month, Darryl Stanley of Vancouver, who upends Pat LaFontaine of the Islanders. The hockey fight of the month, Brendan Shanahan of the Devils and Peter Taglialetti of Winnipeg. The pro football punches of the month, Pro Bowl, Bill Moss of Kansas City and Dennis Hara of the Rams. The worst auto crash in the month of February with no serious injury to the driver. 50-year-old Richard Petty, Daytona 500. His car flips over 6 times, comes to a stop, and then his car is hit again, and Petty is uninjured. The fastest fight of the month, Freddie Pendleton, who TKO's Sammy Fuentes in just 15 seconds of the first round. The oldest fighter of the month, 40-year-old former heavyweight champion George Foreman, who TKO's Guido Conti in the 5th round. The best fake punches of the month, Jake the Snake in the long pants against Dino Bravo. And Frank Field and his Channel 2 weather fakers were at the game, trying to predict tomorrow's weather forecast. The plays of the month of February. This is Warner Wolf.
All right, Warner's left me with 15 seconds. With that, I'll tell you, Seton Hall won its 20th tonight. They beat Pittsburgh at Pitt. The Mets have a new co-captain, Gary Carter. They also have Darryl Strawberry with a $100 fine because he showed up late today for the team photo session. That's all of it. I'll be back tomorrow.
You had 2 more seconds, but it's okay. Thank you, Joe.
We'll take it. As we told you, tonight, stargazing is the spectator sport of preference at Radio City Music Hall. People without tickets to the Grammy still got a curbside show, and our Jill Rappaport looks at the glamour of Grammy night inside and out.
The spotlights lit up the sky as the rock stars strutted in, one by one, limo by stretch limo, into Radio City Music Hall for the 30th Annual Grammy Awards. You look hot tonight.
I clamor for glamour. Thank you very much.
What do you think about the Grammys being back in New York after 7 years?
It's about time.
It seems like New York, all the New Yorkers are out for it. I love that.
I was on with Ricky Skaggs in a video that got a Grammy. Yeah, and I'm available.
It's the first time I've ever been. I always enjoy it on television, so this is really a first for me.
Look at this. We never saw anything like this in Los Angeles. It's been dynamite.
Extremely excited.
There's no big stars here. I'm the biggest star at the Grammys, and I'm not even going in.
Who are you waiting to see here tonight?
Michael Jackson.
Did you see him yet?
Nah.
Well, talk about a 7-year itch. That's a long time to wait for an event like this, but obviously it is worth it. These people have withstood cold temperatures tonight, rain, just hoping to see their favorite rock star. There were purple furs, blue furs, pink furs, low-cut gowns, ruffles, and even tennis shoes. You name it, they had it on tonight. And since this was the Grammys, everyone was in the mood for music.
Now with you, out of the blue.
Come on, sing a little song for us.
I'll go 1 for the treble and 2 for the bass. And Tom and Doc Nice, let's rock the place.
No, not singing right. It's too cold outside.
Jill Rappaport, Channel 2 News.
You got it?
I guess that's an appropriate way to say that's it for Channel 2 News at 11. I'm Carol Martin, in tonight for Michelle Marsh.
I'm Mike Schneider. Thank you for watching. Good night.
I'll pick you up in my car and we'll take this down.
If you see news in the making, tell 2. Call the Channel 2 News toll-free hotline, 1-800-CH2-NEWS.
From Paramount Studios in Hollywood, it's television's most exciting new game, Wipeout! And here to give their knowledge and strategy against the Wipeout are Dewey Soriano, Susie Goddard, and Joy Wells. And the one who fares the best could drive off in this Century wagon. And now, here's your host, the star of Wipeout, Peter Tomarken.
Thank you, Jim Hackett, and hi, everybody. Welcome to Wipeout, including you folks at home. You're going to have a real good time. As far as our contestants are concerned, well, one of them is going to get the lucky opportunity to drive off in a brand new Century State wagon, so that doesn't sound too bad. Let's talk to him, meet him a little bit. Dewey, I understand you have attended a number of colleges in L.A. How many?
Well, I've lost count right now. I don't have enough fingers on my hands.
Are there any that you haven't attended?
States like Arizona and New York.
Well, hey, you still 49 more states to go.
Yeah.
Good luck today.
Thank you, Peter.
All right. And Susie, you speak fluent Zulu?
Yes, Peter. Sanibona. That means
mayor of Palm Springs. What do I know? Sanibona. Yeah, I speak Zulu too then.
There you go.
All right, good to have you with us, Susie.
Thanks.
And Joy, how are you?
Fine, how are you?
I am fine. I understand you like to go fishing?
Yes, I love it. In fact, I went yesterday.
What'd you catch?
Bass, sand bass and calico bass.
You're going to cook it for the crew and everything?
Sure. Abalone.
Sounds pretty good, gang? Everybody loves that. Well, good luck today.
Thank you.
Want to play a game? Yeah. Let's do it. All right? Here's the way the game works. You will see a board upon which there are 16 answers. 11 will be correct, 5 will be incorrect. Your job, find the 11 correct answers. That is your job, to find those 11 correct answers. The first correct one will be worth $25, then $50, $75, until the final correct answer is worth $275. So there is some strategy here. You want to be careful, because only 2 of you will move on to the challenge round. That third player won't. So the best I can tell you is good luck and stay out of third place, all right? It is hotspot time, gang, and that is there is an answer behind one of the, actually a prize behind one of the correct answers on the board, and Jim's going to tell you about it. Jim?
The Hotspot winner will be going to a beautiful spot, Peter. Caesars Tahoe, along the shores of Lake Tahoe. Elegant accommodations, memorable dining and entertainment, year-round recreation in crystal clear surroundings from Caesars Tahoe. The retail value of this trip, Peter, is over $700.
Nice trip. You drew first position, so you get first shot at the board. You can pass if you like, but you must make at least one selection before you pass. All right, let's take a look at the board. All right, believe it or not, Elizabeth Taylor has been in more movies than weddings. Let's see if you can pick 11 of them without wiping out. Dewey, 11 of them. Give me one.
Well, I love Elizabeth Taylor, and one of my favorite ones is Cleopatra.
Cleopatra. Is that Elizabeth Taylor movie? We will find out. Yes, it is. $25. Good start, Dewey. You can pass if you want, you can keep going.
I believe one of my other favorites is, if I'm not mistaken, Black Beauty.
Black Beauty. Let's find out if Black Beauty is Elizabeth Taylor movie. Oh, I don't know if it's one of your favorites anymore. Lost your 25. We go to Susie. 10 correct answers left for wipeout. Susie.
Okay, Giant.
Giant. Elizabeth Taylor? Yes, you got it. $50. First place for now. 9 correct answers left. Player pass.
I'll play.
Okay.
I believe she won the Academy Award for Butterfield 8.
Let's find out. Butterfield 8. Yes. You got that right. Up to 125. 8 correct answers out of 12.
I'll try one more.
All right.
Father of the Bride.
Father of the Bride. Is that Elizabeth Taylor? Yes, it is. Moving along. You now have $225, Susie. First place. The 7 correct answers left out of 11 possible. You can play
pass.
a pass. Pass. Joy, you have to give me one answer. If you give me a correct one, it's worth $125.
Okay, I'm going to try the Sandpiper.
Let's try the Sandpiper, shall we, and find out. Hey! Sandpiper. Guess what you got? $125 in ye old hotspot. I'll place it right there. Your job is to keep it. Should you wipe out in this round, then the hotspot goes back up on the board behind another correct answer. Also, in order to keep it, you have to be one of the players to move on to the challenge round. 125. Joy, 6 correct answers left out of 10 possible. Okay. Player pass.
I think I'll play. Yeah.
Okay, she's going to play. Pick one, Joy.
Okay, I think I'll try A Place in the Sun.
Let's try A Place in the Sun. We could all use a little suntan. Let's find out. Yes, Elizabeth Taylor was A Place in the Sun. Now you're up to $275. First place by $50. 5 correct answers left out of 9. Player pass.
I'm gonna pass.
Gonna pass.
Yeah.
Dewey. Ooh. You're back in the ball game, Dewey. This answer, if correct, is worth $175. There are 5 correct ones up there.
All right, I'll guess with Girl Who Had Everything.
Let's find out if she did have everything. Elizabeth, did she have everything? Yeah. Did indeed. That brings you up to $175. Third place, 4 correct answers out of 8. 50-50 shot.
Oh, I'll challenge Susie and pass over.
You're going to pass. Susie, to you, 225. You're in second place. 4 correct answers. Give me one.
Life with Father.
Life with Father. Is that a Elizabeth Taylor? An oldie. You got it. That brings you up to 425. First place, 3 correct answers left out of 7 possible. Player pass.
I'll pass.
Okay, Joy, to you. You are in second place. 3 out of 7. This one's worth $225 if it's correct.
I'm going to try The Little Foxes.
Little Foxes. Is that Elizabeth Taylor? Oh, sorry, not so. Oh, double bad news. You lost the money, and you didn't even get a chance to even get on the plane. We're going to take the hotspot back. It's up behind the board, behind one of the 3 correct answers remaining. Let's go to Dewey, 175. Second place. There are 3 left out of 3. 3 wipeouts, 3 correct answers, Dewey.
Things are getting tough here. I think I'll try All About Eve.
All About Eve. Is that Elizabeth Taylor? We're going to find out. Oh, cost you $175, Dewey. Susie, you are the sole possessor of bread, as it were. $425 is what you hold first place. There are 3 correct answers left out of 5. It's worth $225 if you're correct.
Okay, I'll try Elephant Walk.
Elephant Walk. Elizabeth Taylor? Yes. Susie, you have $650. First place, player pass. All right, Joy, you have to give me an answer. There's only 2 up there. Remember, behind one of those 2 correct answers is the hot spot.
Okay, I'm going to try Sweet Bird of Youth.
Sweet Bird of Youth. Elizabeth Taylor? Oh, afraid not. No Elizabeth Taylor there. We'll go to Dewey. 1 wipeout, 2 correct answers left. You don't have any money, Dewey. Okay. You got to give me an answer.
I'll go for the corner and say Lily.
Lily, is that an Elizabeth Taylor film? No, wipeout. Oh, this is what's happening. Susie, the game is over because we revealed all the right answers. Susie, you're in first place. You are going on to the challenge round. We have a tie between Dewey and Joy. And that means we're going to go to our tiebreaker in order to decide which one of the 2 of you is going to accompany Susie to the challenge round. We do that with a board upon which there are 12 answers, 8 of which correct, 4 will be wipeouts. We're going to go alternate back and forth with each of you until one of you wipes out. Of course, that person that wipes out is not going to the challenge round. All right, Dewey, I'm going to flip the coin. You call it in the air.
Heads.
Tails it is. That means Joy goes first. And let's take a look at our board. Question. Disney's Fantasia is a real favorite of classical music lovers. Name the selections featured in Fantasia. All right, we're going to start with Joy. Give me one, Joy. There are 8 correct answers.
The Chopin Waltzes.
All right, let's find out if Chopin's Waltzes is in Fantasia. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not. You wiped out, Joy, and Dewey, you got it. You're going to the challenge round with Susie. And let's take a look at the other correct answers. This is a toughie. Bach, Toccata, and Fugue. I'll hum it for you. The Nutcracker, Sorcerer's Apprentice, Night on Bald Mountain, and Pastoral Symphony, Schubert, Ave Maria, Rite of Spring, and Dance of the Hours. Those are the correct answers. Dewey and Susie, we'll see you in the challenge round. Joy, we have some nice prizes for you. Thank you for being with us, all right? We'll be back, folks, with that news. Stay with us.
To Wipeout and Peter Tamarkin.
Thank you. We are back with our winners, Dewey and Susie. Dewey, you don't have any money, but you're here in the challenge round. That's all that matters. Susie, you have $650, and we're going to keep that very safe for you. We're going to put it in Big Jim's vault. Great. I don't know if he remembers the combination, but we'll find out. All right? And before we go any further, Big Jim is going to tell you what you're playing for in this round. Jim?
The second round winner will have a treat waiting for him in the Northwest. Located in the heart of downtown Seattle, it's the luxurious Seattle Sheraton Hotel and Towers. Indoor pool and health club, live entertainment, and home of Fuller's award-winning restaurant. We'll fly you and a companion from Los Angeles to Seattle aboard Delta Airlines' award-winning service. You'll also experience the exclusive Crown Room Lounge in the new Oasis Terminal, all from Delta Airlines. The retail value of this trip, Peter, is over $1,800.
Sounds great. All right, the board you're about to see will have 8 correct answers, 4 wipeouts, 12 answers altogether. What we're going to do is we're going to pit the 2 of you against one another. The first player to win 2 games wins the round, then gets a chance to go on the bonus round, obviously wins the trip to Seattle. The way I'm going to play it is I'm going to go to Susie first, since she won the most money in round 1. I will ask her how many correct answers she can get on that board without wiping out. I'll then go to you, Dewey. You tell me if you want to increase the bid or call her on it. We'll go back and forth till we get the maximum number of 8, or until one of you calls the other. Now, once that player's called, he has to give me all the answers correctly that he bid. If he misses and the other player gets to jump in, 1 correct answer wins the board after that, okay? You ready? Let's take a look at our board. Eight of these states are the last 8 admitted to the Union. How many can you name? Susie, 8 correct answers out of 12. How many can you get?
4.
4. We'll start with 4. We'll go to Dewey. You want to go higher, or do you want to call her on the 4?
I think I can go with 5.
5. All right. Back to Susie. He said 5. You can either call him or go higher.
Go ahead, Dewey.
He doesn't think you can do 5, Dewey. We're going to find out. You got to give me all 5 in a row. If you miss on the way, then Susie gets to jump in. All she has to do is get 1 right, and then she wins that board. So be very careful. Give me 5, Dewey.
Well, my favorite state, California.
California. Let's see if California is one of the 8 last ones. Oh, a wipeout. may be your favorite. You should not stick to your favorites.
Maybe not.
In any event, Susie, to you. All you have to do is give me one correct answer. You win the board. It's that simple.
Okay, I'd like Hawaii, please.
Let's find out if Hawaii was admitted as one of the last 8. Yes, the 50th. You got it, Susie. You did it. You got the first game. It's that simple. Let's take a moment and look at the other correct answers. We have New Mexico as the 47th, Idaho 43rd. Let's see. Wyoming was the 44th, Alaska the 49th, Oklahoma the 46th, and of course Arizona the 48th. The audience, you knew all these, of course. Yeah, sure they did. All right. We're coming right back after these words to play the end of the challenge round. Stay with us.
Now here's more excitement on Wipeout and Peter Tumbarton.
All right, we're back, and the score is Susie 1, Dewey 0. Remember, it's the best 2 out of 3, so we're going to play another one this time. Let us take a look at our board. All right, Dewey, you're up. 8 of these are properties in the American version of Monopoly. See if you can name them. Dewey, how many can you get right without wiping out? There are 8 correct answers.
I love this game. I'll go for...
I'm worried,
That's
Dewey.
right. I'll go for all 8.
All 8. Hey, I'm impressed. The gauntlet's been thrown down. Dewey, you have to give me all 8 without missing any. If you miss one, you know what happens. Susie gets in. If she gets one right, she'll win the board, the game, the round, the trip to Seattle, and she goes for the car. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All 8, Dewey, let's go.
Let's start with Baltic Avenue.
Baltic Avenue. Let's see. Yes, 1 down, 7 to go, Dewey.
Right next door to Oriental Avenue.
Oriental Avenue. Let's see about that one. Yep. What's next, Dewey? We got 6 more.
Love that bottom row. Gotta go with St. Thomas Place.
St. Thomas Place. Let's take a look. Uh-oh. Oh, it is not. It is not in Monopoly. Susie, here you go. All I need from you is 1 correct answer, only 1, and you will win the board. You will win the round. The trip to Seattle will be yours, and you'll walk with me down the old Showcase Road for the big car. Are you ready, Susie?
Yes.
Give me the correct answer. There's 6 up there.
Boardwalk, Peter.
Boardwalk. You think it's Boardwalk. Let's find out. It is! And you get it, Susie! Congratulations. You got the trip to Seattle. And let's take a look at the board. Let's take a look at that, if you'll pardon the expression, board. We've got Vermont Avenue. We have Tennessee Avenue, Kentucky Avenue, North Carolina Avenue, Virginia Avenue. The B&R Railroad is not one, obviously, and those are the correct answers. Well, it was a great game. Dewey, you are leaving us with no dollars, but we have some nice prizes for you. I thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Susie, step over here, if you will. Congratulations. You know, you're going to get a chance to take a walk and take a look at what we have in that showcase, and we come back after these words, so stay with us, folks. We'll be right back.
Peter.
You bet. We're back with Susie. Susie, you're already a big winner. You've got yourself over $2,300 at trip to Seattle and some cash in round 1, so you're already ahead of the game.
Great.
Are you ready for this? You think you're ready for what we're going to offer you in this bonus round?
Try me out.
I think you'd look great in this. That's what I think. So take a look at this.
Peter, here's the new Buick Century Wagon. Featuring front-wheel drive and a large carrying capacity, makes this wagon a practical, elegant way to travel the great American road. From Buick.
Hey, lovely Century Estate wagon. You can drive around in that and have a real nice time, right?
Yeah.
We're going to make it relatively easy for you to do that. What we're going to do is put 12 answers up there on that board, and then we're going to give you a question. Now, 6 of the 12 answers will be correct. 6 will obviously be wrong. Your job, find the 6 correct answers. You drive away in the brand new car. Simple?
Great.
That's what I think, too. There is a category, and that we'll give to you. But for instance, I'll do it for you and show you how it's really done. My category is English rulers, royalty. What I would do is I'd go over to the board and select the 6 answers that I think are correct, and I do that by pressing the frame around the television set. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I know Prince was one, so I come over here. hit the buzzer and find out how many I got right? 2. I'm getting better as we move along. I'll tell you what I then do is make some changes. Because, you know, obviously I didn't do well. I didn't get all 6. So in order to make the changes, I have to turn something off before I can turn something on. So if I want to pick Henry, I'd have to turn something off. I don't think Philip was, so I'm going to go to Henry, and you can't fool me with Count Basie. I'll turn Count Basie off and go with Anne. And there I have another 6. I come back and see how well I did. How did I do? 4. Well, I'll quit there. 4. Now, I would keep doing that until I eventually got all 6 correct, and then I would be driving off in the car, and you'd be chasing me down the street, and that's a little bit absurd. We're going to give you your own board, because I know you'd want it that way. And we're going to give you your own category, and we're also going to give you 60 seconds within which to do it, okay? Okay. Let's take a look at the answers. All right, this isn't exactly an upper, but let's check out your knowledge of passed away presidents. Which 6 of these 12 died while in office? You have 60 seconds. Which 6 died while in office? Ready, go. 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 right, 49 seconds. That's 6. That's 6. 35 seconds. 3. You got 33 seconds. 29. That's 22 seconds. 2. 19. 11. 10. 9. 2 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Get over. Ah, it's too late. It's too late. You didn't hear. Boy, you were back and forth. You gave it a great shot. Let's see what the correct answers were. Let's see. He didn't die, but he did. He didn't die, but he did. He died, and well, how do we get this? Madison, I'm sorry, Mr. Madison. Arthur died. Is that correct? I think that's, no, it isn't correct. You kind of did boom, boom. Hey! Am I right? Let's hear it. No, I'm wrong. Harding Truman didn't die. I knew that. I knew that. We'll be back after these words. We'll be back soon after we get back. We'll be back with after these words right after this. All right, we're back. While we were in commercial, I had to go back and fix the board. We had a lot of problems with the computer, and I had to fix it because what I had was actually I had touched the right. Now you know why I'm a host and I'm not a contestant. You know what I mean? Susie, you got yourself $650 from round 1. That great trip to Seattle for a grand total of $2,536. You played real well. Real pleasure. Thanks for being with us. All right. And we're going to come back and do it. I'm going to get that right someday because it's right now. We'll see you next time on Wipeout. Until then, bye-bye.
Today, a member of our studio audience will receive Ricardo Beverly Hills features casual sophistication with textured, ballistic-grade nylon, fully lined luggage with leather trim from Ricardo Beverly Hills. Some of our departing contestants will receive the next generation in salon-style nail lengthening. Gel Formula Lee Sculpted Nails, brush on like polish. Gel Formula Lee Sculpted Nails. And Tootsie Roll Midgie, as good as you remember, only 27 calories. Why not try some today? Tootsie Roll, as good as you remember. And now Lee has made the French manicure easy and affordable with Lee press-on nails. The French manicure.
Well. That's our show for you today. We'll be back next time, hopefully next Sunday, when we give you WNBC Channel 4 lineup. And we'll see you then. Good night, all. Bill Collins, leave us away.